conflict zones, saying he does not want a religious leader who opposes military action or questions US decisions on national security. This comes after Pope Leo had spoken strongly against war, calling for peace and warning against the use of power in global conflicts. In response to Trump's post, Pope Leo rejected the political framing of his message.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loud against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states, to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Speaking to reporters during an international visit, the Pope emphasized that his role is rooted in faith, not politics, and warned against misusing religious teachings for political narratives. He made it clear that his calls for peace are universal and not targeted at any one leader, including Donald Trump.
Perché dobbiamo cercare sempre ponti per costruire la pace e la riconciliazione. E allora questo viaggio rappresenta davvero un'opportunità preziosissima per continuare con la stessa voce, con lo stesso messaggio, e che vogliamo fare, promuovere la pace, la riconciliazione, il rispetto, la considerazione per tutti i popoli.
The Pope also stressed the need for dialogue, diplomacy, and multilateral cooperation, especially at a time when global conflicts, including tensions involving Iran and Israel, continue to escalate. Pope Leo also asserted that he does not fear the Trump administration and will continue to speak out on issues of war and peace. While Trump has consistently taken a hardline stance on national security and foreign policy, the Vatican, under Pope Leo, has pushed for restrained peace talks and reconciliation.
All right, coming up after a short break, Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. Coming up next after the break, stay tuned.
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है, जल्द से ये घटना के सॉल्यूशन चाहिए, इसके लिए इंसाफ चाहिए।
Bulan perang kita. Ashok banyak orang hujan. Yang itu nama apa nama hujan? Hujan Ashok Karat. Kan nama sesuai. Orang sesuai. Macam aku kere. Ini barang sesuai je. Mama. Barang ni sesuai je.
어디 방법이 좀 어떤 비비오봐. 거기 좀 아니네가 거기 가면 돼요. 한다고 지면 됐다. 건설하기가 어디 방법이 좀 어떤 비비오봐.
chỉ thông báo kia đấy.
ये घटना करीब 1:05 में ऐसे होंगे, यही घटना हुआ है। ये अभी ये नॉर्थ साइड में हमारा बहू के साथ दो बच्चा है, वो तीनों एक साथ होता है, इसमें एक घटना हुआ है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning to all our viewers in this special morning bulletin. My name is Nayan.
Good morning viewers, this is Hina Sharma and you're watching live this morning with us, Nayan and me, and our top focus story today will include the current US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
In fact, also we will be talking about the Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon, and they have intensified even after the possible ceasefire continues. From the ground battles in Beit Jebel to deadly strikes that killed Red Cross paramedic, the conflict is taking a heavy human toll, Hina.
Surely, Nayan, not just the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, but we'll also keep our focus on the Lebanon sharply. But first, let's start with the headlines. Donald Trump extends headline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks.
Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal.
Donald Trump hits out. And Donald Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he's wrong on law and order issues.
ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
New Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting.
Over 60 arrested and 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protest over the salary hike issues in the Noida Sector 62 case and the nearby areas.
And viewers, we are going to start this bulletin with the dramatic escalation that's taking place in the United States as now the country has enforced a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
In fact,
and also turning the crisis into a very dangerous territory, Nayan.
That's right. In fact, Hina, with Donald Trump issuing direct military warnings and Iran threatening retaliation, the world's most critical oil route is now at the center of high-stake global confrontation.
And let's just play out the detailed report that we have on this.
The world's most crucial energy lifeline, the Strait of Hormuz, is now a full-fledged battle zone. After peace talks collapsed, US President Donald Trump announced a full naval blockade targeting Iranian ports. The blockade, enforced by US Central Command, targets all vessels entering or exiting Iran in a bid to force Tehran back to the negotiating table. Trump has also issued a stark warning saying any Iranian warship approaching the blockade will face quick and brutal destruction. The former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary of the US spoke to Republic, where he claimed that a third aircraft carrier has reached the Middle East and talks about America's military expenses.
It does, if you want to look at the military perspective, it requires several aircraft carrier strike groups, and we have 2, about to have 3. It requires about 12 additional vessels, so destroyers and cruisers, plus many of the boarding capabilities. So the ability, if ships just don't pull over and go to port, the U.S. will have to send boarding crews to get on them, take them over, and then take them to port. So it does require a lot of military assets. The military, of course, doesn't promote policy, wouldn't promote using this plan. They only have to be prepared for it so that there's essentially an arrow in the quiver of the commander-in-chief should he or she choose to use it. But the plan has been around for a while.
This blockading comes after a 6-week war that began in February when US and Israel launched strikes on Iran, triggering a wider regional conflict. In response, Iran had already turned the strait into a pressure point, restricting shipping and even demanding transit tolls from select countries. The Strait of Hormuz handles nearly 20% of the world's oil, making any disruption a global economic shock. And the impact is already visible. Global oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel as shipping routes face uncertainty. Iran has hit back hard, warning that if its ports are targeted, no port in the region will be safe. Even US allies are not fully on board, with several European nations distancing themselves from the blockade and calling for diplomacy. As the strait turns into a flashpoint, the world holds its breath. Because what happens in Hormuz will not stay in Hormuz.
That's right. In fact, in the United Kingdom itself has made it clear that it will stay out of the Iran conflict, even as the tensions continue to rise in the Middle East. In fact, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has described the current ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran as fragile, warning that the region remains on the edge. He has also called for urgent diplomatic efforts, including opening the Strait of Hormuz and expanding the ceasefire to include Lebanon.
Absolutely, Nayan. And Keir Starmer not only called for the reopening of Strait of Hormuz, but he in fact criticized the ongoing Israeli strikes which are taking place in Lebanon. And in fact, he has called for an immediate halt in the bombing in Lebanon. Now remember, Nayan, the global energy crisis is piling up and the situation remains volatile in the region, with uncertainty looming. What lies ahead in this war? Let's take a detailed look at the report.
As tensions escalate in West Asia, the United Kingdom has made its position clear. It will stay out of the Iran war, even as the region remains on edge. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called the current ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran fragile, warning that the situation continues to be volatile.
Obviously, the discussion moved very quickly to the ceasefire, a sense that it's fragile, that more work is needed, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be part of the solution, a very strong sense there can't be tolling or restrictions on that navigation.
Starmer also stressed the need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, calling for uninterrupted global shipping and urging that Lebanon be included in any broader ceasefire framework.
Because whilst the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran is undeniably welcome, it is also highly fragile. The region remains on edge, and a lot of work is required to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, to de-escalate the situation, leading to a sustainable ceasefire. In pursuit of that goal, we call for Lebanon to be included urgently in the ceasefire. Diplomacy is the right path, and I welcome the talks taking place this week. Hezbollah must disarm, but I'm equally clear Israel's strikes are wrong. They are having devastating humanitarian consequences and pushing Lebanon into a crisis. The bombing should stop now.
The United Kingdom has also distanced itself from the US decision to impose a naval blockade targeting Iranian shipping, a move that has further heightened tensions in the Gulf.
Mr. Speaker, we also put on record our thanks to Pakistan and other partners for playing such an important role in diplomatic efforts. We hope the process will continue without further escalation. And that applies to the running sore that is the Strait of Hormuz, shamefully exploited by Iran. All of the leaders that I met were crystal clear that freedom of navigation is vital and must be restored. No conditions, no tolls, and no tolerance of Iran holding the world's economy to ransom.
Earlier, US President Donald Trump warned that any Iranian vessels approaching the blockade could be targeted even as diplomatic efforts continue to prevent further escalation. In Parliament, Keir Starmer reiterated that Britain's priority remains its national interest and restoring stability in global energy routes.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the impact of Iran's behaviour in the Strait is causing untold economic damage. It's visible on every petrol forecourt in the country. My guide from the start of this conflict has always been our national interest. That's why we stayed out of the war and why we continue to stay out of the war. And that is why we are working now to restore freedom of navigation in the Middle East, because that is squarely in our national interest. Now, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, this is not a straightforward task. It will take time.
With peace talks failing and the ceasefire deadline approaching, questions now remain over whether diplomacy can hold or if the region is heading towards a fresh escalation.
And Nayan, why don't we keep the bulletin rolling with more international news and not only focus on the war, but also let's focus on what's going on in the elections in Peru.
In fact, the stories that we have specially curated for our viewers, these stories are something that you would not want to miss.
Let's take a look. Hezbollah continues firing rockets into northern Israel while fighting with Israeli ground forces in the strategic southern Lebanese town of Bint Jbeil. The latest round of fighting was sparked by Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel.
In fact, thousands of Peruvians were back at the polls on Monday for a second day of voting after a failure to deliver ballots to voting centers extended this Sunday's election by a day. Electoral authorities granted one-day extension to more than 52,000 voters in Peru's capital, Lima. Peruvians registered to vote in Orlando, Florida, Patterson, New Jersey, and also allowed to vote Monday for similar reasons.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto at the Kremlin on Monday. Putin praised bilateral relations, noting that their strategic dimension is most evident in the economic sphere.
Fighting between Israeli ground forces and Hezbollah militants has intensified in the strategic southern Lebanon town of Bint Jbeil. The Israeli military said its troops have surrounded what they said was Hezbollah infrastructure and have started a ground operation in the town and its surrounding areas, killing over 100 Hezbollah units.
The US military vowed to blockade all Iranian ports starting Monday, part of efforts to force Tehran into agreeing to open the crucial Strait of Hormuz and accepting a peace deal. Iran responded with threats on all ports in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, taking aim at US allied countries.
Hina, did you know that amid the Karnataka's leadership tussle, over 20 Congress MLAs arrived in New Delhi on Sunday to press the High Command for a cabinet reshuffle in the Siddharthamaya government and accommodate new faces?
In fact, Nayan, the MLAs who came to New Delhi this move in fact follows a strategy meeting over dinner in Bengaluru last month, where they deliberated on their demands amid growing calls for the rejig after the upcoming by-elections.
In fact, Hina, currently 2 cabinet berths are vacant due to the resignation of K.N. Ranjana and 8 Nagendra. Republic TV's executive editor Niranjan Narayan Swamy explains the complexity of this situation and how long this is going to go on. Let's listen in to this in-depth analysis.
It's the longest drawn political shadow war that's been ongoing in the state of Karnataka for almost over 3 years now. The fight between the current Chief Minister, who is Siddaramaiah, and the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivakumar, continues, and the manifestation such that every now and then there is a group of legislators, MLAs, who fly to Delhi to lobby with the High Command in the national capital. This time, the Chief Minister, who by the way has lasted more than 2.5 years, which was the promised term, he says. That's what insiders say. 2.5 years is what the Congress High Command had promised, that Siddaramaiah would be the Chief Minister for half the tenure, and then he would hand it over to D.K. Shivakumar. But that hasn't happened. Siddaramaiah, the old horse, has continued to defy even Congress expectations and has lasted as Karnataka's longest serving Chief Minister. And his men, mostly his supporters, have now come to Delhi and they are camping in the national capital asking for a cabinet reshuffle. It's not a normal story. It's not just about 25 or 30 MLAs who've come to Delhi and are lobbying for a cabinet reshuffle. Now, what happens if the cabinet reshuffle happens? What happens if the High Command gives into a cabinet reshuffle? Essentially, that would mold Siddaramaiah's stand as a Chief Minister. If just a cabinet reshuffle happens, the Chief Minister remains, but the cabinet of 34 ministers are reshuffled, and then he can continue to stay the Chief Minister, which is exactly why the Deputy Chief Minister, who's D.K. Shivakumar, is unhappy. He is unhappy because he hasn't got the post of Chief Minister after 2.5 years. And Siddaramaiah continues to play his cards well with the High Command, and he knows that such trips to the national capital will continue to put pressure on the High Command so that he gets to stay on for that much longer. And that is why you will see a very unusual comment coming in from D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Today he said he was unaware that 24 to 30 MLAs had come to Delhi. He said he would seek a report, find out what they were doing here. Can you imagine a situation where you're the Deputy Chief Minister and your own Chief Minister and his men are playing political games? So that is the state of affairs in Karnataka, and it's been a ticking time bomb for the Congress party. They haven't cared much, but it appears that this will continue because the High Command is completely clueless. We were hoping for some sort of change following the last election, but perhaps the feeling is that they will wait for the results on the 4th of May and then decide what course to take. Will they ask Siddaramaiah to continue? It is unlikely that they will let this fester on, because you have elections coming in less than 2 years, and it would be disastrous if they don't act now. And that is why the situation in Karnataka is something that all of us must watch out for. It's one of the last states where the Congress has a presence in India.
And now, viewers, we want to shift our focus to more news now from Karnataka to the state of Maharashtra, in Nasik especially, where story is unfolding and making national headlines, from a self-styled godman operating under the guise of spiritual influence to now being at the center of a massive criminal and financial scandal. Now, we are talking about the Ashok Karat case that has now exploded into a full-scale nationwide crackdown.
In fact, as the probe widens, the spotlight has also shifted to a mysterious and potentially vast fortune. The multiple agencies are now working to trace the flow of money. The Enforcement Directorate has officially stepped in, intensifying the investigation and following what could be linked to an extensive financial trail linked to the accused.
Of course, he has been arrested, but the links of the financial trail are continuing to be searched by ED, and a layered investigation, in fact, could expose a much larger nexus in this. Let's take a look at the detailed report.
He called himself a godman. But today, Ashok Karat stands exposed as the alleged master of a dark and disturbing empire. The story began in Nasik, when a woman filed a complaint accusing Karat of repeated rape under the pretext of spiritual rituals. Police say he drugged, hypnotized and sexually exploited victims while claiming he could control destiny. As the case unfolded, shocking evidence emerged. Investigators recovered dozens of obscene videos, suggesting a pattern of abuse, not an isolated incident. The methods were straight out of deception. Fake rituals, threats of death, black magic fears, even props like plastic snakes used to terrorize victims into submission. But the shock did not end there. Multiple cases followed, including rape, cheating and violations under anti-superstition laws, as the number of complaints kept rising. And then the money trail began to emerge. Investigators found a complex financial network of over 130 bank accounts, crores in transactions linked to credit societies, land grabs, fraudulent deals, even allegations of manipulating people into selling property at throwaway prices. All of this built a massive empire, now suspected to be worth hundreds or even thousands of crores. And that is when the Enforcement Directorate stepped in. ED has now launched multiple raids across Maharashtra, targeting properties, trusts and associates linked to Karat. After a 12-hour raid, the crackdown has escalated. His luxury car is said to be seized, and sources indicate more properties could be attached or sealed. The big question now, was he acting alone, or was there a larger network protecting and funding him?
Enforcement Directorate ED conducted a more than 12+ hour raid at fraudster godman Ashok Karat's various properties today. The ED raid was intended to seize various documents, as it has come to light that fraudster godman Ashok Karat owns more than a property worth of rupees 1500 crores. According to this, a raid was conducted and various documents have been also verified by the ED. Now it is coming to the light, according to the recent development, that his luxurious car might be seized, and along with that various properties including a bungalow and also Ishaneshwar Trust's property can be seized.
From exploitation to extortion, from black magic to black money, the Ashok Karat story is no longer just about a fake godman. It is about a system that allowed him to rise, and the agency is now trying to bring him down.
And And then why don't we dive into the West Bengal elections? We all know that it's a high stakes battle this time around in the assembly elections, and Republic TV has brought out an exclusive and in-depth insight straight from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself. And at this time when political temperatures, Nayan, are definitely rising in the state and across India, in fact, the battle for Bengal is also intensifying. Now, Amit Shah lays out his party's vision, strategy and key promises to the voters of the state.
In fact, exuding strong confidence in Bharatiya Janata Party's securing a decisive victory in the upcoming West Bengal elections to make bold assertions about eliminating what he terms as infiltration in the state. Amit Shah also outlines a roadmap that he claims will transform governance and security in West Bengal. Let's listen in to what the Union Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah has to say.
बंगाल और देश के लिए घुसपैठ को कितना बड़ा मुद्दा आप मान रहे हैं?
देखिए, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है, मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 5 मई को यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हम न केवल बंगाल, देश भर में घुसपैठ को रोकने में सफल होंगे। त्रिपुरा में भाजपा सरकार है, असम में भाजपा सरकार है और बंगाल में भाजपा सरकार आने के साथ ही हम घुसपैठ को पूर्णतः रोक पाएंगे।
एसआईआर को लेकर हम देख रहे हैं कि जो नाम कटे हैं, तो उसमें मैंने आपका भाषण सुना, आप कह रहे हैं कि एसआईआर की जो प्रक्रिया है उससे घुसपैठिए भी कम हो रहे हैं।
स्वाभाविक रूप से कम हो रहे हैं, इसीलिए ममता दीदी का बीपी बढ़ रहा है।
सर, हमने देखा उत्तराखंड में यूसीसी लागू हो गया, यूसीसी को लेकर आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में यूसीसी लागू कर देंगे।
हाँ, हमारा चुनावी एजेंडा है, घोषणा पत्र है कि हम बंगाल में 6 माह के अंदर यूसीसी लागू करें।
ममता दीदी कह रही हैं कि एसआईआर से वोट काटे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि जो एक तरीके से आप आरोप लगा रही हैं, आप लोग बाहरी हैं। और आज मैंने आपको सुना, आपने कहा कि जो उम्मीदवार होगा, जो चेहरा होगा सीएम फेस, वो बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा।
जी, यहाँ पर का ही लोकल बांग्ला भाषी व्यक्ति बंगाल का नया मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, भाजपा का हो।
बहुमत को लेकर कोई दावा? तो देखिए, आप केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री को देख रहे थे, रोड शो है, दुर्गापुर में चल रहा है, काफी भीड़ यहाँ पर है, लेकिन अपनी जीत को लेकर पूरी तरीके से आश्वस्त हैं। और आश्वस्त होने के साथ साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि बंगाल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा और मुख्यमंत्री जो होगा बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, साथ ही बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा।
And now viewers, me and my colleague Nayan will bring you more national and global news on the other side of the bulletin. But first, time for a short break. Coming up, don't go anywhere. Donald Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
In fact, coming up after a short break is the new Bihar CM to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting. All this after a short break.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created
Donald Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks.
Meanwhile, Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over a ceasefire deal.
Donald Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated posts, says he's wrong on law and order issues.
Meanwhile, Enforcement Directorate conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
New Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meet.
From Bihar, let's take you to Noida, where 60 are arrested and 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protest over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas.
And Nayan, now we are going to start with the focus story, which is the violent protests that went on in the NCR region in Noida especially. We want to shift our focus there because this is a big, major national story unfolding in the Delhi NCR region. And
in fact,
would like to add that what initially started as a protest by the workers demanding their long pending unpaid wages has now escalated dramatically. And in fact, these violent clashes are raising questions and concerns over the law and order situation in the area.
That's right, Hina, absolutely. We are also witnessing what goes on beyond a routine labor dispute. In spite of these incidents of mob vandalism, arson, and even direct attacks on police personnel have come to the forefront. This is now triggering serious questions among authorities. In fact, what was merely a spontaneous unrest which was driven by anger, but it is more deeper, it is more organized, and what are these elements that are behind the violence? Let's get to know in this report.
Yes.
What started as a protest quickly turned violent in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. CCTV footages accessed showed an angry mob forcefully entering an export company in Noida, vandalizing the office premises. The group of workers forcibly opened the gate and entered the office premises and caused significant damages. The employees alleged that they have not been paid their dues for several months, pushing them to the brink and forcing them to take extreme steps. The protesters had taken to peaceful protest first and then went all out in the last few days in multiple cities. Slogans were raised against the management as thousands gathered outside the facility, blocking roads and bringing movement in the area to a standstill. Vehicles had been set ablaze. Police had fired tear gas shells and resorted to a lathi charge. 60 workers had been arrested. More than 200 people were detained and are now being questioned. In the middle of the chaos, scuffles with police also intensified. As some miscreants tried vandalizing vehicles, Noida police's swift action against them brought the situation under control.
मैं अपील करूंगा सभी औद्योगिक इकाइयों में कार्यरत कार्मिकों से और औद्योगिक इकाइयों में कार्यरत श्रमिकों से भी, याद करिए ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आपके साथ कैसे खड़ी होती है, कोरोना कालखंड में आपने देखा होगा। जब कोरोना की परवाह के बगैर हमारी सरकार ने कार्मिकों को सबके लिए अपनी गाड़ियां उपलब्ध करवाई, उनको क्वारंटीन सेंटर में रखवाने की व्यवस्था की, उनके लिए सभी प्रकार की फ्री सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा करके उनको उनके घरों तक पहुंचाने का काम किया।
A police vehicle was also vandalized, overturned and severely damaged by the mob, highlighting the intensity of the unrest.
अन्याय महंगाई बढ़ा के हो रहा है, अन्याय बेरोजगारी बढ़ा करके हो रहा है। पूरी जिम्मेदारी प्रशासन की है, सरकार की है, और सरकार की इसमें कमी ये है कि जब मजदूर अपनी मांग को लेकर के आए तो सरकार ने सुनवाई क्यों नहीं की। कोर्ट से लेकर के या अन्य प्रदेशों में भी मजदूरों का जब वेतन बढ़ गया, मजदूरों को राहत दी इस महंगाई में, तो उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार पीछे क्यों?
Despite these efforts, tensions remained high, with coordinated roadblocks to police vehicles especially targeted, from peaceful strikes to suddenly turning violent. Is this the beginning of a bigger conspiracy? UP government has now formed a high-level panel on the Noida industrial unrest, which will now focus on maintaining law order and industrial stability.
So Hina, now let's talk about what are the top news that are coming in from the National Capital Region and across the country.
Absolutely. Let's get right into the stories that are making top nation headline.
A police team led by the Chakrakal police station CI reached the house of Nitin Raj and recorded statements from his parents as a part of the ongoing investigation. Now, Nitin Raj, a first-year BDS student, was found dead in the college campus in the suspected case of a suicide. Following his death, the police registered a case.
Fire breaks out in an auto garage in Hardoi. Fire tenders are on the spot and efforts are underway to control the fire.
Two shooters of the Bhau gang, Deepak and Atul, arrested after being shot in the leg during an encounter in the Delhi Police Special Cells counter. Intelligence team in Baprola area of the Delhi earlier today. Atul was involved in a Gurugram showcase shooting and Deepak was involved in a murder of a retired Delhi sub-inspector.
A fire broke out at an ice cream parlor operating on Bharadasan district in Arcot, Ranipat district. Fire and rescue services personnel who rushed to the spot upon receiving information battled the blaze for a prolonged period before bringing it under control. And now two employees working inside the parlor sustained severe burn injuries and were rushed by ambulance to the Arcot Government Hospital for the treatment. Now Arcot police have launched a detailed investigation into the cause of the fire.
A massive explosion occurred at the fireworks factory near Sattur in Tamil Nadu's Virdhurnagar district. According to the fire and rescue department officials, the blast took place at an Excel firework factory in Madha Thupati near Sattur.
And Adani Green Energy Limited AGEL has received a CareEdge ESG 1+ rating with a score of 87.3 from Care ESG Ratings Limited, a Securities and Exchange Board of India SEBI registered ESG rating provider. The score places AGEL at the top among all Indian companies assessed by CareEdge ESG. Now the rating reflects AGEL's leadership in integrating sustainability across its operations as a large utility-scale renewable energy developer. And Nayan, we are again shifting our focus to the West Bengal Assembly elections that are gaining a lot of eyeballs across the country. We bring to you an exclusive insight from AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi. This, Nayan, as he fumes over AIMIM being labelled as BJP's B team. And that's not all. He went on to level accusations against West Bengal's Mamata Banerjee government, slamming Mamata for strengthening the BJP RSS in the state. Let's listen into that conversation and the claims.
भैया आज से कितने 27 साल पहले सबसे पहले बीजेपी के एमपी मैंने बनाया था दमदम से जो एमपी था बीजेपी का ममता ने बनाया 99 में अलायंस फिर दोबारा जिताया आप ही ने तो बीजेपी आरएसएस को लाया यहाँ पर आप ही ने तो कहा आरएसएस बहुत अच्छी है आप ही ने तो 2001 में रेलवे मंत्री बने बीजेपी के साथ फिर 2000 छोड़ दिया आपने 2001 में फिर 2003 में आप दोबारा माइंस के मंत्री बने आपको जब याद नहीं आया गुजरात राइट्स बिल्किस बानो ज़किया जाफरी उन जो प्रोग्राम जेनोसाइड हुआ था गुजरात में आपको याद नहीं आया क्या बात कर रहे हैं किसको बोल रहे हैं आपने कभी आईने में अपना चेहरा देख लो आप ही ने तो बीजेपी को मजबूत किया यहाँ पर हम कहाँ थे हम तो पिछले 5-6 साल से मेहनत कर रहे हैं और हमारा एक ही सिंगल पॉइंट हम उस पर काम करते हैं कि मुस्लिम पॉलिटिकल एजेंसी होनी चाहिए
In what comes as a massive setback, the IPL has sanctioned RCB all-rounder Tim David and Mumbai captain Hardik Pandya for breaching the code of conduct during match 20 of the 2026 season.
In fact, the BCCI has revised the IPL 2026 schedule, shifting the April 26 clash between Gujarat Titans and Chennai Super Kings from Ahmedabad to Chennai. While this reverse fixture on 21st May will now be played at Ahmedabad's Narendra Modi Stadium, the changes were made to accommodate municipal corporate elections in Ahmedabad and other parts of Gujarat on April 26.
The ICC announced record prize money for the Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which will feature 12 teams for the first time. Now, the tournament begins on 12th of June in England and Wales, with the trophy tour already underway 60 days ahead. Now, prize money has been increased by 10% from the 2024 edition, rising from $7.95 million, in fact, to $8.76 million, which is approximately 81.83 crore rupees.
Abhishek Sharma's inconsistent run in the IPL 26 continued as he was dismissed for a golden duck against the Rajasthan Royals on April 13th at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium. Caught at deep third off by Jofra Archer on the very first ball, SRH batter is set to an unwanted record. This was his 7th duck in T20 this year, the most by any Indian in a single calendar year, surpassing the previous mark of 6 held jointly by Rohit Sharma and Sanju Samson.
Mumbai Indians batter Rohit Sharma will undergo scans to assess the extent of his hamstring injury sustained during the IPL 2026 clash against RCB at Wankhede Stadium. Now, he walked off in the 6th over of Mumbai Indians' 241-run chase. His availability for the next match against Punjab Kings on 16th of April will depend on the scan results.
In fact, the BCCI's Anti-Corruption and Security Unit has directed Rajasthan Royals manager Romy Bhinder to explain within the next 24 hours why he was using a mobile phone in the dugout during an IPL match against Royal Challengers Bengaluru in Guwahati. Bhinder was spotted scrolling his phone with younger Vaibhav Suryavanshi beside him. According to the PMOA protocols, the team managers are permitted to use mobile phones but not inside the dugout, making this a clear breach.
Indian Army boxers made the nation proud at the Asian Boxing Championships in Mongolia, clinching 8 medals, including 3 gold. In the men's events, Vishwanath Suresh, Sachin Sivach, Akash, Lokesh and Narendra Barwal were among the medal winners. On the women's side, Preeti Pawar, Jasmine Lamboria and Arundhati Chaudhary also finished on the podium.
More from the Assam Cricket Association that has announced rupees 25 lakh rupees cash reward for the ground staff and curators at Guwahati Baraspara Cricket Stadium. The gesture recognizes their efforts in maintaining the pitch and outfield despite persistent rain during the matches.
Taking a short break, don't go anywhere. Coming up, Donald Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks.
In fact, coming up right after a short break, Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over a ceasefire deal.
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है जल्द से।
And Nayan, we are going to start this bulletin with news from the state of Bihar. So let's begin with our top political story focus in Bihar, where Bihar is all set for a decisive political shift as the NDA prepares to announce the state's next chief minister today. The development, Nayan, comes amid strong indications that Chief Minister Nitish Kumar will resign on the very same day after chairing the final cabinet meeting.
In fact, a packed schedule for BJP, JDU and NDA legislature party meeting will be determining the new leader before a formal announcement. The swearing-in ceremony is scheduled for April 15th at 11 a.m. with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to attend. The underlying the significance of this transition. Here's more in this report.
Let's take a look.
Bihar is headed for a major political transition. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to step down from the top post today. The BJP to convene legislative party meeting in Patna to choose its first chief minister in Bihar. The JDU will also hold a crucial meeting at Nitish Kumar's residence. Party MLAs will discuss the strategy for forming a new government.
नीतीश जी के जाने के बाद इस पार्टी का भविष्य आपको क्या नजर आता है? जेडीयू का?
जेडीयू का भविष्य नीतीश कुमार जी से ही है और नीतीश कुमार जी ने आश्वस्त किया है कि मैं रहूं या नहीं रहूं, मैं जहां भी रहूं लेकिन यहाँ की पूरी राजनीति को, सरकार को अपने नज़र से ओझल नहीं होने दूंगा। कुछ भी होगा वो मेरे नज़र से ही होगा, चाहे कार्यक्रम होगा, योजना होगा, कार्यकर्ताओं के भविष्य होगा, सब चीज़ों के लिए उन्होंने आश्वस्त किया और हम कार्यकर्ता, नेता, विधायक सब लोग उनके वाणी पर विश्वास करके चलते हैं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहा है पहली बार। सब कोई सम्राट चौधरी के बारे में ही कह रहे हैं। सम्राट चौधरी के साथ आपने काम किया है, क्या आपको लगता है कि सम्राट चौधरी अगले मुख्यमंत्री होने जा रहे हैं?
ये तो शीर्षक नेता बताएंगे, लेकिन जहाँ तक सम्राट चौधरी के व्यक्तिगत बात बता रहे हैं तो सम्राट चौधरी जी के साथ, उनके पिताजी शकुनी चौधरी के साथ, दोनों के साथ हमने काम किया है। वो भी एक बहुत ही सभ्य और चीज़ों को अभी उप मुख्यमंत्री होकर के जो उन्होंने काम किया, वो भी नीतीश जी के सहयोगी के रूप में उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, इसमें कहीं दो राय नहीं है।
Leaders from NDA parties have intensified consultations ahead of the announcement. Meetings were held at the residence of Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary. The BJP has not confirmed a name yet. However, Samrat Chaudhary is seen as a key contender for the post.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में भाजपा के विधानमंडल दल के नेता के चयन हेतु विधानमंडल दल की बैठक बुलाई गई है, जिसमें हमारे केंद्रीय पर्यवेक्षक के रूप में केंद्रीय मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता आदरणीय शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी रहेंगे और एनडीए की राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन की बैठक बिहार विधानसभा के सेंट्रल हॉल में 4 बजे बुलाई गई है, जिसमें विधानमंडल दल के एनडीए के विधानमंडल दल के नेता का चयन होगा।
The swearing-in ceremony is scheduled for April 15, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to attend. While the date and time of swearing-in have been finalized, suspense continues over the names of the new Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister.
Let's take a look at the top business headlines. The rupee slumped by 56 paise to settle at 93.39 against the US dollar after a failed US-Iran peace talk fueled uncertainties in West Asia, leading to a surge in crude oil prices and a global chase for the greenback. Now, according to Forex analyst, uncertainties over the opening of the Strait of Hormuz following the US announcement to blockade Iranian ports further intensified withdrawal for foreign capital from domestic equities, weakening the Indian currency.
Also, the retail inflation inched up marginally to 3.4% in March as compared to 3.21% in the preceding month. Now, this is mainly due to the upstick in certain food items amid the ongoing West Asia crisis, according to the government data released on Monday. Now, the food inflation is based on the Consumer Price Index, which was estimated at 3.87% in March as against to 3.47% in the month of February.
And more news. Ujjivan Small Finance Bank said that the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has returned its application for conversion into a universal bank. In fact, the finance bank said that the lender needs to further diversify its loan book beyond the progress made so far. Now, the central bank has advised the bank to consider reapplying after demonstrating a more diversified loan portfolio.
India's state-run Hindustan Petroleum Corporation has issued a rare tender seeking a liquefied petroleum gas tanker to immediately load propane and butane from Russia's Ust-Luga port. The vessel, to be loaded with 12,000 metric tons of butane and 8,000 tons of propane for discharge on India's west coast, must not be under sanctions and must have no links to Iran.
And US stocks staged a comeback to close near session highs on growing hopes of an Iranian peace deal, even after Donald Trump, US President, threatened to destroy ships impeding a US naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rallied 0.6% as oil prices eased. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 gained nearly 1% after trimming earlier losses. Now, the tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite rallied 1.2% as software stocks jumped by the most in one day in nearly a year.
Coming up after a short break is Trump hitting out at the Pope again. After deleting AI-generated post, he says that he's wrong on law and order issues.
And on the other side, we have ED conducting raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he's wrong on law and order issues. And ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jongtam Amrita, and in fact, today we have a very informative bulletin lined up for you today, Shivam, from Hormuz to the Assembly State elections.
Definitely, Amrita, action-packed bulletin, and we'll show you all the latest updates, top national breakings and international breaking developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks.
Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal.
Donald Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
And new Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting.
Over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protests over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas. Now, viewers, speaking of the Middle East war, we know that the United Kingdom has made it clear that it will stay out of the Iran conflict even as tensions continue to rise in the Middle East. Now, Shivam, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, in fact, has stated that the current ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran as fragile, warning that the region remains on edge. He has also called for urgent diplomatic efforts, including reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and expanding the ceasefire to include Lebanon as well, Shivam.
Definitely. Now, that's right, Amrita. Now, in fact, at the same time, Starmer has also criticized the ongoing Israeli strikes in Lebanon, calling for an immediate halt to the bombing. With global energy routes under pressure and peace talks failing, the situation remains pretty volatile with uncertainty over what lies ahead. Watch this report for more information.
As tensions escalate in West Asia, the United Kingdom has made its position clear. It will stay out of the Iran war, even as the region remains on edge. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called the current ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran fragile, warning that the situation continues to be volatile.
Obviously, the discussion moved very quickly to the ceasefire, a sense that it's fragile, that more work is needed, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be part of the solution, a very strong sense that there can't be tolling or restrictions on that navigation.
Starmer also stressed the need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, calling for uninterrupted global shipping and urging that Lebanon be included in any broader ceasefire framework?
Because whilst the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran is undeniably welcome, it is also highly fragile. The region remains on edge, and a lot of work is required to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, to de-escalate the situation, leading to a sustainable ceasefire. In pursuit of that goal, we call for Lebanon to be included urgently in the ceasefire. Diplomacy is the right path, and I welcome the talks taking place this week. Hezbollah must disarm, but I'm equally clear Israel's strikes are wrong. They are having devastating humanitarian consequences and pushing Lebanon into a crisis. The bombing should stop now.
The United Kingdom has also distanced itself from the US decision to impose a naval blockade targeting Iranian shipping, a move that has further heightened tensions in the Gulf.
Mr. Speaker, we also put on record our thanks to Pakistan and other partners for playing such an important role in diplomatic efforts. We hope the process will continue without further escalation. And that applies to the running sore that is the Strait of Hormuz, shamefully exploited by Iran. All of the leaders that I met were crystal clear that freedom of navigation is vital and must be restored. No conditions, no tolls, and no tolerance of Iran holding the world's economy to ransom.
Earlier, US President Donald Trump warned that any Iranian vessels approaching the blockade could be targeted even as diplomatic efforts continue to prevent further escalation. In Parliament, Keir Starmer reiterated that Britain's priority remains its national interest and restoring stability in global energy routes.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the impact of Iran's behaviour in the Strait is causing untold economic damage. It's visible on every petrol forecourt in the country. My guide from the start of this conflict has always been our national interest. That's why we stayed out of the war and why we continue to stay out of the war. And that is why we are working now to restore freedom of navigation in the Middle East, because that is squarely in our national interest. Now, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, this is not a straightforward task. It will take time.
With peace talks failing and the ceasefire deadline approaching, questions now remain over whether diplomacy can hold or if the region is heading towards a fresh escalation.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you another major story. Now, a global row ensues. Now, this as Pope Leo XIV, a Roman Catholic who was born in the United States, was criticized by President Donald Trump on Sunday for opposing the American war in Iran. Now, Chicago native Leo, the first American-born Pope, has denounced Trump's war attempt with Iran. Additionally, the Pope declared that Trump's recent warning to destroy an entire civilization in Iran was truly unacceptable. Now, Trump's domestic immigration policy has occasionally drawn harsh criticism from Leo and other Catholic leaders, Amrita.
Yes, in fact, Shivam, and Pope Leo is the only American-born Pope in history. And he also emphasized that his broad call for peace and critique of the delusion of omnipotence, as he said, that is driving the wars in Iran and other parts of the globe and are not directed at Trump or anybody else. Let's take a look into this full report.
Pope Leo has responded to President Trump's broadside criticism against him overnight. He says he doesn't want to enter into a debate, but he will not shy away from announcing the gospel, especially the gospel passage, "Blessed are the peacemakers." He said anyone who doesn't understand that his insistent calls for peace and reconciliation is rooted in the gospel. He said he was sorry for the words of President Donald Trump, but he would not shy away from announcing the gospel, and that he was not afraid of the Trump administration.
a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states, to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
All right, that was Donald Trump's statements about the Pope Leo XIV and the recent tryst with the Vatican, in fact, Shivam. Now, let us move on to another story.
Yeah. In another international development, Hungary witnessed a dramatic political shift as Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been voted out after 16 years in power. In a stunning electoral upset, opposition leader, that is Peter Magyar, and his TISZA party have secured a supermajority, paving the way for sweeping political and constitutional changes, Amrita.
Yes, in fact, and celebrations have erupted across Budapest, with supporters calling it a long-awaited turning point for the country. Magyar has in fact described the victory as a beginning of a new era, promising not just a change in government, but a complete transformation of the Hungary's political system.
Definitely, and that's not all. The result is also being closely watched across Europe. Magyar has signalled a reset in ties with the European Union, reaffirming Hungary's place within the bloc. After years of tension under Orban's leadership, Magyar has pledged constructive engagement with Europe at a time of ongoing regional conflict and economic strain. Watch this report for more information.
After 16 years in power, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has suffered a crushing election defeat. Opposition leader Peter Magyar and his TISZA party are set to take power after securing a supermajority in Sunday's vote, enough to roll back many of Orban's constitutional reforms.
A TISZA és Magyarország megnyerte ezt a választást.
Supporters of the Peter Magyar's TISZA party took to the streets of Budapest to celebrate the win, the movement that took 16 years to come.
Fantasztikus, tehát, hogy ezt az érzést, hogy gyakorlatilag megszabadultunk egy maffia államtól, ez így elmondhatatlan.
After the election win, Hungarian election winner Peter Magyar promised a beginning of a new era.
Mindent el fogunk követni, hogy ez valóban egy új korszak legyen, hiszen a magyar emberek nem egy egyszerű kormányváltásra szavaztak, hanem egy teljes rendszerváltásra.
From the jubilant crowds along the Danube River in Budapest to executive offices in Brussels, praise abounded for Hungary's next leader, Peter Magyar.
Look around. All the people in here are very happy. We never felt this in 16 years after 2010. So actually there was a big relief for the whole country and like a redemption. So actually this country was asking for help for many, many years.
Talking about Orban's anti-EU stance, Magyar said that Hungary will reaffirm its place in Europe and the European Union.
Bármit is gondolt vagy tervezett ez a jelenlegi leköszönő, korrupt, aljas és embertelen hatalom, bárhogyan is kísérelték volna meg kivezetni hazánkat az Európai Unióból, a magyar emberek tegnap napra pontosan 23 évvel az uniós csatlakozásunkról szóló referendum után megerősítették Magyarország helyét Európában és az Európai Unióban.
From Madrid to Helsinki, many hope that Magyar's help will win unshackle the 27-nation European Union as it faces hybrid warfare attacks from Moscow.
Magyarország ott lesz, konstruktív partner lesz, hiszen Európa bajban van nagyon sok tekintetben, hiszen egy háború még mindig itt van mellettünk több mint 4 éve. Nagyon nehéz gazdasági és egyéb helyzetben van Európa. Lépést vesztett, és akkor finoman fogalmaztam, óriási versenyképességi, társadalmi problémái vannak Európának. Mi itt vagyunk és próbálunk segíteni.
EU leaders had been increasingly frustrated with Orban over his takeover of democratic institutions and vetoing of strategic action like a 90 billion euro loan for Ukraine.
Én azt tudom elmondani, mi az elejétől azt mondjuk, hogy nem támogatjuk Ukrajna gyorsított uniós csatlakozását. Egyrészt egy háborúban álló országról van szó, teljes képtelenség, hogy egy háborúban álló országot fölvegyen az Európai Unió, nem is lehet a valódi tárgyalásokat lefolytatni, a rengeteg csatlakozási fejezetet áttárgyalni, úgyhogy ennek szerintem most nincs is relevanciája, de látom, hogy vannak erre utaló mozgások. Azt látom, akikkel én egyeztettem, hogy egyébként a tagállamok jelentős többsége ezt nem tartja egy lehetséges forgatókönyvnek, és ugyanazt vallja, mint én, hogy minden tagjelöltnek ugyanazon az eljáráson, ugyanazon a folyamaton kell végigmennie, végigtárgyalni az összes fejezetet, és ezt is elmondtuk, hogy ha végig is tárgyalja Ukrajna, akkor Magyarországon népszavazás lesz erről, hogy Ukrajnát fölvegye az Unió, de szerintem ez nem a közeljövőben lesz, és nem az eljövendő 10 évben.
Hungarian voters on Sunday ousted long-serving Prime Minister Viktor Orban after 16 years in power, rejecting the authoritarian policies and global far-right movement. It was a stunning blow for Orban, a close ally of both Trump and Putin, who quickly conceded defeat after what he called a painful election result.
Bár még nem teljes, de érthető és világos, a választási eredmény számunkra fájdalmas, de egyértelmű. A kormányzás felelősségét és lehetőségét nem nekünk adták. A győztes pártnak gratuláltam. Nektek, önöknek köszönöm a rengeteg munkát. Soha ennyien és soha ennyit nem dolgoztunk egyetlen választási kampányban sem.
Magyar has promised to revive Hungary's economy, which has been stagnant since early 2022. With Magyar being critical of Ukraine's push to join the EU imminently, the newly elected Prime Minister has also pledged to improve relations with the European Union.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the marine traffic at the Strait of Hormuz. Now we will bring you live visuals. You can see that the ships are stuck at both sides of the Strait of Hormuz after a naval economic blockade has been put in place. And now my colleague Shivam will take you through to the marine traffic that's displayed on the wall. We are going to see the live tracks that has been tracking. We have been tracking, in fact, all of the ships and the tankers. Shivam.
Yeah, let me explain to our viewers, Amrita. We have this on the big wall, and this is the Hormuz deadlock we were talking about. Now, this is exactly the place where we want to show our viewers. This is the live traffic, ladies and gentlemen. This is live traffic of the vessels, of the cargo vessels, and also the tankers. The green ones are the cargo vessels in this case, and the red ones are the tankers, the oil tankers to be very specific. Now, this is the entire Middle East, which you can see. I'll just walk across this. This is Abu Dhabi. You can see Dubai and Sharjah and all the important ports. And just imagine this is the traffic that is stuck in this part of the Middle East, all the green cargo ships and the oil tankers, all of them are stuck here. There is too much of traffic. For live updates, I would like to share that across both the sites, it is estimated that more than 1,600 vessels seem to be stuck, more than that possibly, because it's a jam, it's like a blockade. And when you come closer to Kesham Island and nearby, the Kesham Island is there, this is Hormuz, and you can clearly see there is no traffic here. It's completely, nobody wants to go that side. It's quite risky for everybody. and US has put a blockade now. There is now, we must remember that there is already a blockade that was in place by the IRGC. Nobody is taking the risk of passing through that location. Now, there is traffic which is stuck here. There is traffic which is struck here, the marine traffic, and you can see it's completely, no ship is moving from that location because there is a complete threat in this case. If you go on top, you can clearly see that all the vessels and all the cargo vessels or tankers, specifically when it comes to Iran also, they are stuck near the Hormuz and the Keshim Island, the Bandar Laft. As you can see, the IRGC is very strategically placed to this location. And yesterday also, we saw a day before also, there was interaction between the US Navy and the Iranian Navy, and the US Navy had to turn back. There was a warning by the IRGC, by the Iranian Navy, that if you don't turn back, then we are going to strike. We will do live firing on you. So this is the present condition of the Strait of Hormuz. There is a complete deadlock, Amrita. This is a clear picture. These are live images. We are tracking the updates of the Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, as they are developing. It's a pretty volatile situation, Amrita, there, and it seems to be escalating. And Donald Trump is not backing down. He is not backing down. Iran is also ready for further escalations. They might be trying for de-escalation somewhere, but the statements don't suggest that, Amrita.
And now with US President even issuing another extension of a 2-week, well, it remains to be seen what unfolds.
Yeah. Definitely. Now, let's move on to another top international story. Now, a dramatic escalation in the Iran war. The United States has now enforced a naval blockade, as we showed you, on Iran, pushing the Strait of Hormuz crisis into dangerous territory, Amrita.
Yes, in fact, that's right. And with Donald Trump issuing direct military warnings and Iran threatening retaliation, the world's most critical oil route is now at the center of a high-stakes global confrontation. Let's have a look into this detailed report.
The world's most crucial energy lifeline, the Strait of Hormuz, is now a full-fledged battle zone. After peace talks collapsed, US President Donald Trump announced a full naval blockade targeting Iranian ports. The blockade, enforced by US Central Command, targets all vessels entering or exiting Iran in a bid to force Tehran back to the negotiating table. Trump has also issued a stark warning saying any Iranian warship approaching the blockade will face quick and brutal destruction. The former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary of the US spoke to Republic, where he claimed that a third aircraft carrier has reached the Middle East and talks about America's military expenses.
It does, if you want to look at the military perspective, it requires several aircraft carrier strike groups, and we have 2, about to have 3. It requires about 12 additional vessels, so destroyers and cruisers, plus many of the boarding capabilities. So the ability, if ships just don't pull over and go to port, the U.S. will have to send boarding crews to get on them, take them over, and then take them to port. So it does require a lot of military assets. The military, of course, doesn't promote policy, wouldn't promote using this plan. They only have to be prepared for it so that there's essentially an arrow in the quiver of the commander-in-chief should he or she choose to use it. But the plan has been around for a while.
This blockading comes after a 6-week war that began in February when US and Israel launched strikes on Iran, triggering a wider regional conflict. In response, Iran had already turned the strait into a pressure point, restricting shipping and even demanding transit tolls from select countries. The Strait of Hormuz handles nearly 20% of the world's oil, making any disruption a global economic shock. And the impact is already visible. Global oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel as shipping routes face uncertainty. Iran has hit back hard, warning that if its ports are targeted, no port in the region will be safe. Even US allies are not fully on board, with several European nations distancing themselves from the blockade and calling for diplomacy. As the strait turns into a flashpoint, the world holds its breath. Because what happens in Hormuz will not stay in Hormuz.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at some of the top international stories.
Definitely, Amrita. Top stories that we have specially curated for our viewers, stories that our viewers wouldn't want to miss.
Hezbollah continues firing rockets into northern Israel while fighting with Israeli ground forces in the strategic southern Lebanese town of Bint Jbeil. The latest round of fighting was sparked by Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel.
Thousands of Peruvians were back at the polls on Monday for a second day of voting after failure to deliver ballots to voting centers extended Sunday's election by a day. Electoral authorities granted the one-day extension to more than 52,000 voters in Peru's capital, Lima. Peruvians registered to vote in Orlando, Florida and Piracy, New Jersey were also allowed to vote Monday for similar reasons.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto at the Kremlin on Monday. Putin praised bilateral relations, noting that their strategic dimension is most evident in the economic sphere.
Fighting between Israeli ground forces and Hezbollah militants has intensified in the strategic southern Lebanese town of Bint Jbeil. Now, the Israeli military said its troops have surrounded what they said was Hezbollah infrastructure and have started ground operations in the town and its surrounding areas, killing over 100 Hezbollah units.
The U.S. military vowed to blockade all Iranian ports starting Monday, part of efforts to force Tehran into agreeing to open the crucial Strait of Hormuz and accepting a peace deal. Iran responded with threats on all ports in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, taking aim at U.S. allied countries.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up in the next bulletin. ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik godman Ashok Karat case.
And over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protests over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ
Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks.
Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal.
Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated posts, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik government Ashok Karat case.
New Bihar CM to be announced today at 4 p.m. Top focus after NDA Legislative Party meeting.
Over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protest over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas. All right, viewers, let's begin with one of the top stories of the day. Women voters may hold the numbers in Tamil Nadu, in fact, but when it comes to representation, the gap remains stark. Shivam.
That's a valid point, Amrita here. Completely right, Amrita. Now, as parties roll out women-centric promises ahead of the April 23 polls, the number of women candidates in the fray tells a different story. Here's a detailed report on everything we know so far.
From free schemes to cash support, political parties in Tamil Nadu are aggressively targeting women voters this election season. This time in Tamil Nadu, women candidates are playing a crucial role. They remain a decisive voting bloc in the elections this time. Among major parties, the DMK has fielded 18 women candidates. AIADMK 23, while actor Vijay's TVK has given tickets to 27 women candidates. Standing apart, Naam Tamil Kachi has stuck to its 50% quota, fielding 118 women and even a trans woman candidate. On the ground, women candidates are making their pitch, focusing on issues like safety, welfare and empowerment.
The AIADMK, the NDA-led AIADMK, is focusing on women leading the alliance. Out of the 27 seats of the BJP, at least 7 places have women contestants voting for them and also being the candidates, saying that they have a strong hope in winning it. Whether the Tamil Nadu politics will let women come in or not, it depends on the AIADMK and the DMK's candidates. Meanwhile, the TVK and the NTK are genuinely giving each seats equal number of seats to the women candidates. The Vijay's TVK has held on to 27 seats for women candidates. Meanwhile, the Naam Tamil Kachi Seeman has given equal opportunities. Out of the 234, 118 is being contested by the women candidates, and also one transgender candidate from Villivakkam who also belongs to the Naam Tamil Kachi party.
AIADMK candidate Gokula Indra has raised concerns over women's safety, promising stronger measures if voted to power.
Now, in the present government, we have so many witness and evidence to the police people. They are the protectors. Women police is not safely here. That so many incidents when they gone into the bathroom, somebody is other women, police is taking a camera and doing some mischievous things. When she is giving security to the public meeting where the Kanimali was in Virukambakam meeting, some mischievous persons have pinched his body and so many mischievous happen. There are so many incidents. So after the new government, now the present leader, he will make up everywhere the camera, setting up the camera and also patrolling of the women's safety is assured in the upcoming government.
Across parties, prominent women leaders are stepping into the spotlight, aiming to convert voter outreach into representation. As Tamil Nadu heads to polls, the contrast remains clear. Women are central to campaign promises, but still striving for equal space in the political arena.
All right, let us move on to another story that has shaken Noida. In fact, a workers' protest demanding a salary hike has turned violent on Monday in Noida's Phase 2 industrial area, triggering chaos, arson and heavy police action. Thousands of employees of a private company had been protesting for the past 3 days in the D-block hosiery complex, and the situation has escalated as agitated groups took to the streets, engaging in stone pelting and vandalism as well.
Yeah, definitely, Amrita. Now, workers expose how they were underpaid for months and were demanding their right to get paid. Now, more in this ground report as we again give an insight on what led to violence in Noida workers' salary protest. Watch this report.
इन्होंने आकर के अचानक से आंसू गैस के गोले दागने स्टार्ट कर दिए और इतनी लाठियां बजाई, सर क्या ही बताएं। अभी आप देखिए आप। मैं तो काम कर रही थी, मुझे काम करते मारा इन्होंने। हम लाइन पे काम करते हैं तो हम काम करते शांति से काम करते, पुलिस वाले अंदर घुस के मारा हमने इन्होंने। अब यहाँ पे सर हमारी कंपनी में 14,000 रुपए कुछ सैलरी है, लेकिन हमें मिल कितनी रही 10,500 रुपए। 10,500 28-26 दिन की सैलरी करने के बाद मिल रही है। और ओवर टाइम भी मतलब सर डबल मिल रहा है, लेकिन ओवर टाइम कितना मिल रहा है 89 रुपए घंटे। सर आप बताइए कि 89 रुपए घंटे से क्या हो सकता है।
Thousands of employees of a private company had been protesting for the past 3 days in the D-block hosiery complex in Noida.
These workers were demanding a pay hike, something that should be a basic norm as per the labor law, which is a weekly off, as well as demands of extra pay.
But the situation escalated as agitated groups took to the streets, engaging in stone pelting and vandalism.
This comes a short while after the government of Haryana increased the pay hike by approximately 35%, bringing up the pay scale from rupees 11,200 to now somewhere around 15,200. Now, after this decision was made in Haryana, workers in Noida demanded that if our contemporaries are being paid more salaries for similar kind of work, why are we not being paid?
The workers of the private company reveal what they want and what exactly happened.
नोएडा बिहार श्रमिकों के प्रदर्शन के दौरान हिंसा हुई। हिंसा में पुलिस कर्मियों की गाड़ियों को तोड़ा गया, ना सिर्फ तोड़ा गया बल्कि आग के हवाले भी किया गया। इस वक्त नोएडा के सेक्टर 84 में मेरी मौजूदगी है और तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे, गाड़ियों में यहाँ पे तोड़फोड़ जो है वो साफ तौर पर की गई। ना सिर्फ तोड़फोड़ की गई बल्कि जो पुलिस की गाड़ियां हैं उनको आग के हवाले किया गया और अब पुलिस कर्मी आपको यहाँ पर तैनात नजर आएंगे। लेकिन श्रमिकों का ये पूरा प्रोटेस्ट था और उस प्रोटेस्ट में कैसे हिंसा ये प्रोटेस्ट ने रूप ले लिया।
ऐसा हुआ था, हम लोग शनिवार को शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, फिर हम लोगों को यहाँ शनिवार को हमारी गाड़ियां भी नहीं आने दी थी। सर एक शिफ्ट में जितने बंदे आ पाए थे 2,000 लोग बंदे आ पाए थे, बस 2,000 लोगों ने शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन करा 2 घंटे। उसके बाद फिर कंपनी में काम कराए। फिर हम लोगों ने प्लान बनाया था सब लोगों ने मिलकर के कि हम लोग मंडे को आएंगे, सोमवार को यानी कि आएंगे और प्रदर्शन शांतिपूर्वक करेंगे। सुबह को आए हम लोग शांतिपूर्वक अपना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, तो जब शांतिपूर्वक बैठे हुए थे, जब यहाँ पे भीड़ लगी थी तो हम लोगों ने देखा कि ये लोग जो पुलिस वाले थे ना, ये भी गेट के सामने खड़े थे। तो हम लोग कह रहे थे हमें अंदर जाने दो, हमने अंदर से HR वालों से बात करेंगे जाके हमारा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ है। अंदर नहीं जाने दिया, तो फिर हम लोग जब कह रहे थे जबरदस्ती कर रहे थे हमें जाने दो नहीं जाने दिया। इन्होंने आकर के अचानक से आंसू गैस के गोले दागने स्टार्ट कर दिए और इतनी लाठियां बजाई, सर क्या ही बताएं। कई लड़कियों की तो सर पैर में चोट लगी अच्छे। और सर देखिए अभी देखिए आप। मैं तो काम कर रही थी, मुझे काम करते मारा इन्होंने।
कल भी आप लोगों की कोई बैठक हुई थी?
कल नहीं हुई थी, परसों हुई थी। हाँ,
क्या बोला गया?
शनिवार को बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक। बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक, और सैलरी के ऊपर कोई भी कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहा है।
क्या कुछ बाहर से लोग आए थे?
सर बाहर से कोई नहीं, मजदूर लोग शांतिपूर्वक धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे और उसके बाद जब पुलिस वालों ने लाठीचार्ज करा है तो फिर लोगों ने स्वयं बचाने के स्वयं रक्षा के लिए अपने आप ही पत्थर फेंकना स्टार्ट कर दिया था। और अब यहाँ पे अब ये हो रहा है कि हम लोग जब वहाँ मार्केट में हमें यहाँ से भगा दिया, मार्केट में ले गए, तो मार्केट के जो लोग हैं वो भी हम लोगों को मारने पीटने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
अब शासन का कहना है कि जो आपकी मांगे हैं वो मान ली गई हैं, उसको लेकर अब क्या आप लोगों का प्रदर्शन आगे क्या रहने वाला है?
जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हुई ये कंपनी में कोई लोग नहीं जाएंगे।
अब यहाँ पे सर हमारी कंपनी में 14,000 रुपए कुछ सैलरी है, लेकिन हमें मिल कितनी रही? 10,500 रुपए। 10,500 28-26 दिन की सैलरी करने के बाद मिल रही है, और ओवर टाइम भी मतलब सर डबल मिल रहा है। लेकिन ओवर टाइम कितना मिल रहा है? 89 रुपए घंटे। सर आप बताइए कि 89 रुपए घंटे से क्या हो सकता है? अब हम लोग सर अब सर उसमें भी मतलब खाने कटता है, ISI कटता है, PM कटता है, सारा कुछ कटता है उस डबल में भी। अब हम ये बताओ सर कि 4,000 रुपए का रूम लेते हैं यहाँ पे, 4,000 में फिर सर 4,000 रुपए का खाना खर्चा होता है, और 16 घंटे सर ड्यूटी करते हैं, और खाना भी इतना बेकार मिलता है सर कि अगर हम लोग 26 दिन यहाँ पे खाना खा लेंगे ना तो हमें पक्का 100% बीमार पड़ना ही पड़ना है।
क्या चाह रहे हैं? प्रशासन तो कह रहा है आपकी मांगे हम लोग मान रहे हैं, शांति बनाए रखें।
नहीं, कम प्रशासन मान रहा है पर कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे। कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे, उन्हें एक बार टाइम बता दे कि इतने टाइम पे हम तुम्हारा कर देंगे तो हम शांत बैठेंगे, अपने शांति से काम करेंगे।
कंपनी की तरफ से कोई आया अभी तक आप लोगों के पास?
अभी तक तो सर कोई नहीं आया, इसीलिए इंतजार कर रही कोई आए बात करे खुलेआम आके। या तो सरकार आए बात करने की यहाँ इतने दिन हम लोग को चाहिए कि ये काम हो जाए, तो फिर हम लोग रोक देंगे इसको।
सर एक बात और यहाँ सर कंपनी में जो मतलब कंपनी का ओनर आता है तो HR वाले क्या काम करते हैं? सारे बंदों को भगा देते हैं, सिर्फ कुछ ही लोगों को रखते हैं जो HR में मतलब जो HR के जान पहचान के लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए, जिससे कि हाँ ये उनसे कुछ बोलना दे। सर मैं तो HR मतलब कंपनी के ओनर से ही बोलना चाहता हूँ कि सर यहाँ पे विवेक मित्तल जब आते हैं यहाँ पे, तो मैं तो रहता हूँ कि उनसे बात करें हम, और सर उनसे कहें कि हमारी 14,000 सैलरी है, उसमें 4,500 क्यों दे रहे मेरे को?
तो प्रशासन मांगे तो मान रहा है, लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों का कहना है कि कंपनी उन सब चीजों को ग्राउंड पर नहीं ला रही है, और यही कारण है कि आज जो एक तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट है वो हिंसक हुआ। और अभी भी आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे, बड़ी संख्या में जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं उनकी तैनाती आपको यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। शांति बनाए रखने की अपील की जा रही है, हिंसा उपद्रव ना हो उसको लेकर खासा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। और उसी कड़ी में अब जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो कंपनी प्रशासन की बात माने, इसको लेकर अपनी मांगे रखते नजर आ रहे हैं।
After reports circulated on social media and different mainstream media platforms, a comment was made by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister who ensured that labor laws should be enforced. However, he also instructed the authorities that strict action should be taken on the anti-social elements. The situation is under control. The traffic has resumed. The barricades have been opened. But this is what we are fetching from ground zero, that the protest in Noida phase 2 turned violent when stones were pelted on authorities, a police vehicle was set on fire, disrupting the routine life in the entire Delhi NCR region.
All right, lined up now is a glimpse into some of the top national stories.
Definitely, Amrita. Now, here's taking you through our national wrap of stories for this morning.
A police team led by Chakarakal Police Station CI reached the house of Nitin Raj and recorded statements from his parents as part of the ongoing investigation. Nitin Raj, a first-year BDS student, was found dead on the college campus in a suspected case of suicide. Following his death, the Chakarakal police have registered a case.
Fire breaks out in an auto garage in Hardoi. Fire tenders are on the spot and efforts to control the fire is underway.
Two shooters of the Bhau gang, Deepak and Atul, arrested after being shot in the leg during an encounter with Delhi Police, Special Cells and Counterintelligence team in the Barprola area of Delhi earlier today. Atul was involved in the Gurugram showroom shooting and Deepak was involved in the murder of a retired Delhi Police sub-inspector.
A fire broke out at an ice cream parlor operating on Bharati Daswan Street in Arcot, Ranipet district. Now, fire and rescue services personnel who rushed to the spot upon receiving information battled the blaze for a prolonged period before bringing it under control. Now, two employees working inside the parlor sustained severe burn injuries and were rushed by the ambulance to the Arcot Government Hospital for treatment. The Arcot police have launched an investigation into the cause of the fire.
A massive explosion occurred at a fireworks factory near Sattur in Tamil Nadu's Virudunagar district. According to Fire and Rescue Department officials, the blast took place at an Excel fireworks factory in Madha Tupati near Sattur. All right, now viewers, although Bihar is set for a decisive political shift as the NDA prepares to announce the state's next chief minister today, but suspense continues over the names of the new chief minister and deputy minister. Shivam.
Definitely, and we bring to you Republic TV's senior executive editor, that is Abhishek Kapoor, explaining the complexity of this. Listen in to his in-depth analysis.
Today marks the end of an era in Bihar politics, the era of Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister of the state, a post, a chair he occupied for good 20 years, 10 terms. It's generally said a cat has 9 lives. Nitish Kumar had 10 as the Chief Minister of the state. It's going to be a legacy that would not be easily matched by those who succeed Nitish Kumar. Most likely, Bihar for the first time is going to get a BJP Chief Minister. Nitish Kumar today is going to chair what is being billed as the last cabinet meeting of him as Chief Minister, following which he would resign, and tomorrow Bihar would have oath-taking of a new government under a new leader. Nitish, of course, continues to remain in politics and moves to New Delhi, moves to Parliament as a member of the Rajya Sabha. Now, this is an occasion to recall how Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister brought Bihar out of what was the days, or what were the days of Jungle Raj under Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi and the RJD and the Yadav clan. How Nitish Kumar brought Bihar out of the backwaters of development into good governance days, to a level with the kind of changes that he got branded with the sobriquet of Susashan Babu. The changes that he brought in infrastructure, particularly in the first term, with the building of roads and the tackling of the issue of law and order, the taking down of the Mafia Raj, the manner in which all those changes brought in a perceptible difference to the safety of women in the state, which was otherwise known for its lawlessness, is something which would be seen as Nitish Kumar's legacy. So infrastructure, roads, women's safety, very famous scheme of cycle, providing bicycles for women in those days, school-going girls in those days in the first term. That's going to be one legacy for which, among many, for which Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister of Bihar would be recalled. But as I mentioned, a cat has 9 lives, Nitish Kumar had 10, and the most significant political legacy of Nitish Kumar would be survivalism. The fact that his own caste, and in the very sensitive, caste-sensitive state and politics like Bihar, with his own caste having just about 2 or 3% of votes, for him to be so indispensable that whichever party wanted to be in power had to align themselves with Nitish Kumar, speaks something about the kind of politics that Nitish Kumar perfected, the kind of social engineering he perfected, bringing in the extremely backward classes along with his Kurmis and Koiris to make a coalition without which no one could come to power, be it the Congress RJD alliance or even the BJP, and Nitish Kumar, of course, switching between the two, and hence also earning the sobriquet of Paltu Ram, apart from Susashan Babu. Of late, his health was fraying. That was visibly seen by way of his conduct in public. There were health issues. There were issues of his mental health. Like it happens typically in our politics, kept hush-hush, but then it became too visible on camera because if you are Chief Minister, you are attending public events. So many times, on many occasions, he showed signs of a failing mental health. It was called dementia. It was called just fraying of nerves given the kind of stresses he has gone through. But ultimately, the politics of the state, the leaders collectively between the JDU and the BJP deciding that with this kind of failing mental health, it was time to make a change, make a shift. Despite the fact that the last election, which happened just about 6-7 months back, was on the pitch of 25 se 30, fir se Nitish, and yet this transition is happening where Nitish Kumar is hanging his boots as the chief minister of the state and moving to the center and making way for next crop of leaders. And obviously this transition also helps the BJP firm up its grip over power in Bihar for the first time, getting a chief minister from their party. Remember, for 2 consecutive occasions, they have had more MLAs than the JDU alliance partner with whom they have shared power in the state. But still, Nitish Kumar's stature was so big that it would always be Nitish. Even if otherwise, when the RJD had more MLAs than the JDU, it would be Nitish who would be the chief minister. So in the case of BJP, despite having more MLAs, Nitish would be the chief minister, obviously. Bihar mein bahar hai, Nitish Kumar hai. That's been the slogan for almost 2 decades. The fact that as leader, he pivoted away from Lalu Yadav's caste-based politics, which empowered only Lalu Yadav's community, the Yadav community, and brought in the end of Jungle Raj, brought in good governance, brought in safety of women. Those are going to be the legacies. The fact that he rebelled against the Janta politics of Lalu Yadav and set up a party, Samata Party, along with George Fernandez, and then created a space for himself which became indispensable for anyone or any party which wanted to come to power. And now Nitish Kumar making way after the last cabinet. He would be resigning, putting in his papers, and on 15, that's tomorrow, a new government, most likely with Samrat Chaudhary as chief minister, because BJP also has to balance caste politics with Nitin Nabeen from the state being from the upper castes and upper caste typically supporting the BJP. They would have to also keep in mind the Nitish Kumar vote bank or the backward classes, OBC, EBC vote bank, possibly Samrat Chaudhary, but that's still a suspense. Prime Minister is going to be there in the oath-taking ceremony. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, entire brass of the BJP, Nitish Kumar himself. But then, of course, that's a fading of a star of Bihar politics who heralded a new kind of politics and took Bihar out of the Jungle Raj days, gave it good governance, a glimmer of hope for the people that despite Bihar being the badlands of casteism and casteist politics, people could still have hope and think in terms of the state getting good infrastructure, good governance, safety of women. Bihar now seeing Nitish Kumar bowing out of the state. Of course, still not fading out completely of politics because he'll continue as a member of the Rajya Sabha. That's sort of a graceful exit that's been planned between the JDU and the BJP.
All right, that continues to be a top focus story. We'll get you the latest updates on that. And Namrata, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up.
As Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
And also coming up, Lebanon and Israeli officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. We'll get you all the latest updates on that and a lot more coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created...
All right, viewers, coming up next, Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated post, says he is wrong on law and order issues.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
खनीज घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and the war in West Asia has taken a dramatic shift after the talks in Islamabad failed, and the US president now extending another 2 weeks for Iran to sign a deal to pressure it to open the Strait of Hormuz, even as US has placed a naval economic blockade in the strait, and also extending another 2 weeks for Iran to sign a deal as a pressure tactic. We'll get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. Trump hits out at the Pope again after deleting AI-generated posts, says he is wrong on law and order issues. ED conducts raids at several locations in Pune in connection with the Nasik gunman Ashok Karat case. New Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting. Over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protests over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas. All right, viewers, we have a big story coming in. Now, officials say Enforcement Directorate has arrested a director linked to IPAC in connection with the alleged coal pilferage case. The Directorate of Enforcement in Delhi has arrested Vinesh Chandal, the director of Indian PAC Consulting, the IPAC, under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002 in connection with an ongoing investigation. Vinesh Chandal, viewers, is the founder, director, and a 33% shareholder of Indian PAC, the IPAC Consulting. ED has initiated an investigation on the basis of an FIR that was registered by the Delhi police. Investigation have been conducted so far. That has been conducted so far has also revealed multiple instances of financial irregularities and various modes of money laundering as well by the Indian PAC Consulting Private Limited, as well including a receipt of an unaccounted and accounted funds, receipt of unsecured loans without any business credentials, and even issuance of bogus bills and invoices. Now, viewers, this is a big case of money laundering where Vinesh Chandel has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. An investigation was underway, and he has been found to be making many bogus bills and a lot of unaccounted money as well. Now we are joined by my colleague Shivam from the newsroom to get us all the details. Shivam, this is a big case of money laundering. A very big director. He is also a 33% shareholder in the IPAC, now registered, booked under the PMLA for money laundering. What are the latest?
Yeah, definitely. ED it always investigates under the PMLA, that is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and this case involves that hawala funding and transactions, irregularities in financing. Now that's what we are looking for. That's the latest update here. Abhishek Banerjee has also responded here, and he has called it as intimidation and not attack on the democracy also. But let's come back to the story. It's a very big development because investigation was conducted so far, which has revealed multiple instances of financial irregularities in the functioning of IPAC, and especially the modes of money laundering by the IPAC, which is a consulting firm. Now, we must remember IPAC is also a consulting firm which consults major political parties. That includes Trinamool Congress, that is the party of Mamata Banerjee, now including receipt of accounted and unaccounted funds. So this was one of the highlights. Now, receipt of unsecured loans without any business transactions involved, without any business credentials involved. So there are many red flags to the story, Amrita. And also issuance of bogus bills and invoices in this case is also a big concern. Receipt of funds from third parties and movement of cash through hawala routes. Now this has also been highlighted in this entire investigation. And now involving laundering of money, proceeds of crime to the tune of multiple crores. Multiple crores were involved, up to 50 crores is what's the figure that we are getting. And the arrest of Vinesh Chandal, who is the founder director, he was a shareholder of 33% of the Indian PAC Consulting, that is the IPAC. Now ED had initiated a probe. We must also remember, for a bit of background, let's go back to history, when there were raids which were being conducted against IPAC by the Enforcement Directorate. Mamata Banerjee came to the rescue, and she was alleging that our documents will be taken away by the Enforcement Directorate, and she took away all the documents. Now there is a very big political angle to this. Now Abhishek Banerjee is calling it a threat to democracy and intimidation. Now there's lots of political fights happening because of this entire development, and that's completely involves financial transactions and hawala transactions, which the ED is looking at right now. IPAC, which has worked closely with Trinamool Congress, and that's one of the reasons you're getting political reactions here. During the earlier raid, Mamata Banerjee had herself reached the ED office, had come to the rescue, as she says, of the IPAC and the documents which are very important, vital to the Trinamool Congress as per her. Now, she interfered in the data seizuring which was being done by the ED in this case, the evidence collection which was being done in this case. Now, this is nothing fresh. This is an update on the story of the main director, one of the main co-founder and director being arrested in this
Shivam,
case.
And also, as you mentioned, that this is another political story that's developing. There's another play here. So what does this look like for the West Bengal as the state is going to the polls in just next week?
Yeah, definitely, but we should treat it as separately, because this is Enforcement Directorate in this investigating the entire matter when it comes to financial irregularities in the operations of IPAC. This was flagged a little while ago. Now, Trinamool Congress is saying that it's all politics that is happening right now, and it's part of political vendetta. But in reality, ED cannot investigate any case until unless there are some clues. There has to be some sort of reason, and which has been highlighted that he was 33% owner, and there's a transaction involved to the tune of 50 crores in this case. There are bogus bills, bogus companies registered, and this all adds up to the irregularities which were being done by the IPAC, and that was one of the concerns, and that was there were hints that led to the investigation which was being done by ED. Now, there were bogus bills, fake invoices in this case, unsecured loans without business legitimacy, accounted and unaccounted fund routing that is also involved here, Hawala channels, including international networks. So apart from the politics that is happening, it's majorly the financial irregularities, which is the main highlight of the story, the financial irregularities which were happening, and that has been taken into account. Now, ED suspects that the proceeds of crime were laundered through the IPAC structures. Now, this needs to be investigated. 50 plus crore is so far what has been detected right now. Vinesh Chandel, who is the director of IPAC, connection with an alleged coal proliferage linked case, money laundering case. Now, the arrest was made under the provisions of the PMLA, that is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, on which the ED is supposed to act, is working, and followed by an FIR which was registered by the Delhi police. So the politics definitely on one side is one issue. They will call it political vendetta, but there are many wrongdoings which were in place, and that is the reason why ED is investigating in this case. And there is allegedly Hawala transactions, financial irregularities, bogus bills, and shell companies, and a lot more to that. Amrita, over to you.
Yes, in fact, thank you for all of that details. This is a big bust, an arrest of the IPAC director and with the money laundering case. In fact, he was arrested for many bogus bills for unaccounted money as well. And Enforcement Directorate has been conducting investigation. And now, after conducting the raid, he has been found to be issuing many other bills as well, and has been finally arrested. Now, viewers, let us move on to another story. In Bihar, the state is set for a decisive political shift as the NDA prepares to announce the state's next chief minister today. The development is coming in as a strong indication suggests that the Chief Minister, Nitish Kumar, will resign the same day after chairing his final cabinet meeting today itself. A packed schedule of the BJP, JDU and NDA legislature party meetings will determine the new leader before the formal announcements has been made. The swearing-in ceremony is now scheduled for April 15 and 11 a.m., with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to attend as well, underlining the significance of the transition. Here is the full report. Let's take a look.
Bihar is headed for a major political transition. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to step down from the top post today. The BJP to convene legislative party meeting in Patna to choose its first chief minister in Bihar. The JDU will also hold a crucial meeting at Nitish Kumar's residence. Party MLAs will discuss the strategy for forming a new government.
नीतीश जी के जाने के बाद इस पार्टी का भविष्य आपको क्या नजर आता है? जेडीयू का
भविष्य नीतीश कुमार जी से ही है, और नीतीश कुमार जी ने आश्वस्त किया है कि मैं रहूं या नहीं रहूं, मैं जहां भी रहूं, लेकिन यहां की पूरी राजनीति को, सरकार को अपने नज़र से ओझल नहीं होने दूंगा। कुछ भी होगा वो मेरे नज़र से ही होगा, चाहे कार्यक्रम होगा, योजना होगा, कार्यकर्ताओं के भविष्य होगा, सब चीज़ों के लिए उन्होंने आश्वस्त किया, और हम कार्यकर्ता, नेता, विधायक सब लोग उनके वाणी पर विश्वास करके चलते हैं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहा है पहली बार। सब कोई सम्राट चौधरी के बारे में ही कह रहे हैं। सम्राट चौधरी के साथ आपने काम किया है, क्या आपको लगता है कि सम्राट चौधरी अगले मुख्यमंत्री होने जा रहे हैं?
ये तो शीर्षक नेता बताएंगे, लेकिन जहाँ तक सम्राट चौधरी के व्यक्तिगत बात बता रहे हैं, तो सम्राट चौधरी जी के साथ, उनके पिताजी शकुनी चौधरी के साथ, दोनों के साथ हमने काम किया है। वो भी एक बहुत ही सभ्य और चीज़ों को अभी उप मुख्यमंत्री होकर के जो उन्होंने काम किया, वो भी नीतीश जी के सहयोगी के रूप में उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, इसमें कहीं दो राय नहीं है।
Leaders from NDA parties have intensified consultations ahead of the announcement. Meetings were held at the residence of Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary. The BJP has not confirmed a name yet. However, Samrat Chaudhary is seen as a key contender for the post.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में भाजपा के विधानमंडल दल के नेता के चयन हेतु विधानमंडल दल की बैठक बुलाई गई है, जिसमें हमारे केंद्रीय पर्यवेक्षक के रूप में केंद्रीय मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता आदरणीय शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी रहेंगे और एनडीए की राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन की बैठक बिहार विधानसभा के सेंट्रल हॉल में 4 बजे बुलाई गई है, जिसमें विधानमंडल दल के एनडीए के विधानमंडल दल के नेता का चयन होगा।
The swearing-in ceremony is scheduled for April 15, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to attend. While the date and time of swearing-in have been finalized, suspense continues over the names of the new Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister.
All right, that was a big announcement from Bihar, much awaited, that will be announced today later. And now let's shift our focus to another major story that broke out yesterday. In fact, after a 3-day of protest, now police has swung into action following the unrest in Noida province. The police have now registered 7 FIRs. Cases have also been filed against those spreading rumors. Protests were held at over 80 locations and acts of arson were committed at 4 to 5 places. And this is a big update coming in as police have registered 7 FIRs in connection with the Noida violence and the protests that turned into a large-scale arson, act of arson as well. And also police are investigating even an external hand into this Noida protest that erupted yesterday into a large-scale violence where mob vandalized several public properties, including vehicles of the police as well. You can see there tear gases tear gases even fired at the protesters, and this in fact turned into a very big violence. Over 4 to 5 locations we have seen many vehicles burnt, and in fact this arose as a salary hike protest of workers of many other companies and quickly escalated into a big mob violence and acts of arson committed. These are the visuals of police vehicles being targeted, and there were even slogans raised as well in the clashes that quickly turned into a large-scale violent protest. Now moving ahead, a workers' protest that was demanding a salary hike that turned violent on Monday in Noida's Phase 2 industrial area, triggering chaos, arson and heavy police action. Thousands of employees of a private company had been protesting for the past 3 days in the T Block hosiery complex, and the situation quickly escalated as agitated groups took to the streets, engaging in stone pelting and vandalism. Workers exposed how they were underpaid for months now and were demanding their right to getting paid. Let's take a look into this detailed report.
इन्होंने आकर के अचानक से आंसू गैस के गोले दागने स्टार्ट कर दिए और इतनी लाठियां बजाई, सर क्या ही बताएं। अभी आप देखिए आप मैं तो काम कर रही थी, मुझे काम करते हुए मारा इन्होंने। हम लाइन पे काम करते हैं तो हम काम करते हैं, काम करते हैं, पुलिस वाले तक उसको मारा हमने इन्होंने। अभी यहाँ पे सर हमारी कंपनी में 14,000 रुपए कुछ सैलरी है, लेकिन हमें मिल कितनी रही 10,500 रुपए। 10,500 28-26 दिन की सैलरी करने के बाद मिल रही है, और ओवर टाइम भी मतलब सर डबल मिल रहा है। लेकिन ओवर टाइम कितना मिल रहा है? 89 रुपए घंटे। सर आप बताइए कि 89 रुपए घंटे से क्या हो सकता है?
Thousands of employees of a private company had been protesting for the past 3 days in the D Block hosiery complex in Noida.
These workers were demanding a pay hike, something that should be a basic norm as per the labor law, which is a weekly off, as well as demands of extra pay.
But the situation escalated as agitated groups took to the streets, engaging in stone pelting and vandalism.
This comes a short while after the government of Haryana increased the pay hike by approximately 35%, bringing up the pay scale from rupees 11,200 to now somewhere around 15,200. Now, after this decision was made in Haryana, workers in Noida demanded that if our contemporaries are being paid more salaries for similar kind of work, why are we not being paid?
The workers of the private company reveal what they want and what exactly happened.
नोएडा बिहार श्रमिकों के प्रदर्शन के दौरान हिंसा हुई। हिंसा में पुलिस कर्मियों की गाड़ियों को तोड़ा गया, ना सिर्फ तोड़ा गया बल्कि आग के हवाले भी किया गया। इस वक्त नोएडा के सेक्टर 84 में मेरी मौजूदगी है और तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे, गाड़ियों में यहाँ पे तोड़फोड़ जो है वो साफ तौर पर की गई। ना सिर्फ तोड़फोड़ की गई बल्कि जो पुलिस की गाड़ियां हैं उनको आग के हवाले किया गया और अब पुलिस कर्मी आपको यहाँ पर तैनात नजर आएंगे। लेकिन श्रमिकों का ये पूरा प्रोटेस्ट था और उस प्रोटेस्ट में कैसे हिंसा ये प्रोटेस्ट ने रूप ले लिया।
ऐसा हुआ था, हम लोग शनिवार को शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, फिर हम लोगों को यहाँ शनिवार को हमारी गाड़ियां भी नहीं आने दी थी। सर एक शिफ्ट में जितने बंदे आ पाए थे 2000 लोग बंदे आ पाए थे, बस 2000 लोगों ने शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन करा 2 घंटे। उसके बाद फिर कंपनी में काम कराए। फिर हम लोगों ने प्लान बनाया था सब लोगों ने मिलकर के कि हम लोग मंडे को आएंगे, सोमवार को यानी कि आएंगे और प्रदर्शन शांतिपूर्वक करेंगे। सुबह को आए हम लोग शांतिपूर्वक अपना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। तो जब शांतिपूर्वक बैठे हुए थे, जब यहाँ पे भीड़ लगी थी तो हम लोगों ने देखा कि ये लोग जो पुलिस वाले था ना, ये भी गेट के सामने खड़े थे। तो हम लोग कह रहे थे हमें अंदर जाने दो, हमने अंदर से HR वालों से बात करेंगे कि हमारा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ है। अंदर नहीं जाने दिया। तो फिर हम लोग जब कह रहे थे, जबरदस्ती कर रहे थे हमें जाने दो नहीं जाने दिया। इन्होंने आकर के अचानक से आंसू गैस के गोले दागने स्टार्ट कर दिए और इतनी लाठियां बजाई सर, क्या ही बताएं। कई लड़कियों की तो सर पैर में चोट लगी अच्छी। और सर देखिए अभी देखिए आप मैं तो काम कर रही थी, मुझे काम करते मारा इन्होंने।
कल भी आप लोगों की कोई बैठक हुई थी?
कल नहीं हुई थी, परसों हुई थी। हाँ,
क्या बोला गया?
शनिवार को बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक। बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक। और सैलरी के ऊपर कोई भी कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहा है।
क्या कुछ बाहर से लोग आए थे?
सर बाहर से कोई नहीं आया। मजदूर लोग शांतिपूर्वक धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे और उसके बाद जब पुलिस वालों ने लाठीचार्ज करा है तो फिर लोगों ने स्वयं बचाने के स्वयं रक्षा के लिए अपने आप ही पत्थर फेंकना स्टार्ट कर दिया था। और अब यहाँ पे अब ये हो रहा है कि हम लोग जब वहाँ मार्केट में हमें यहाँ से भगा दिया, मार्केट में ले गए, तो मार्केट के जो लोग हैं वो भी हम लोगों को मारने पीटने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
अब शासन का कहना है कि जो आपकी मांगे हैं वो मान ली गई है, उसको लेकर अब क्या आप लोगों का प्रदर्शन आगे क्या रहने वाला है?
जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हुई ये कंपनी में कोई लोग नहीं जाएंगे।
अब यहाँ पे सर हमारी कंपनी में 14,000 रुपए कुछ सैलरी है, लेकिन हमें मिल कितनी रही? 10,500 रुपए। 10,500 28-26 दिन की सैलरी करने के बाद मिल रही है। और ओवर टाइम भी मतलब सर डबल मिल रहा है। लेकिन ओवर टाइम कितना मिल रहा है? 89 रुपए घंटे। सर आप बताइए कि 89 रुपए घंटे से क्या हो सकता है? अब हम लोग अब सर उसमें भी मतलब खाने कटता है, ISI कटता है, PM कटता है, सारा कुछ कटता है उस डबल में भी। अब हम ये बताओ सर कि 4,000 रुपए का रूम लेते हैं यहाँ पे, 4,000 में फिर सर 4,000 रुपए का खाना खर्चा होता है और 16 घंटे सर ड्यूटी करते हैं और खाना भी इतना बेकार मिलता है सर कि अगर हम लोग 26 दिन यहाँ पे खाना खा लेंगे ना तो हमें पक्का 100% बीमार पड़ना ही पड़ना है।
क्या चाह रहे हैं? प्रशासन तो कह रहा है आपकी मांगे हम लोग मान रहे हैं, शांति बनाए रखें।
नहीं, कम प्रशासन मान रहा है पर कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे।
कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे। उन्हें एक बार टाइम बता दे कि इतने टाइम पे हम तुम्हारा कर देंगे तो हम शांत बैठेंगे, अपने शांति से काम करेंगे।
कंपनी की तरफ से कोई आया अभी तक आप लोगों के पास?
अभी तक तो सर कोई नहीं आया, इसीलिए इंतजार कर रही कोई आए बात करे खुलेआम आके। या तो सरकार आए बात करने की यहाँ इतने दिन हम लोग को चाहिए कि ये काम हो जाए तो फिर हम लोग रोक देंगे इसको।
सर एक बात और यहाँ सर कंपनी में जो मतलब कंपनी का ओनर आता है तो HR वाले क्या काम करते हैं? सारे बंदों को भगा देते हैं, सिर्फ कुछ ही लोगों को रखते हैं जो HR में मतलब जो HR के जान पहचान के लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए, जिससे कि हाँ ये उनसे कुछ बोलना दे। सर मैं तो HR वाले मतलब कंपनी के ओनर से ही बोलना चाहता हूँ कि सर यहाँ पे विवेक मित्तल जब आते हैं यहाँ पे तो मैं तो रहता हूँ उनसे बात करें हम और सर उनसे कहें कि हमारी 14,000 सैलरी है, उसमें 4,000 क्यों दे रहे मेरे को?
तो प्रशासन मांगे तो मान रहा है, लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों का कहना है कि कंपनी उन सब चीजों को ग्राउंड पर नहीं ला रही है और यही कारण है कि आज जो एक तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट है वो हिंसक हुआ। और अभी भी आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे, बड़ी संख्या में जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं उनकी तैनाती आपको यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। शांति बनाए रखने की अपील की जा रही है, हिंसा उपद्रव ना हो उसको लेकर खासा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। और उसी कड़ी में अब जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो कंपनी प्रशासन की बात माने इसको लेकर अपनी मांगे रखते नजर आ रहे हैं।
After reports circulated on social media and different mainstream media platforms, a comment was made by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister who ensured that labor laws should be enforced. However, he also instructed the authorities that strict action should be taken on the anti-social elements. The situation is under control. The traffic has resumed. The barricades have been opened. But this is what we are fetching from ground zero, that a protest in Noida phase 2 turned violent when stones were pelted on authorities, a police vehicle was set on fire, disrupting the routine life in the entire Delhi NCR region.
Well, that's all from me for now, but for the next bulletin, my colleague Hina Sharma will carry on with more stories lined up for you today.
At 9:30 a.m., we'll get you all the latest in the Washington talks that are all set to take place between Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors. We also are getting reports that U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio is also going to attend the crucial talks. Now, the scope of the talks will range from ensuring the security of northern Israel and also the sovereignty of the Lebanese territory. This and all the latest coming soon.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never
Viewers, at 9:30 a.m. we'll get you all the latest in the Washington talks that are all set to take place between Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors. We also are getting reports that US State Secretary Marco Rubio is also going to attend the crucial talks. Now, the scope of the talks will range from ensuring the security of northern Israel and also the sovereignty of the Lebanese territory. This and all the latest coming soon.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, yesterday we saw how images in fact emerged out of Noida, where massive protests took place by the workers asking and demanding for a wage hike. And after that, investigations are revealing more and more gruesome details. We'll get you all the latest in the investigation. But first, let's start with the headlines. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel arrested by Enforcement Directorate in alleged coal pilferage case. Over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with workers' protests over salary hike issues in Noida Sector 62 and nearby areas. New Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting. Donald Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. And Lebanon and Israel officials are all set to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. And viewers, investigations in the Noida violence case is now, in fact, putting out more and more gruesome details. And in the latest, we are also seeing a breaking news coming in where investigation has revealed that WhatsApp groups were in fact formed with the help of QR codes, and many workers were added in that WhatsApp group. Now, these WhatsApp groups were formed with the help of QR codes, mobilized overnight and incited with provocative content. Now, multiple groups with different names surfaced in these chats, some also disguised as labor movements. Now, evidence from arrested accused phones, in fact, also shows inflammatory posts and instructions to intensify protests. So a deep conspiracy is being probed by the investigation agencies. We are giving you the visuals from yesterday when the massive protest and the violence took out, in fact, in Noida amid the demands by the workers over the hike of their wages. And this is a major revelation in this particular case, in Noida violence case, where now probe is, in fact, putting out more details. And an update in this is that WhatsApp groups were formed by these workers, by several people with the help of QR codes, and incendiary remarks were also shared in these posts. Inflammatory posts were in fact shared amongst each other by these members, and instructions were given how these protests can be intensified. Now remember, we already saw how police personnel tried to tackle the situation and massive crowd gathered. And in fact, there was also a probe being conducted by the police, UP police, into investigating whether there was any sort of a link with a foreign handler in this particular case. So this is a major revelation. Now remember, viewers, these WhatsApp groups were formed with the help of QR code, which clearly suggests that there could be a deeper conspiracy in this case. Participants were mobilized deliberately overnight. Posts were shared inciting unrest in Noida, and these posts were shared in the groups. You can see how massive number of people in fact turned out in these protests, which clearly suggests that there was an organized mobilization of these people, in fact, with the help of WhatsApp groups. Those were formed with the help of QR codes. And I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us live to get us more details on this. Shambhavi, we earlier broke the news that how 7 FIRs were registered in the matter. There were FIRs also registered against those who are suspected of spreading rumors, and now more revelations coming to light that in fact WhatsApp groups were formed with the help of QR codes, and now police is probing that angle as well.
Well, definitely, because after this massive labor's unrest, one question arose that where did this all start from? Because this protest was going on for the past 2 days. It did not turn violent, so something incited it, something incited the violence. And now that the new information has come forward saying that WhatsApp groups were formed, people joined those WhatsApp groups using QR codes, and then violent material, intimidating material was shared on the group, inciting violence in people, asking them to make this entire protest, turn this entire protest violent, after which there was massive unrest yesterday. There were buses who were burned, there was arson involved, there were a lot of other kind of violences involved while all this was going on. So this is definitely a new, very crucial piece of information which shows that they all joined this WhatsApp group, and several WhatsApp groups have come forward with different names, and all this information that the police has gathered by the phones of the people that have been arrested in this case. And these people who joined those WhatsApp groups using QR codes, not one, not two, but several such WhatsApp groups where such information was shared, where it was shared that how to turn this entire protest violent. So again, the police has gotten a new way, a new angle to explore and to investigate on the same. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi, and would also like to ask you, what are the antecedents of these arrested people? In fact, I think more than 50 arrests have been taken place so far in this matter. So who are all these people? Are these normal workers or somebody else as well?
Well, they are all the people who were involved in the violence yesterday, but although there was a peaceful protest which was going on for the past 2 days, it did not take a violent turn. But then when yesterday it took a violent turn, there was arson, there was stone pelting and several other things. People were actually scared to take that route to Noida. So those people who were actively involved in all that violence, in all that arson and stone pelting, they've been arrested. 7 FIRs have been lodged. New angles of investigation is being discovered. New angles of investigation is being explored by the police at the moment.
And Shambhavi, we also know that in fact Yogi Adityanath also formed a committee to in fact understand what are the concerns of these workers. So what is the update as far as that meeting is concerned? All right, seems like that we lost the connection there, but thank you so much, Shambhavi, for getting us all these details. So viewers, this is the big news that we are covering this morning, a major revelation in the Noida violence case. And now viewers, shifting our focus to some more news from Nasik, where a major controversy has erupted as a leading IT firm is now under investigation over serious allegations of harassment and forced conversion. Now, what began as a workplace complaint has now escalated into a criminal probe, with multiple FIRs now been registered and several accused under scrutiny. Now, a special investigation team, SIT, has already been formed, which is examining the CCTV footage emerging out of the incident site, the digital records, and the movement of the accused people as well. Now, police say that the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees using personal and financial distress to manipulate the victims in this case. Now, the investigation is ongoing currently, with authorities indicating that more victims could emerge as the probe deepens. Take a look at this detailed report.
Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan has termed the Nasik allegations deeply concerning. He says the company is treating the matter with utmost seriousness and has initiated action against the accused. Reiterating a zero-tolerance policy, he has assured strict action against those found guilty. The statement comes after a major controversy over corporate jihad that has erupted in Nasik. A leading IT firm now finds itself at the center of a serious criminal investigation. What began as a workplace harassment complaints has now escalated into allegations of sexual exploitation and forced religious conversion. The SIT team is now examining CCTV footage, even as all accused employees have been arrested and suspended. Movements of the accused, their bank records, and personal details are also under the scanner. Investigators say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees, identifying those dealing with financial or personal distress. According to sources, victims were first approached casually before being manipulated using sensitive personal information.
The most important development of this very matter is that a police custody of 2 more days has been granted to the operation managers named Ashwini Chenani, who didn't take the cognizance or who didn't listen to the complaints of the female employees who were exploited and who were forcefully converted, and also they were sexually assaulted. The operation manager will be presented before the Nasik court on 15th of April, when the other accused who are arrested in the matter will also be presented before the Nasik court. Now it will be important to see that what more further details will be coming up.
In some cases, promises of marriage and career growth were allegedly used to establish control over victims. So far, multiple FIRs have been registered, including cases of sexual assault and forced conversion. The company's top HR official has also been arrested. During court hearings, it emerged that despite being part of the POSH committee, the HR official allegedly supported the accused instead of acting on complaints. The investigators revealed that multiple emails and phone calls were exchanged between the HR official and other accused. A secret WhatsApp group with limited members is also under the scanner. The group allegedly functioned as a control room where targets were identified and tracked. Sources say photographs of victims were circulated within the group. Investigators believe a hunting list was used to identify vulnerable individuals. The investigation has also revealed that the alleged activities may have been ongoing for several years. As the probe deepens, more details are expected to emerge in what is now a widening investigation.
Now, viewers, getting you some global breaking news where Pakistan is now proposing a second round of talks in Islamabad between both the warring parties, United States and Israel. Now, two Pakistani officials have said that Pakistan has proposed hosting a second round of talks between the United States and Iran in Islamabad in the coming days before the end of the ceasefire. Now, the officials who spoke on condition of anonymity also said that they did not reveal their names because they were not authorized to discuss the matter with the press. They also said that the proposal would depend on whether the parties request a different location. Now, one of the officials also said that despite ending without an agreement, the first round of talks were part of an ongoing diplomatic process rather than a one-off effort. So this is the latest that we have from Pakistan, who is now proposing a second round of talks. Remember, viewers, several requests during the first round of talks were made by Pakistan, which involved a joint patrolling of the Strait of Hormuz. That was declined. Another proposal that was made by Pakistan, which was in fact to extend the talks by 1 day, that was also in fact rejected by both the parties. And now Pakistan is proposing that there should be a second round of talks between the warring parties. And let's see if that proposal is being accepted by the United States and, of course, Iran or not. And these talks are anticipated, if the parties accept, to happen in the coming days before the end of the ceasefire. Now remember, there is already a naval blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz, and you have this proposal by Pakistan. So it remains to be seen whether Islamabad will become the host country again for another round of talks between the warring parties, or whether there will be a change of place that we'll see in the coming days before the ceasefire ends. Now remember, the ceasefire was only for about 14 days, and now it's inching closer. The deadline is inching closer, and all the parties are now again rejigging their strategies. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from the first round of talks. And Pakistan now proposing a second round of talks between the parties in the coming days. And there is no official confirmation of any sort of talks happening further. Remember, Iran has earlier declined to hold any sort of talks with United States, has given back to Trump in his own language. In fact, talked about that there will be no talks happening between the warring parties, and now this proposal. And now, viewers, the Strait of Hormuz has emerged as a central flashpoint in the war in West Asia. Now, it potentially is forcing a resolution between Iran and the United States. Following the failure of diplomatic talks, Donald Trump, US President, has signaled a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, yet Iran remains defiant on it. Saurabh Shukla, our consulting editor at Republic TV, analyzed the logistics of this naval blockade and whether it will lead to further conflict or an ultimate peace. Watch as Saurabh Shukla, consulting editor, decodes the present scenario. Take a look.
Welcome to my view of the world. Well, this morning the big story that I'm going to talk about is how does the Strait of Hormuz becomes in some ways a resolution to the Iran war and brings about a solution between Iran and US and Israel. Well, I'm gathering from my sources, and I've been saying that the Strait of Hormuz will be free. There will be freedom of navigation, and there are talks underway to make sure this blockade by the US is part of a power play or a pressure tactics to make sure that the Iranian leadership agrees to their demand. And clearly, Iran also realizes that they have very few cards left, and that's the reason my sense is that this war would come to an end very soon. It's not going to be a prolonged war because, as I've been saying, that the domestic factors in the US and President Trump's key advisors, behind me is the West Wing, where President is currently there. That's his office, and that's the executive office building that you see behind me. there is an overwhelming view now that the US should find an exit ramp, and the exit ramp can only be on some of the conditions that US has proposed before Iran. And there is a section of the Iranian leadership which is also willing to accept that, and they all want that the Strait of Hormuz should be free, while a lot of other countries are also trying to persuade the Iranians. This entire blockade has been carefully orchestrated to make sure that there is extra pressure put on Iran, and this Strait of Hormuz blockade can actually become, in some ways, I would say, exit ramp that the US and Israel is looking for. Countries which are severely impacted because of the blockade will also try to build more pressure on Iran. Even countries like China, which I've been saying are in some ways have been tacitly underwriting this war by supporting Iran, will have an interest now to put more pressure on Iran to agree to these demands. Stay tuned to our continuing coverage and also the global updates on the issues that matter to you.
And viewers, the US military blockade of Iranian ports has begun after peace talks stalled this weekend, with Donald Trump threatening Iranian ships that approached the naval blockade. So far, at least one oil ship appears to have defied Donald Trump's order and traveled through the Strait of Hormuz, while Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met with Saudi and Qatari foreign ministers to address what Iran described as a risks posed by provocative actions by the United States in barring Iranian ports. Now, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization cautioned today that if regular commerce through the Strait of Hormuz does not resume soon, a worldwide food catastrophe may occur. Listen in to Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's take on this. Take a look.
It's getting stranger and stranger. Till some time back, Donald Trump was saying to Iran, please do not ruin the global economy. Don't try and blackmail the world. Don't use the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point to blackmail the world. Don't block traffic across the Strait of Hormuz. And all he said till last week was, I'm going to fight to try and open up the Strait of Hormuz. And after that, you see, ladies and gentlemen, he lost the war. He became a failure. He lost. He had to agree on a ceasefire on unconditional terms. And after realizing that he's looking like an absolute fool, he has decided to try and do what he was telling the Iranians not to do, which is why some time back he announced that they are going to do the choke on the Strait of Hormuz themselves. And now it is America which has said that it is going to block the Strait of Hormuz. 21 miles, ladies and gentlemen, 21 miles. That's all of it between the Persian Gulf and the open sea, the Strait of Hormuz. That 21-mile strip is the most dangerous, the most consequential, the most expensive and explosive piece of ocean on the face of the earth. And through that goes 20% of the world's oil, 20% of the global LNG, usually passing normally through those 21 miles, and now not one tanker, not one drop of oil is passing through. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump says that the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading all and any ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. This is his declaration, locked and loaded, effective today. Is this escalation or is this a trap? Look around Trump, and there you see him, ladies and gentlemen. A geriatric, lonely figure, invisible, cognitive decline, not in control of his speech, his mind, unable to speak properly, and getting no support from anyone. Today, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said to him, we're not supporting this blockade. Look his words. He did not say, I'm reviewing options, or we're not supporting for now. He said, we're not supporting this blockade. More and more people are coming out and telling Trump to get out. They're showing him his place. That's what Trump needs to be. That's how Trump needs to be dealt with. France's Emmanuel Macron, he confirmed that France and the UK will co-host a conference in the coming days to restore the freedom of navigation. And Macron has called for the peaceful, multinational, strictly defensive mission, separate from the belligerents. You know what that means? That means France will patrol, but without America, not including the country that has announced the blockade. So by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Trump has declared himself as a global bully, a global blackmailer. Basically, this has always been about Trump's fight with China, viewers. From Venezuela to the threat on Greenland to Iran, his eventual goal is global supremacy vis-a-vis China. Because he has not got the oil, he's now trying to say, I won't let China get the oil. Because all that oil from Iran, Iranian oil, is given to China through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is saying, if you're not going to let me have my way, I'm not going to let China have oil. This means that there is a great possibility of a direct America-China battle. Only thing is that the Americans have never imagined a situation where they would go to war with the Chinese. And the Chinese have never fought a war since Vietnam. They have never fought a war. They have an army which they call a defensive army. Will Trump pull them into a more offensive formation? NATO, ladies and gentlemen, Trump calls NATO shameful, but NATO is not supporting his blockade. China has issued its strongest statement yet, saying, and by the way, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson said safeguarding the security, stability and unimpeded package in the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interests of the international community. And when pressed on Trump's tariff threats, Beijing said, our position is very clear, tariff wars have no winners. Trump is therefore very, 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 very lonely. Nobody supports him strategically, diplomatically or personally. The Islamabad talks that J.D. Vance went for have been an abject and absolute failure. There was no deal, no off-ramp. Trump went to Islamabad looking for a face-saving solution, came back insulted. Now the petrol prices, now the economics. This is where it starts getting very brutal. Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, he did something remarkable today. He didn't give a speech, he gave the world a mathematics lesson and he put out a particular formula on his tweet. You can see that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of a complicated formula. I don't know if it's visible there very clearly. What is the message? What he was doing was he was posting current US petrol prices near the White House and told Americans that they will soon be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas. This formula suggests that fuel prices could rise in multiple stages than through a single increase, and that the second wave of fuel prices could be larger than the initial jump. Brent crude is already crossing $100 a barrel. The second spike mathematically would inevitably be higher. So tonight the question is not whether Trump can blockade the Strait of Hormuz. He can. But can he do it alone? He can't. If he bombs again, who stands with him? Nobody. He's lost the air battle. He's lost the land battle. And he had to flee, remember, after their one pilot of the F-15 was caught. Now he is fighting his last battle, the battle of the waterways. Trump is in a trap of his own making. He's riding a tiger he can't dismount. He's in deep trouble. As I always like saying, his goose is cooked.
So viewers, that's it from my side. Joining us next is Shivam Dutt Mehta.
Coming up at 10. ED has arrested IPAC co-founder and director Vinesh Chandel, who is 33% stakeholder in IPAC. Now, there are alleged financial irregularities and hawala transactions involved.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट
1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत
Coming up at 10, ED has arrested IPAC co-founder and director Vinesh Chandel, who is 33% stakeholder in IPAC. Now, there are alleged financial irregularities and hawala transactions involved.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus in this bulletin will definitely be the West Asian conflict, the Hormuz blockade. But there's a very important international breaking development which has happened. Now, ED has arrested IPAC co-founder and director Vinesh Chandel for alleged financial irregularities and hawala transactions because he is 33% owner, stakeholder in IPAC. We'll get you all the latest updates on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. IPAC director Vinesh Chandel arrested by ED in alleged coal pilferage case. Over 60 arrested, 200 detained for questioning in connection with the workers' protests over salary hike issues in Noida's Sector 62 and nearby areas. New Bihar CM to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting. And Donald Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development coming in today. This is about IPAC. Today, as officials say, Enforcement Directorate has arrested a director linked to IPAC in connection with the alleged coal pilferage case. Now, Director of Enforcement, that is ED, Directorate of Enforcement, ED, Delhi, has arrested Vinesh Chandel, Director of Indian PAC Consulting, that is IPAC Consulting, under the provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, that is the PMLA 2002, in connection with an ongoing investigation. Now, Vinesh Chandel is the founder, co-founder, director, and 33% stakeholder of Indian PAC Consulting, that is the IPAC Consulting. Now, ED initiated an investigation on the basis of an FIR registered by the Delhi police. Now, investigations conducted so far has revealed multiple instances of financial irregularities and also various instances, various modes of money laundering. So, Hawala transactions involved by IPAC Consulting firm, IPAC Consulting Private Limited, which includes a receipt of accounted and unaccounted funds, receipt of unsecured loans without any business credentials, issuance of bogus bills and invoices, receipt of funds from third parties, and movement of cash through Hawala channels, including international Hawala. So what's the big story? IPAC director arrested. He was arrested in Delhi. He's 33% shareholder in IPAC. He's the co-founder and director of IPAC. Now, IPAC is a consulting firm which consults, advises Trinamool Congress also. Then it advises Mamata Banerjee. Now, the IPAC director, has been arrested because there was inclusion of receipt of unaccounted and unaccounted funds. Now, financial irregularities to the tune of almost 50 crores. Now, this might rise and go beyond that. It involves movement of cash through Hawala networks, through Hawala channels. Now, this is the reason of the investigation and the action against him. That's why he was arrested. Big breaking development. Enforcement Directorate has arrested a director linked to IPAC in connection with alleged coal pilferage case. All right, we have Shambhavi with us for more details in the story. Shambhavi, what's the latest that you are fetching? It is about the IPAC director being arrested. Shambhavi, over to you.
Huge development in the case where the IPAC director, Vinesh Chandel, as you very rightly pointed out, has been sent to a 10 days ED custody, and acting on which this arose from an FIR which was filed by Delhi police. It was presented before the additional sessions judge, Ms. Tandon, and she's the one who gave this order particularly, which was late in the Monday night, which turned into early Tuesday mornings. He was presented before the court the late Monday night, and this case is being heard under the PMLA Act because it is being said that proceeds of crimes of worth rupees more than 50 crores have been used, and a lot of unaccounted funds and unused loans, movement of money through Hawala.
All right.
The moment, 10 days he will be in the ED custody where he will be.
10 days he will be in the ED custody where he will be investigated, will be questioned on various parts about how there are a lot of unaccounted funds, there are a lot of bogus invoices as well in this entire matter. Back to you.
Definitely. Bogus bills and financial irregularities, Hawala transactions involved. Shambhavi, ED also has argued that Vinesh Kumar Chandel is a frequent international traveler. Shambhavi.
Right, and that is why the decision which has come from the additional sessions judge end of me giving him or handing him over to ED for 10 days also makes sense, because again he runs a risk of escaping as well. So, and we also don't know, with the help of the fact that he's a frequent international traveler, we can also get to know, or the ED would also get to know about whether there were international channels as well which was used to launder this money of more than 50 crores of money, using those loans, using those unaccounted funds, using those invoices and the Hawala channels. So this is again a very crucial piece of information which was presented by the ED before the court.
Vinesh Chandel, director of IPAC, to 10 days of custody of ED.
To 10 days of custody of ED.
So definitely, Shambhavi, ED has flagged that. ED has argued that if there is a very high possibility that he might abscond, so the custodial intervention was necessary in this case, and especially when it involves financial transactions, irregularities, bogus bills and hawala networks, and just to the tune of 50 crore rupees. Shambhavi.
Well, definitely this is something which was going on a large scale, where there was unaccounted money, lots and lots of unaccounted cash, without any proper transactions, without any proper invoices, and also there were a lot of loans that were also channeled through various shell companies and such transactions through hawala channels. So this was used, and this is again one of the many prominent faces who have come up in the PMLA case, which is Prevention of Money Laundering case, and the court has again sent him to 10 days of ED custody. Now ED will be investigating on various angles of the case, be it of the unaccounted cash, be it of the unaccounted funds, the invoices, the transactions that he showed to launder those 50 crores, which the ED is claiming that 50 crores of something, proceeds of crimes of around 50 crores have been mishandled, have been misused here.
Definitely, it will be an ongoing investigation. But what more details are you fetching in this case? Because we must not forget that IPAC was involved in advising political parties, various political parties, and primarily we know how it advises All India Trinamool Congress, that is the TMC. Now, earlier when there was a raid, Mamata Banerjee herself came to the rescue, saying that my documents might be stolen, and she took away the documents along with her, Shambhavi.
Yes, before, even when, if we remember, there was this representation made.
Workers are safe in West Bengal, and also
that their workers are safe in West Bengal, and also the proofs in the case, the material which will prove very fruitful in the case to prove their point, ED's point in the case, was being tampered with. There's a huge risk that even Mamata Banerjee is going to tamper with the evidences there. She has already took some important documents, took some important papers and evidences from the spot. So this was earlier said by ED that the ED and CBI officials are not safe, the evidence is not safe, and this just confirms this entire theory that even the court believes that there is some merit to the case, given that they are sending this IPAC director Vinesh Chandel to 10 days of custody, and which might get extended if the investigation starts to bear fruits.
Yeah, definitely. Shambhavi, stay with us. We have another big breaking news development in this case, in the IPAC case. And this is Republic accesses a remand copy in IPAC arrest case. ED initiated PMLA investigation based on FIR number 65/2026 at Economic Offences Wing, New Delhi, EOW, New Delhi, for criminal conspiracy, cheating, falsification of accounts and handling unaccounted funds by Messrs. India PAC Consulting Private Limited, that is the IPAC Limited. Now, through its directors and others, that is Vinesh Kumar Chandel, was arrested yesterday on 13/4/2026 at around 7:45 p.m. and produced before court within 24 hours. Now, the court noted compliance with section 19(1) and 19(2) of PMLA 2002. Grounds of arrest signed, family informed, medical examination done, and arrest order sent to adjudicating authority. Now, ED alleges IPAC, through directors including Chandel, laundered proceeds of crime by splitting receipts between banking channels and cash, raising bogus invoices and routing 13.5 crore rupees as sham unsecured loans from Messrs. Ramasetu Infrastructure Private Limited during financial year 2019-2020 and 2021-2021. As founding director and key decision maker, Chandel allegedly exercised control over financial affairs, made false statements under US 50 PMLA, and managed deletion of emails and sensitive financial data after search on 2/4/2026. That is on the 2nd of this month to obstruct investigation. Shambhavi, there is a lot more to the story. There are many updates. Now, we have also accessed the remand copy in the entire case. What more details, Shambhavi?
Well, with the help of remand copy, we know that the charges that he's been filed under, apart from PMLA, is of cheating, criminal conspiracy, falsification of the unaccounted funds, which we've been reiterating again and again, that there is a lot of unaccounted funds. There's a lot of such sham invoices that were involved in this case. So from the remand copy, we know that cheating, criminal conspiracy and falsification of unaccounted funds is what, apart from the PMLA, which is being investigated by the ED at the moment, but the court even agreed to and sent him in the custody. Apart from that, around more than 13 crores was used as an unaccounted loan through some Hawala channels. That was movement. So a lot of movement of money without any records, without any legal transactions, without any proper noting of the information in this entire case. Apart from that 50 crores, what part of the money is 13 crore, a part of those 50 crores that they're saying the proceeds of crime, or is it 13 crores over the 50 crores? So a lot of information still will be investigated by ED now that the ED has custody of Vinesh Chandel. New piece of information expected to come up every moment.
Yeah, and he was the founding director and somebody who could definitely impact or the ongoing investigations also, and the investigations which are being done by the ED. How long do you think this is going to continue in this case, and what more details that you are fetching right now in the story? Because there's another political angle to this. The TMC leaders are calling it as a political vendetta. However, there is clear establishment of money being laundered and the bogus bills involved, financial irregularities involved, Shambhavi?
See, this is definitely going to take a long time. This 10 days is just the start in this investigation, because there are serious claims which are made by both the parties here. And ED, especially if we see the remand copy, ED has said that there is a lot of 13.5 crores been shown as fake unaccounted loan. Apart from that, there are charges of deletion of emails and financial records. So there is not just fake entries of transactions of money, but there's also deletion of emails and financial records, which adds to the gravity of the case. This is definitely going to last long, and given that the parties are arguing that this is a political vendetta, the court has now agreed to some parts of what the ED has been saying, and which shows that clearly the law is leaning towards the ED's arguments.
Yeah, definitely this is going to be a long investigation in this case. Are other people also in radar after the director has been arrested in this case? Are more people involved? Because he couldn't do it all alone. There must be other people also involved. Or is it too early to say because the investigations are ongoing right now?
See, definitely, if you look at this scale at which this entire sham, this money laundering was being operated on, it is quite impractical and impossible for one man to be doing the entire thing. There were definitely more people involved, and more people will be apprehended in the case as and when this investigation continues, as and when Vinesh Chandel is being questioned by ED, given that today would the first day officially of the 10 days of the custody that Vinesh Chandel, new people, new names are expected to be coming up. Be it of his complete board or his more trusted people, the other people who would be involved in this entire Hawala transactions and the movement of money through these channels, through these fake channels, the deletion of emails, the deletion of those transactions, those financial records. This must definitely, so new names are expected to come up as and when the investigation continues. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. Chandel was involved in making fake statements also. That is one of the case here. He was making wrong statements, and he was also involved in deleting of sensitive data, sensitive emails after the search that was happening. He was part of, he was trying to obstruct the investigation that was ongoing. So this seems to be part of a very big plot, something very big in which he was involved in this case, and he could seriously affect, and hence the arrest took place.
Well, definitely, this is not just one thing we are talking about. This is not just a money laundering case. This is not just a simple money laundering case. This is also obstruction of justice, as you very rightly pointed out, because deletion of important material, which would have been very crucial piece of evidences for the authorities, for the ED in this matter, that was deleted. So there were not only attempts to actually use the Hawala channels to regulate money and to make fake transactions, make fake invoices to show those input of those money, but there was also attempt to delete those important transactions that were made. There were attempt to delete emails with important piece of information. So that is why we know that apart from PMLA, he's also been charged under cheating, criminal conspiracy, falsification of unaccounted funds. There are serious crimes. These are serious claims which is being made by ED in this case, and that is why even the court saw some merit to the arguments that the ED was making and has sent Vinesh Chandel, director of IPAC, to 10 days of custody in ED. There are other people, other members of the board, other people of the company are also under the scanner. This is not a one man's doing. This is definitely done by a close group of people who knew what they were doing, and new piece of information, new names, new accounts, new such transactions, illegal transactions are expected to come up as and when this proceeding continues, this investigation of ED continues. Back to you, Studio.
All right, Shambhavi, thanks for the latest details. Keep tracking the story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold, more developments happen in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. A major controversy has erupted in Nashik, where a leading IT firm is under investigation over serious allegations of harassment and forced conversion. Now, what began as workplace complaints has now escalated into a criminal probe, with multiple FIRs registered and several accused under scrutiny. As we speak now, a special investigation team, the SNSIT, has been formed, which is examining CCTV footage, digital records, and the movement of the accused. Now, police say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees using personal and financial distress to manipulate victims. Now, the investigation is ongoing, with authorities indicating that more victims could emerge as the probe deepens. Watch this report.
Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan has termed the Nasik allegations deeply concerning. He says the company is treating the matter with utmost seriousness and has initiated action against the accused. Reiterating a zero-tolerance policy, he has assured strict action against those found guilty. The statement comes after a major controversy over corporate jihad that has erupted in Nasik. A leading IT firm now finds itself at the center of a serious criminal investigation. What began as a workplace harassment complaints has now escalated into allegations of sexual exploitation and forced religious conversion. The SIT team is now examining CCTV footage, even as all accused employees have been arrested and suspended. Movements of the accused, their bank records, and personal details are also under the scanner. Investigators say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees, identifying those dealing with financial or personal distress. According to sources, victims were first approached casually before being manipulated using sensitive personal information.
The most important development of this very matter is that a police custody of 2 more days has been granted to the operation managers named Ashwini Chenani, who didn't take the cognizance or who didn't listen to the complaints of the female employees who were exploited and who were forcefully converted, and also they were sexually assaulted. The operation manager will be presented before the Nashik court on 15th of April, when the other accused who are arrested in the matter will also be presented before the Nashik court. Now it will be important to see that what more further details will be coming up.
In some cases, promises of marriage and career growth were allegedly used to establish control over victims. So far, multiple FIRs have been registered, including cases of sexual assault and forced conversion. The company's top HR official has also been arrested. During court hearings, it emerged that despite being part of the POSH committee, the HR official allegedly supported the accused instead of acting on complaints. The investigators revealed that multiple emails and phone calls were exchanged between the HR official and other accused. A secret WhatsApp group with limited members is also under the scanner. The group allegedly functioned as a control room where targets were identified and tracked. Sources say photographs of victims were circulated within the group. Investigators believe a hunting list was used to identify vulnerable individuals. The investigation has also revealed that the alleged activities may have been ongoing for several years. As the probe deepens, more details are expected to emerge in what is now a widening investigation.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development, an international story. Israel-Lebanon talks to start at 11 a.m. In Washington, D.C., to start at 8:30 p.m. IST. And at Washington, D.C., Rubio to join, and Lebanese Ambassador Nada Hamadeh and Israeli Ambassador Yeshel are due to meet in Washington, D.C. at 11 a.m. local time, and which is 15 GMT, to begin rare direct talks. Now, according to a schedule published by the U.S. State Department, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will join the working level talks with the two ambassadors. The State Department said now the discussion is expected to focus on securing a ceasefire in Lebanon, where Israel has unleashed devastating air attacks and a ground invasion, as well as the disarmament of Hezbollah and a broader peace agreement. So very big development coming in. Will peace prevail? This we'll have to wait and watch, but at least they're trying for peace talks. We hope that doesn't fail again like it failed in Islamabad, the talks between US and Iran. Now Israel will be talking, Israel and Lebanon talks to start at 11 a.m. in Washington time, in Washington, D.C. Rubio to join. Lebanese Ambassador Nata Hamadeh and Israeli Ambassador Yeshel Leiter are due to meet in Washington, D.C. To begin the rare direct talks. Now, according to a schedule published by the U.S. State Department, U.S. Secretary of State, that is Marco Rubio, will join the working level talks with the two ambassadors, the State Department said. Now, discussion is expected to focus on securing a ceasefire in Lebanon, where Israel has unleashed devastating air attacks and a ground invasion also, as well as the disarmament of Hezbollah and a broader peace agreement. But we'll have to wait and watch, because are these talks happening directly with Hezbollah or not? That's a very big question, because even the Lebanese government is fed up of Hezbollah in their country, because they run parallelly, they operate parallelly, and it is getting very difficult for the Lebanese government to manage Hezbollah and the movements and their activities, their infrastructure, beyond the control of the Lebanese government in this case. A very big development, direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up with my colleague Amrita for the next bulletin.
10:30 a.m. today, we will dive deep into the Nasik grooming scandal, where vulnerable women were targeted and were converted into Islamic, and were forced to eat many things that they did not like, even subjected to torment and torture. We will get into all the details at 10:30 a.m. coming up with me, Chongtham Amrita.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
All right, at 10:30 a.m. today, we will dive deep into the Nasik grooming scandal, where vulnerable women were targeted and were converted into Islamic, and were forced to eat many things that they did not like, even subjected to torment and torture. We will get into all the details at 10:30 a.m. coming up with me, Chongtham Amrita.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है।
A very good morning to you, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and we have latest updates on the Noida protest, with police investigating an external hand that choreographed a simple salary hike protest into large-scale violence, even demolishing and putting arson to police vehicles that turned into large violence, and with several arrested so far. But first, let's take you all the details. Let's take a look at the headlines first. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandal arrested by ED in alleged coal pilferage case. TCS confirms suspension of employees linked to the case, ensuring cooperation with law enforcement agencies. Fresh violence erupts amidst protests in Noida. Situation spirals out of control in Sector 70 as protesters vandalize police vehicles. All right, viewers, we have a big major development now coming in from Noida, as fresh violence has erupted amid protests. Again, this happened in Sector 70. Situation spiraled out of control. Violence, large-scale violence, police deployed in many areas. Large number of police personnel there, you can see on the visuals. And in fact, several police personnel was injured during this violence, and police vehicles was vandalized. Rioters also targeted public properties, even targeted a bus during the protest. This happened Today in Sector 70, you can see police firing tear gas aimed towards the protesters. The police are firing tear gas shells as well. Some workers even pelted stones at the police. The police dispersed the crowd using many tear gas fired against them. Now the joint CP and the police force have arrived at the scene and dispersed people. Now the Noida protest that started as a salary hike protest of many workers has spiraled out of control. You can see the visuals. Large number of protesters gathered there, and these are visuals from yesterday where even more arson took place. Police vehicles were vandalized, public properties vandalized, set on fire, and protesters pelted stones. And also today it spiraled out of control again in Noida, once again in Sector 70, where protesters were even targeting police vehicles as well, and even destroying public property. You can see there on the screen a bus, the windshield completely broken, and where protesters pelted stones there, and even police cars vandalized once again. And during the protest that took place today, several police personnel were also injured from many violent acts from the protesters. This is incoming, viewers, as the Noida protest has now emerged into something else, has completely gone out of control now. And you can see there police personnel lathi charging some of the protesters too. Okay, so we have some of the details from the feed from yesterday and also from today from our reporter Jatin that's a deep dive into all the things that happened, the report from the ground of the protest. Let's take a look into all the detailed reports from the ground.
ये पुलिस कर्मी देखिए हाल है क्या हुआ था भीड़ इकट्ठी हो गई हाँ भीड़ इकट्ठी हुई है भीड़ ने मारा पथराव करा भीड़ ने बस घेर ली बस तोड़ दी इसी बस में आप लोगों का इसी बस में थे हम इसी बस में थे इस बस को घेर लिया पत्थरों से पथराव किया अच्छी तरह से ये पुलिस कर्मी देखिए हाल है क्या हुआ था भीड़ इकट्ठी हो गई हाँ भीड़ इकट्ठी हुई है भीड़ ने मारा पथराव करा भीड़ ने बस घेर ली बस तोड़ दी इसी बस में आप लोगों का इसी बस में थे हम इसी बस में थे इसी बस में थे इस बस को घेर लिया पत्थरों से पथराव किया अच्छी तरह से
Yes, again, viewers, these are the visuals, one taken from yesterday and one that happened today. It looks like the violence is spreading to more areas even. And even today, there were more protests even in the Madison factory too. And even police personnel are not being spared. They are being targeted, public properties being targeted. And this is now turning into a shift where even police are now investigating external hands into this conspiracy, if there is a conspiracy into this, because even yesterday there were reports of external faces joining in the protest and starting arson against police vehicles, and that in fact is a major turnaround of how the protest that began as a salary hike demand by the workers turned into such a violent protest where the protesters in fact set vehicles on fire. That is a big breach and in the law and order situation, in fact, and police personnel being targeted. A huge number of police personnel now deployed and even firing tear gas against the protesters. 7 FIRs have been registered so far in connection to this, and police personnel are still deployed to try and maintain the law and order situation in Noida, and even today in Sector 70 in Noida, we see more protesters coming out in large numbers and police personnel deployed, and there were heavy exchanges, and also police resorted to firing tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. In fact, the crowds could be reduced after a while, but it remains. The main question that remains here is how did a salary hike protest turn into such a large-scale violence? Because we are getting reports saying that other faces from outside, some youth faces coming in, joining and starting arson. And also to sloganeering, it was a protest from a salary hike to more sloganeering All right, now we are joined by our reporter Saurav to get you details from the ground. Saurav, tell us all the details. We are seeing more protests breaking out at Sector 70 today. Police personnel were also injured. What's the latest and what's the situation as of now?
Yes, currently a heavy deployment is there along with the Noida police officials. There is a deployment of the PAC also here, and the RAF is also deployed at this location. This is the exact location. As you can see, there is heavy deployment, and at this whole stretch, you can see small stones present at this location. This tells the horrific tale that a heavy stone pelting incident took place earlier this morning at this location, and a huge confrontation was there between the police officials and the protesters at this location. As you can see, in this stretch, there are several houses present, and the people have started pelting stones from their roofs. And several people have also been detained in this connection with by the Noida police. And see, several police officials have been injured in this. When the police were patrolling in this stretch, people started stone pelting from their roofs and the balconies of their homes. And now there is a massive police deployment in this area. This is the second protest in connection with the salary increment, which was conducted by the labours. And now this whole stretch is currently there is a heavy security deployment, and the security has been increased in this area in view of the stone pelting incidents which took place today. And you can see the police was trying to tell the protesters to stop this protest, as the government has agreed to all their demands. But now, during that discussion, the police officials and the protesters had a confrontation. After that, they have started pelting stones on the police officials. Back to you.
And also, Saurav, we see that police are investigating into this incident. And also, are there any possible angles that are being considered or investigated here? Because yesterday reports suggested that external hands could be, in fact, in play in the protest into choreographing a simple salary hike protest into a large-scale violence by targeting police cars even. So is there any other angle that's being considered into the investigation?
Yes, 80 more people have been detained by the police in this by the morning, and according to the initial investigation by the Noida police, it is revealed that there were several QR codes through which the people were being joined in separate groups, and there were provocative posts, and there were several people who were instigating these workers who were peacefully protesting for the salary increment. And this is the angle which has come out during the initial investigation, and the high-level committee has also been made to review this whole matter, that there are some people who have joined from the other states this protest, and after that they are the ones who have started raising the proactive slogans at the location, and because of that only the protest site got angry, and there were vandalism at the several locations in Noida, along with the Noida Phase 2 and Noida Sector 63 also. These are some miscreants which joined this peaceful protest and started raising several proactive slogans. Along with, they have also started the stone pelting at the police officials at multiple locations in Noida yesterday. And today also we have witnessing this similar situation in Noida Sector 70, where again a stone pelting incident has come to light. The police officials were trying to get in discussion with the protesters that the high-level committee has been made to review their demands and the justice will be served. But during that discussion also, some miscreants present at this location started stone pelting at the police officials, during which several police officials got injured, and now there is a heavy deployment at this whole stretch in Noida Sector 70. And as you can see, RAF forces are also deployed at this location to maintain the law and order situation in the Noida area. This is the second day, we are witnessing these incidents. This protest is going on for the past 5 days. But since yesterday, this protest has taken a violent turn, and multiple stone pelting incidents, vandalism incidents have been reported in the Noida area itself. According to the police officials, more than 42,000 laborers have been protesting regarding the salary increment, and at nearly 83 locations in Noida itself, and more than 380 people have been detained in this connection, and thousands of CCTVs and video cameras footages have been circulated and watched by the Noida police so that they can identify who were the people who started this stone pelting incidents, and they will be arrested soon. We can also witness more arresting in this riot case also. And currently, we are present at Noida Sector 70, from where this breaking news we are fetching for our viewers that another stone pelting incident occurred in which several police officials have been injured here, and heavy deployment is there at the spot. Back to you.
Yes, in fact, thanks so much for the detail. But also, Saurav, I'd like to know from you that how many arrests have been made so far, because there is an official number and there is an official number as well. And over now, we are getting reported 7 to 9 FIRs have been filed as well by the police. And what are they, these arrests, what are they being booked under? Is it under just antisocial element, or what other charges are they being booked under?
The other charges in which they are being booked is that first conducting a major conspiracy against the government, and second charge was destroying the public property, and third charge was that attacking a police personnel on the official duty time. These are the three major allegations which the police have been put in the FIR. These are the sections which on which the FIR has been registered by the Noida police, and the Noida police is actively watching all the footages and the CCTVs from all the riot incidents which took place in Noida, in the whole area of the Noida, and they have been identifying the people who have started this vandalism event and along with stone pelting incidents, and they are actively actively making the arrest in this connection. And currently, according to the information so far, nearly 25 people have been arrested and more than 300 people have been detained by the Noida police in this connection, and massive patrolling operation have been conducted by the Noida police in the whole Noida Gautam Budh Nagar area to maintain the law and order situation at this place. And as you can see, another stone pelting incident occurred at Noida Sector 70 area, where currently a heavy deployment of police officials along with the RAF team have been deployed at this site so to maintain the law and order situation. And they are here. They have to fire the tear gas at the protesters who were stone pelting at this area this morning. And these are the breaking news which we are fetching from the ground. Back to you.
And Saurav, what's the situation on the ground as of now? Because we see that many protesters have in fact been arrested, and we see police are in fact trying to disperse the crowd and bring the situation under control. But as of now, what's the situation both at Sector 70 and also in some of the areas where protests broke out yesterday?
Yeah, the situation is tense in the whole Gautam Budh Nagar area, as again a stone pelting incident has came to light on Tuesday morning, as in Sector 70, this stretch, the police officials were engaged in a discussion with the protesters who were protesting regarding the salary increment. But during the discussion, some people turned violent and they started pelting stones and raising slogans against the police administration in this area. And following which, several police officials have also been injured here. And along with that, their police vehicles were also vandalized. All the glasses of the police vehicles were broken by this mob. And this stretch, there are several houses present at this stretch, and because of that, the people also started pelting stones from their balcony and the terrace. This is the exact situation. And as you can see, there are small stones also present at this spot. And I request my VJ to show you that these are the small stones, and this tells the horrific tale that a major stone pelting incident has taken place in this area. And this was a huge confrontation between the Noida police officials and the mob which was protesting regarding the salary increment. And after the stone pelting incident, the police has started firing tearing gas to disperse the whole crowd from this area, and now a heavy police deployment is present at this location. Along with this, there is a heavy police deployment present at Noida's phase 2 area also, where yesterday 4 police vehicles were vandalized and several police officials also got injured. And today also this again a same incident took place in Noida sector 70, where again a massive confrontation unfolded between the crowd and the police officials, during which several police officials were also injured, and the vehicles of the police officials were also vandalized at this location. This is the latest situation which we are showing you. Back to you.
And also, Saurav, can you tell us during the protests, even yesterday and today, what are some of the slogans? Because we are being told, reports suggest that there was a lot of sloganeering. Well, one of the key demands was the salary hike. But what are some of the other demands? What were they sloganeering about when they were targeting police vehicles during the time, even yesterday and today as well?
Yeah, during the protest, there were several slogans against the factory owners and the people who have employed these laborers in their factories. And as you can see currently in Noida Sector 70, there is a heavy police deployment, and the police is fully armed to tackle any kind of law and order situation here. As you can see, there are hundreds of police officials present at this location, and the crowd is standing right in front of them, and they are trying to get the whole situation under control. And again, the tensions are soaring in this area, and as we can see that there is heavy tensions in this area, and again the police and the mob is trying to get the discussion here so that a common ground can be set and this mob can be neutralized and dispersed from this area. But still there is a heavy crowd which is present here, and the police officials, several companies of the police officials have been called at this area after the massive stone pelting incident which we witnessed earlier this morning. And as you can see, there are tear gases, and the police are carrying the lathis and booms to tackle any kind of law and order situation here. Currently, there is a heavy deployment of the RAF officials also, so that the security situation and the law and order situation could be maintained at this place. And the police officials are trying to disperse this crowd, but still a huge crowd is gathered in front of the police officials here. And as you can see, now the police is charging towards this crowd so that the crowd can be dispersed and sent back to their homes, as they have gathered here to protest against the salary increment. However, I must tell you that the UP government yesterday has made a high-level committee under the chairmanship of the Industrial Development Commissioner to review the demands of all these protesters who are protesting protesting regarding the salary increment and the other demands. But still, despite that, there is no police confrontation. Despite that, there is no confirmation to the crowd. And as you can see, the police started charging towards the crowd, and they are dispersing this whole crowd so that the mob can be taken under control and the law and order situation could be maintained at this area. This is the live visuals we are showing you from the ground. There is a massive confrontation in Noida Sector 70, where they have also detained some of the people here. And as you can see, the police has apprehended a person here who was involved in stone pelting incident. And as you can see, the police is asking the people to get to their homes so that the law and order situation could be maintained at this location. And as you can see, the police officials have entered a house in which a stone pelter
All right,
went inside.
Saurav, we will definitely get back to you. I have to cut across. We have Harsh joining us again from the ground as well, and I'd like an input from Harsh. Harsh, do tell us what's the latest. We know that several arrests have been made so far, and 7 to 9 FIRs even registered and filed under many sections too. So what is the latest you're picking up after the violent protest that broke out at Sector 70 as well today?
Right, in fact, we are here at Noida Sector 80. This is the spot where fresh protests have erupted earlier this morning. You can see heavy police deployment. There are people protesting. There are people pelting stones on the authorities. We are here tracking all the fresh details for our viewers. Now, these are the fresh developments. Protests have again erupted in Noida's Sector 80. You see heavy police deployment. They're wearing helmets. Now, protesters are again pelting stones on authorities. Now, this is despite after the assurance given by the government of Uttar Pradesh, a high-level committee that has been set up, that Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister himself mentioning that labor laws will be ensured. Fresh protests have yet again erupted in Noida Sector 80. These are the fresh visuals we have with us. Protesters are again pelting stones on authorities. There is heavy police deployment. There are forces on the ground. There is a situation of panic. These protests have yet again turned violent. Now these protesters are pelting stones on authorities. Now, this comes a day after when we saw significant protests that erupted in different sectors of Noida, where protesters pelted stones on authorities, multiple vehicles were set on fire, despite a high-level committee that has been set up by the government of Uttar Pradesh to ensure labor laws and to ensure that demands are met. We are seeing a fresh day of another protest. Now you see again some action happening here. You see there is heavy police deployment. The Noida police is in action mode. They are completely equipped with all kind of safety equipments. But you see again in Noida Sector 80 fresh visuals of protest where protesters are yet again pelting stones on authorities. Now this comes on the day 5 of protest, where these protesters are demanding a wage hike. Now, despite government of Uttar Pradesh assuring them that all of their demands will be met, this is again what we see
and also
today
Harsh,
in Noida Sector 80.
All right. Harsh, can you also tell us how's the situation there in Sector 80 as of now? Are there many protesters gathered, or have they been dispersed by the police personnel? We can see many police personnel being deployed, but how are the protesters? Because we have also reports where protesters definitely who are not on the streets are in fact pelting stones from their rooms, from the windows too. So what's the situation there in Sector 80 as of now, Harsh?
Well, right, the situation here in Noida Sector 80 is again very concerning, because this is the day 5 of protest. We saw a day of violent, intense, significant action in Noida. Different sectors of Noida witnessed intense protests yesterday, where all of these protesters turned violent. Now, multiple vehicles were also set on fire. Now, this is the day 5 of protest, despite government of Uttar Pradesh assuring that all of these demands will be met. But you see fresh protests again erupting in Noida Sector 80. There is heavy police deployment. All of these police personnel are equipped with all kinds of safety equipments. But this is again a concerning situation. Visuals here from Sector 80 are concerning. Fresh protests have in fact erupted again this morning in different sectors of Noida. This, in fact,
thank you
are
so
the
much
visuals we are fetching for our viewers.
Yes, definitely, Harsh. Thank you so much for all of that inputs. Harsh and Saurav, that was our reporters joining us from the ground and relaying all the stories that happened in Sector 70 and 80 in the violent protests that took place today. All right, viewers, coming up after the short break, the fresh violence again broke out in Noida in Sector 70 and 80, where police resorted to firing tear gas to disperse the crowd. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
All right, coming up after the short break, violence again broke out in Sector 70 and 80 today as workers' protests continue while heavy police deployment continue to disperse crowd by firing tear gas as well. Coming up after the short break, stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is Donald Trump.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. And now, in the latest, we are seeing more and more violence erupting in Noida Sector 70. More vandalization, in fact, more stone pelting happening. We'll get you all the latest visuals emerging from Sector 70. But first, let's delve into the headlines. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel arrested by ED in alleged coal pilferage case. TCS confirms suspension of employees linked to the case, ensuring cooperation with law enforcement agencies. Fresh violence erupts amidst protests in Noida. Situation spirals out of control in Sector 70 as protesters vandalize police vehicles. And now viewers, we are getting more news from Noida, where fresh violence is erupting as workers continue to raise their voice against the wages that they are getting in Uttar Pradesh. This is the latest that we have. Police vehicles also vandalized, and many policemen are also injured, is what we are getting to know. This is the latest from Noida violence case. Remember, earlier on Monday, we also saw similar sort of visuals coming out from Noida, and this is day 2 of Noida protest. As you can see that protesters are now being held by police officials, taken into custody. Till now we have hundreds of protesters in custody as police is investigating what is the matter, and government is also trying to in fact coordinate with these workers, also forming committees. Yogi Adityanath in fact himself formed a committee to in fact to listen to the concerns of the workers, and these are the latest visuals from yesterday and today as well. As you can see on left side, how the protesters in fact gathered in Noida and phase 2 in fact, and today we have more similar protests erupting in Sector 70 as well. Heavy deployment of police officials. As you can see, workers are raising their voice against the wages that they are receiving, demanding a wage hike similar to what is being given by the Haryana government. And we earlier also saw how multiple vehicles were also set on fire yesterday in the violent protest. I have my colleague Saurav joining us to get us more details on this. Saurav, this is day 2 of the Noida violence case. What is the current situation on ground? We earlier saw how hundreds of protesters were taken into custody. What are they really demanding? Is government is also not trying to in fact listen to their concerns?
Government is demanding the these protesters basically on the ground are demanding a fair wage and a wage hike. But apart from this, the major thing here is that several people from the other state have joined this protest to create the riots in this Noida area. And currently we are present at the village Gadi Chaukhandi, which is near Sector 121, and a major stone pelting incident has taken place in this area in which several police officials have been injured, and 2 police officials got a severe head injury due to this stone pelting incident here in village Gadi Chaukhandi. And after this, they have to increase the security on the ground as the situation is very tense, and the stone pelting incident again can happen anytime at this location. And as you can see, there is a heavy police deployment in this area. The police is currently fully armed with this, with the arms and ammunition, along with the tear gas and the shelling. They have to fire the tear gas at the violent protesters and the mob present at this location, so that the stone pelting could be stopped. And several people have also been detained in this area who were pelting stones. And as you can see, there are several small stones present at this location, which tells the tale that how severe was the stone pelting incident. The police officials came here to hold a talk with the mob regarding the whole situation and their wage hike demand. And they were also here to tell them that the government has agreed to all their demands, and they have also made a high-level committee with Industrial Development Commissioner as a chairperson of that committee, and they will review all their demands and they will agree whatever is feasible on the ground. But still, during that, some of the miscreants joined that discussions, and they have started raising slogans against the police officials. And following that, a stone pelting incident was also reported at this area, following which several of the police vehicles were broken and vandalized, and several of the police officials were also injured. And the police officials following that have increased the deployment in this area, including the RF forces were also being called to maintain the law and order situation in this whole area. This is the day 2 of these violent protests which erupted in the Noida area, and again on the day 2,
Saurabh, continue to stay with us. We also have our colleague Harsh, in fact, joining us to get us more details on this. Harsh, you must be speaking to people from ground. What are they saying? What are the plans of these protests? Are they going to, in fact, advance in another day, or are they going to come to the table and talk with the government and talk these issues out?
Well, right. In fact, this comes as a very shocking scenario because a high-level committee has been set up by the government of Uttar Pradesh just yesterday. They have ensured that all of their demands will be met. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself has taken cognizance of the matter. He has said that labor laws must be ensured, also instructing the authorities that strict action must be ensured on all kind of anti-social elements who are trying to give a violent angle to these protests. Now, we are here in Noida Sector 1, Noida Sector 80. Behind me is heavy police deployment. These police personnel are guarded with safety and security equipments. However, fresh protests have again erupted earlier this morning in Noida Sector 80, where these protesters, these alleged protesters who are demanding pay hikes, have yet again pelted stones on authorities. You can see there are damages that have been caused to these industries. Now, behind me, I would also want our video journalist Wakar to show our viewers around that these, in fact, are the visuals of the buildings that were damaged during these protests. You can see stones were pelted on these very factories, on these very industries. These are all industries that are now closed. Now, if you could, Wakar, if you could also manage to zoom in at that particular side of the road to also show our viewers that there are still protesters, there are residents and protesters still on the roads despite heavy deployment of police forces by the Noida police. Now, this comes as a very shocking development because the government of Uttar Pradesh have also set up a high-level committee. Now, this committee is headed by very senior officials. In fact, top Uttar Pradesh cops, including ADG and DGP, have joined the investigation. They have said that all possible measures will be taken to keep the protests under control, and Uttar Pradesh government also mentioning that labor laws must be ensured and all of these laborers must get the rightful pay that they're demanding for. However, it comes as a fresh breaking news for our viewers that protests in Noida have yet again turned violent, where protesters have yet again pelted stones on authorities despite assurance being given on government's part.
Absolutely, Harsh, and would like to go across to Saurabh as well, who is joining us from Noida on ground zero. Saurabh, we are also hearing that there are investigations going on into various aspects of these protests going on in Noida, where we have on the one side WhatsApp groups being formed by several people, and you yourself was mentioning earlier that how workers from multiple states have gathered and carrying out these violent protests. So it essentially is also an aspect for probe for the investigation agencies.
Yes, the agencies are investigating every possible angle in this whole riot incident, as the agencies have claimed that these are not just the protesters, these are the miscreants who have joined these protests after flying from the other states to Noida, and they are the ones actually who have given provocative slogans, and they are the only ones who have started the vandalism at the ground, and because of that, several other protesters who were there present at protesting for the past 4 days, they also turned violent, and this whole incident took place, during which several police officials were injured and several of their vehicles were also vandalized. And as you can see today also in sector 121 near the gate number 2 of the Clio County Residential Society, there is a heavy stone pelting resulting incident, and a major riot took place. And as you can see, these are the visuals on the ground. There are the several vehicles, glasses were shattered and on the ground, and you can see there are several small stones present. And this tells the horrific tale which this place saw earlier this morning, as a huge confrontation broke out between the police officials, RAF officials, along with the other parliamentary forces, and there is a huge confrontation, and become violent, and they have started pelting stones on the vehicles of the police officials. And these are the visuals on the ground. These kind of small stones were pelted on the officials of the Delhi police, following which several of the police officials sustained major head injuries in this whole protest, and their vehicles were also vandalized. They came here just to hold a talk with this violent mob, and to make them understand, see, these kind of stones were pelted on the ground, and because of this, several police officials sustained major injuries. And this is exactly the same scene which unfolded past day also, where the mob turned violent and they have started pelting stones. And today also, when the police officials visited this Noida sector 121 to hold talks with the violent mob, and to make them understand that the government is trying to enforce the whole labor law on the ground, and they are agreeing with all the demands of their these mob, but still they were not keeping their peace, and they started pelting stones, and the mob turned violent at this place. This is the day 2 of this violent protest which unfolded in Noida, and currently this scene, this horrific scene erupted in Noida's sector 121 area. Back to you.
Absolutely, Saurav, and would like to go back to Harsh now. Harsh, we are seeing visuals, as you were showing our audiences, of how these protests are taking place very close to the residential buildings. So essentially, there are rising concerns over the safety and security of civilians who are living in these residential societies.
Right, in fact, this comes as a shocking news. Also, our viewers need to remember that despite mentioning that this is the second day of violent protests here in Noida, now this is the day 5 of the protest. However, the protest turned violent just yesterday, but they have been protesting for the past several days. However, these protests took a shockingly violent turn yesterday when these protesters started pelting stones on the authorities. Now, in fact, the team of Republic is standing in between the protesters and the police forces. I would also want our viewers to understand that this is the area where we are surrounded by factories and industries where these protests have erupted. And you can see, when you come to the ground, you can see there are clearly visuals of damage that has been caused due to these protests. Despite government of Uttar Pradesh mentioning that all of their demands will be met, these protests have yet again taken a shocking turn, that on the day 2, again, we can see some kind of violence happening in Noida sector 80. I would also want our video journalists to pan into these buildings where you can see there are some broken glasses. These were exactly because of these protests. Protesters pelted stones on these buildings. Multiple vehicles were also set on fire yesterday. Now, what you see here is heavy police deployment. Also, I would want to speak to a few people here. सर, आप यहाँ पे रहते हैं, क्या हो रहा है? कल उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार सामने आई है, उन्होंने बोला है कि जो भी लेबर लॉज हैं वो लगाए जाएंगे, आपकी जो मांग है वो उसको पूरा किया जाएगा. उसके बाद भी आज फिर हम इस टाइप का प्रदर्शन देख रहे हैं. क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप सरकार से?
सर, हमारी यही दरख्वास्त है कि सैलरी हमारी बढ़ना चाहिए. 10,000 में हमारा काम नहीं चल रहा है.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार, खुद मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ सामने आए हैं. उन्होंने कहा है कि जो लेबर लॉज हैं उनको लाया जाएगा और ये सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि आपको आपके हक का पैसा मिले और आपको आपके हक का जो वीक ऑफ है, छुट्टियां हैं, वो मिले. इसके बाद भी आज फिर से हम इस टाइप का प्रदर्शन देख रहे हैं. क्या मकसद है इस सब के पीछे का?
सर, कंपनी पैसा नहीं बढ़ा रही, मकसद यही है.
और ठेकेदार तो ना बोल रहा है कि कंपनी तुम ना आओगे तो काम बंद हो जाएगी.
मैं आपसे ये भी समझना चाहूँगा कि ऐसे मौके पर जब आप बेशक अपनी जगह पर सही हैं, पर आप जब पत्थर मारते हैं या बिल्डिंगों को कल भी हमने देखा कुछ सेक्टर्स थे नोएडा में जहां पर गाड़ियों को जला दिया गया, क्या ये सही है?
ये सही है, पर पुलिस वालों ने पहले मारा था। कब पब्लिक में एक लेडीज मर गई कल्लू को, कब है नहीं है, कब हुआ है, उसके बाद कब जलाया है।
क्या आपसे आपके मालिकों ने किसी तरीके की कोई बातचीत करने की कोशिश की इस दौरान, इस सिलसिले में?
वो बातचीत ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, बातचीत करें तो इतना कुछ होगा ही नहीं।
क्या कोई नेता आपके बीच में आया बातचीत करने के लिए? सरकार
आया, कोई नहीं आया। यहाँ पे कल लड़ रहे हैं, कोई ना आया, धूप में इतनी सुबह से।
You see, these are the allegations that are being put by these protesters here in Noida Sector 80. Now, this is the second day of the violent protest. These protests turned violent just yesterday. We are fetching these visuals for our viewers. Now, there is heavy police deployment in Noida Sector 80, but these protests have yet again taken a violent turn. Protesters have yet again pelted stones on the authorities. The damage has been caused. Buildings have been damaged. Multiple vehicles were set on fire. These are the fresh visuals that we are fetching for our viewers from Noida Sector 80.
Absolutely, Harsh. Thank you so much for getting us all the latest updates on this. Now, viewers, we give you the ground report in the Noida violence case. Take a look.
ये पुलिस कर्मी देखिए क्या हाल है। क्या हुआ था? भीड़ इकट्ठी हो गई। हाँ, भीड़ इकट्ठी हुई है, भीड़ ने मारा, पथराव करा, भीड़ ने बस घेर ली, बस तोड़ दी। इसी बस में आप लोगों का? इसी बस में थे हम, इसी बस में थे, इसी बस को घेर लिया और पत्थरों से पथराव किया अच्छी तरह से।
नोएडा में हुई हिंसा मामले की जांच लगातार पुलिस कर रही है। इस पूरे मामले में गिरफ्तारियां भी तेजी से हो रही है, लेकिन गिरफ्तारियों के बाद जो खुलासे हो रहे हैं वो बेहद चौंकाने वाले। लगातार शुरुआत से ये आशंका जताई जा रही थी कि एक लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, सुनियोजित साजिश के चलते जो हिंसा है वो भड़काई गई और उसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि चाहे वो सेक्टर 63 हो या सेक्टर 84, वहां पर आगजनी भी की गई, पुलिस की गाड़ियों को टारगेट भी किया गया। लेकिन जो लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए उनके फोन की जांच की गई तो पता लगा कुछ ऐसे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप 24 घंटे पहले क्रिएट किए गए और उन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में भड़काऊ और उकसाने वाले पोस्ट डाले गए, जिससे श्रमिकों को उकसाया गया और उसके बाद की तस्वीर आगजनी के रूप में बदलती हुई नजर आई। इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी सेक्टर 63 पुलिस स्टेशन में है और आप देखेंगे कि तमाम जो पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट यहाँ पर है, अभी तक जो गिरफ्तारी की गई है जिसमें से कुछ लोगों को इसी सेक्टर 63 पुलिस स्टेशन में भी रखा गया है। पीएसी की जो टीम है, बटालियन है, वो भी आपको यहाँ पर तैनात नजर आएगी। तमाम जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो भी आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन बता रही है वो अपने आप में एस्टेब्लिश कर रही है कि कैसे 24 घंटे पहले क्यूआर कोड के जरिए व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे लोगों को जोड़ा गया। ना सिर्फ लोगों को जोड़ा गया बल्कि भड़काऊ पोस्ट उन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाले गए, जिसके बाद दो ऐसी लोकेशन थी जहां पर आगजनी की तस्वीरें जो है वो देखने को मिली। सोशल मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग अब नोएडा पुलिस कर रही है ताकि सोशल मीडिया पे किस तरीके के कंटेंट डाले जा रहे हैं, अगर भड़काऊ पोस्ट कोई डाल रहा है और गलत अफवाह फैला रहा है तो उसके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई की जो बात है वो पुलिस प्रशासन करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। हालांकि ये व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्यूआर कोड के जरिए किसने जनरेट किए, ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि अलग अलग यूनियन के जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है उसमें भी भड़काऊ पोस्ट डाले गए, जिसके बाद उकसाने की और पुलिस को टारगेट करने की जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी है वो अब निकलकर सामने आ रही है।
And now viewers, shifting our focus to Mumbai now, where a drug party has led to the killing of 2 individuals in Mumbai. This involves multiple students who were in fact there at the drug party in Mumbai. 2 people have died so far and 1 woman remains in critical condition as we speak. Now, following the incident involving MBA students after a concert on 11th of April, this is what took place around midnight. The students began experiencing breathing difficulties and were taken to a hospital. A 24-year-old woman and a 28-year-old man died during the treatment, while another woman is currently admitted to the ICU. Now, initially, drug use MDMA is suspected, but this will only be confirmed after a forensic examination of the individuals who died. Now, 5 people, including organizers and staff members, have been arrested in connection with the case. Further investigation is underway, according to the police. I have my colleague Amrita joining us from the newsroom to get us more details on this. Amrita, an absolutely horrific incident taking place. There were 2 individual young lives, in fact, lost, and now the staff members will be questioned why this was allowed inside the live concert.
Yes, in fact, Hina, truly a tragic moment for the young concert goers who were just going there to take part in a music festival that turned really fatal, where two people have died, aged about 20 to 22 years, and one is under critical treatment, even in the ICU after severe health complications. Reports are saying that what turns out to be in the NESCO ground that took place at a concert in Goregaon, where they're even taking up the organizers. Now 6 people have been arrested and an organizer as well, and investigating into the matter because reports are saying that there have been a mix of some ecstasy and drugs and alcohol even, and now people have been facing very bad health conditions. In fact, this was only known just a few days later because their concert took place on April of 11, and they were reporting health complications, breathing issues as well, and one has been admitted to the ICU, many others still under critical treatment too, and 2 people have died. Now, as it's at a stage, as the matter is under investigation, we still don't know what is a root cause, but it could be definitely due to a mix of the MDMA, which is an ecstasy drug that many people use during concerts as well, and a mix of alcohol. But again, organizers need to be flagged at this because organizers have to be in complete control into what is going on, because usually some concerts do not even provide or even allow such items. But this needs to be further investigated, where young lives have been lost. Concert goers did not expect that as well, and this happened in Mumbai at NESCO. And also, Hina, one key update here is that with regards to drugs, this is something very critical with the health conditions for young people. In fact, whenever there's a concert going, people do mix a lot of these things. And
another update in this, Amrita, we are also getting another update in this that statements are now being recorded of about 15 to 20 individuals. In fact, police have recorded these statements now, and a total of 6 people have been arrested in this, and the names of the accused also involve organizer Akash Samal, alias Virhan, and other individuals as well. So, Amrita, of course, statements are being recorded. Of course, as per the law and order and the regulations, drugs cannot be allowed inside a club, and these people are now nabbed, and questions will be asked why this was allowed inside the club. And in fact, 15 to 20 statements have been recorded so far in this case. This is a big case happening in Mumbai, where we also have one woman critically injured. Amrita, what is the status of the woman who is critically injured? Because that can also play a key evidence into what really transpired.
Yes, Hina, also we are definitely getting the update. They're saying that initially drug use MDMA is suspected, and they are also saying that, however, this will only be confirmed after a forensic examination. So, in fact, investigation still underway and being examined after a forensic test as well. And as you mentioned, 6 people have been arrested and 1 organizer. And like I said before, and the organizer needs to be flagged. They have to be really aware of what's going into the concert, because usually people are not allowed to bring outside stuff. They are usually sold inside, and that's like a closed guarded campus usually that happens in a concert. So the organizers need to be really held accountable in this regard, because their 2 lives have been lost, and it could be more even, because many people, some are even in critical condition. This is not just a matter of a drug mixing or an overdose. There is in fact a very critical where there have been a serious lapse of judgment, serious lapse or overlooking of what is going inside a concert, whatever things are, items are being sold. And yeah, definitely, was there any people sneaking some other illegal substances into this concert place? Needs to be investigated. Too early to tell, but definitely needs to be looked into further. Hina, back to you.
Also, Amrita, this comes at a time when Luthra brothers, in fact, got bail in the earlier case when we saw a fire breaking out in a Goa club, and now this case. So time and again, we are seeing how these institutions are flouting the rules and regulations which are in place for them.
Yes, in fact, the Goa incident definitely killed many people. In fact, 25 people died in the fire, where 2 of the owners absconded and later was arrested after was repatriated back to India. So, in fact, clubs, concerts, they really need to be following the guidelines, because there's a large crowd even, and there's many rules and regulations into the number of people that's going to be gathering in a concert, the kind of foods, the kind of drinks, the kind of items that are being sold. Usually outside foods are not allowed in a concert. That's established established rule as well. And then water and then many places are supposed to be provided as well. They need to be looked, and in fact, last and again, the organizers, they really need to be held accountable because they are in charge of going into everything, who goes inside, what gets to be put in place for sale, for stalls. So definitely the organizers really need to be booked into this.
Absolutely, Amrita. Thank you so much for getting us all of these details. And viewers, of course, accountability needs to be placed somewhere. But slipping into a short break, coming up, don't go anywhere. IPAC director Vinesh Chandel has been arrested by ED in an alleged coal pilferage case. And new Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक।
The Enforcement Directorate has arrested Vinesh Chandel, director of IPAC, in connection with money laundering probe linked to a case related to alleged illegal mining in West Bengal.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel, who has been arrested by ED. We'll get you all the latest updates of that. And also our top focus will be on the violence, the second day protest and violence which is happening in Noida. We'll get you the latest updates of that story too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel arrested by ED in alleged coal pilferage case. Violence ensues and workers' protests begin to escalate across Noida, from pelting stones at police and security forces in turn attempting to disperse the mobs. New Bihar CM to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA legislative party meeting. Donald Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development coming in today, as officials say that Enforcement Directorate has arrested a director linked to IPAC, the co-founder and director, in connection with the alleged coal pilferage case. Now, Directorate of Enforcement, ED, Delhi, has arrested Vinesh Chandel, who is director of Indian PAC, IPAC consulting firm, under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, that is the PMLA 2002, in connection with an ongoing investigation. Vinesh Chandel, he is the founder, co-founder, director, and he holds 33% shares in IPAC. He is 33% shareholder of IPAC consulting firm. Now, ED had initiated an investigation on the basis of an FIR registered by the Delhi police. Investigation conducted so far has revealed multiple instances of financial irregularities, hawala, and various modes of money laundering by Indian PAC Consulting, IPAC Consulting Private Limited, including receipt of unaccounted and accounted funds, receipt of unsecured loans without any business credentials, issuance of bogus bills and invoices, receipt of funds from third parties, and movement of cash through hawala network, hawala channels involved, including international hawala. Very big development. ED has arrested Vinesh Chandel, who is co-founder of IPAC. Now, this has also been conveyed that he's a frequent flyer, international traveler. So that was also taken into account, and he was trying to affect the case also, investigation also. Now, this is a series of investigations which are being done by the Enforcement Directorate at IPAC firm. And this is the biggest update here, where Vinesh Chandel, who is the co-founder of IPAC, has been arrested. He is the co-founder, director, and holds 33% shares in IPAC, a consulting firm which advises major political parties like Trinamool Congress, the party of Mamata Banerjee. And we also have the remand copy. And the probe that is ongoing is regarding cheating and financial irregularities, including international hawala involved in this entire case. All right, I have Sarthak with me for more details. Sarthak, it is a very big development in context to IPAC. Now, we know there have been raids that have taken place earlier in January, and the last one a few days ago, and this is the other development that we are getting. Now, many other people might also be involved in this entire case, but tell us more about the developments that you are focusing on, that you are getting right now about the director being arrested, Sarthak. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Sarthak here, but it's a very big story. ED arrests IPAC director in the coal pilferage case, ladies and gentlemen. This is Vinesh Chandel, the director of Indian PAC Consulting, and he was arrested under the provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, that is PMLA 2002, in connection with an ongoing investigation. All right, I have Sarthak with me for more details on the story. Sarthak, what is the latest that you are fetching in this story? Now, he is the director, he is the co-founder, he is a 33% stakeholder. What more details, Sarthak?
Yes, Shivam, absolutely. This is a significant development in the IPAC case where Vinesh Chandel, who happens to be the director of IPAC, he's the director and IPAC of IPAC, and he has been arrested by ED. He has been taken into custody by ED. The arrest has been made under Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the case is linked to a coal pilferage, a cold trade, a money trail that ED was suspecting for a very long time. And finally, the court investigation done by ED, it seems like a significant development has taken place in that area where a trail has been established by ED. ED says that 50 crore plus suspected laundering has been detected. So far, just to remind the viewers, IPAC happens to be the same political consultancy firm that was providing political consultancy to Mamata Banerjee and TMC in January when ED was conducting a raid in the office of IPAC in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee had illegally entered the IPAC office and tried to sabotage the entire investigation that was being conducted. Some important documents were taken by Mamata Banerjee. And now what ED is alleging that IPAC has taken both white and black money. There have been fake invoices that have been involved. ED, other than PMLA, some important sections of IPC have also been registered in the FIR. We have also gained access to the remand order, and ED says there is a criminal conspiracy involved. So it seems like IPAC has made some deliberate efforts to sabotage the entire investigation, to conspire and channelize.
All right, viewers, these are the live visuals which is coming right now. Visuals from Saharanpur. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister's convoy, and it's a very big roadshow, as you can see right now. It was supposed to begin at 11:15, and it has begun. Prime Minister has reached there. Visuals coming in from Saharanpur. Live visuals from Saharanpur. Prime Minister on the elevated section of Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor. Live visuals of PM Modi from Saharanpur today, ladies and gentlemen, on your television screens. Live visuals on your screen, as you can see. This is a very big infra push, as PM Modi launches economic corridor. Very big development here on your television screen.
उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आज सहारनपुर, जहां पर जो एलिवेटेड ग्रीन कॉरिडोर है उसका अवलोकन करेंगे। अब से थोड़ी देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी गणेशपुर हेलीपैड यहाँ से बिल्कुल पास में ही जहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री उतरे, और गणेशपुर से ही इस एलिवेटेड हाई जो ग्रीन कॉरिडोर है उसकी शुरुआत हुई है, और करीब 20 किलोमीटर का ये पूरा का पूरा एलिवेटेड कॉरिडोर है। यहीं से शुरू होता है। सबसे पहले जनता जनार्दन के साथ अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हैं, और उसके बाद ये जो ग्रीन कॉरिडोर है एशिया का सबसे बड़े ग्रीन कॉरिडोर्स में से एक, जिसका आज उद्घाटन और राष्ट्र को समर्पण प्रधानमंत्री करने वाले हैं, उससे पहले जनता का अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए, और ये पहला पड़ाव आज उत्तराखंड और उत्तर प्रदेश के महत्वपूर्ण दौरे का प्रधानमंत्री का।
तो ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रोड शो की, जब भारी भीड़ उनकी एक झलक पाने के लिए वहाँ पर काफ़ी देर तक खड़ी रही, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब उनके बीच में पहुँचे तो ये उत्साह अपने आप में ही अलग बनता हुआ नजर आया। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने हाथ हिलाकर सभी का अभिवादन भी स्वीकार किया, और इसके साथ ही जो लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे वो पुष्प वर्षा करते हुए भी इन तस्वीरों के जरिए आप देख पा रहे हैं। तो वहाँ से ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त सामने आई। सहारनपुर में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब पहुँचे तो ये रोड शो, और इसके साथ ही अब से कुछ ही देर में दिल्ली देहरादून आर्थिक गलियारे के जो ऊंचा खंड है, वन्य जीव गलियारा, उसकी समीक्षा करते हुए भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब से कुछ देर बाद नजर आएंगे, और उसके बाद में जय माता काली मंदिर में भी दर्शन और पूजन करेंगे। तो आज का दिन अपने आप में काफ़ी खास और काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण 3 राज्यों के लिए, दिल्ली, उत्तर प्रदेश और
All right, viewers, live visuals coming in from the road show, which is happening right now. It's the convoy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he's inaugurating the Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor. The corridor is scheduled to cut the travel time between 2 cities to less than half, and also also undertake a review of the wildlife passage on the elevated section of the high-speed expressway in Saharanpur. 213 kilometers, 6-lane access-controlled corridor built at the cost of over 12,000 crore. The corridor traverses through the states of Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and will reduce travel time between Delhi and Dehradun from over 6 hours at present to around 2.5 hours, according to an official statement. Now, this is implementation of the highway project between Delhi and Dehradun and also includes the construction of 10 interchanges, 3 railway overbridges, ROBs, 4 major bridges and 12 wayside amenities to enable seamless high-speed connectivity. Live visuals coming in from the roadshow. Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving to the citizens. Live visuals on your television screen now. This, as per the official statement also from the PMO, noted that the corridor has been equipped with advanced traffic management system to provide a safer and more efficient travel experience for commuters. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, this is the inauguration of Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor. Live visuals coming from Saharanpur on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The corridor will be cutting the travel time between many cities to less than half. Now, he'll be undertaking a review of wildlife passage on the elevated section of the high-speed expressway in Saharanpur. He's doing that. An official statement while briefing about the 213-kilometer, 6-lane access-controlled corridor. This has been built at a cost of over 12,000 crores. The corridor traverses through states of Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and will be a big boost for the commuters, for the travelers, and it will reduce travel time between Delhi and Dehradun from over 6 hours at present to around 2.5 hours, which makes it less than half, ladies and gentlemen, as per official statement. Now, the implementation of highway project between Delhi and Dehradun includes the construction also of 10 interchanges, 3 railway overbridges, 4 major bridges, 12 wayside amenities to enable seamless high-speed connectivity. PM Modi in Saharanpur. Live visuals on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. Live, as you can see on your screens. This will be the inauguration. This is the day of inauguration of Delhi-Dehradun Expressway. This will greatly help, greatly benefit all the commuters who travel through this location. This is the Delhi-Dehradun Expressway, and this is the inauguration day. And this was scheduled on 14th April. This is Prime Minister's visit to Saharanpur, and CM will be also there. CM Yogi Adityanath. It's a 210-kilometer long expressway, and most of it is now complete and it's active. And the Saharanpur part includes the 75-kilometer part of the entire expressway. Heavy security deployment in place. As you can see, lots and lots of people have gathered, a very massive gathering, very massive gathering.
हाईवे है, ये जो एक्सप्रेसवे है, ये भारतमाला प्रोजेक्ट के हिसाब से बना हुआ है और इसमें इसका उद्देश्य ये था कि जो हमारे चार धाम यात्रा है वो सुगम हो और हमारी रणनीतिक तौर पर हमारी मजबूती हो, क्योंकि हमारे चार धाम जो है वो बॉर्डर से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो वहाँ इजीली हमारी सेना पहुँच सके और जो बॉर्डर क्षेत्र के लोग हैं उनको सुविधाएं मिल सके, उन सब बातों का ध्यान रखा गया है। और अभी जब ऋषिकेश से लेकर आ जाएंगे देवप्रयाग, जब रेलवे वहाँ तैयार हो जाएगी, उसको लेकर भी सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि इकोलॉजी डिस्टर्ब हो रही है, पर मुझे लगता है कि जहाँ डेवलपमेंट होगा वहाँ इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी, लेकिन उसका फ़ायदा भी होता है कि आपको डेवलपमेंट करना होता है। आपके जब जैसे अभी अश्विनी जी भी कह रहे थे, बार बार ये बात हम लोग भी कहते हैं कि पलायन हो रहा है, तो पलायन कब रुकेगा? जब डेवलपमेंट होगा, और डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा तो लोग फिर वहाँ से शहरों की तरफ आएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि हाईवे जहाँ भी बढ़े, कनेक्टिविटी जहाँ भी हो, कनेक्टिविटी से डेवलपमेंट होगा, सड़कें बनेंगी, हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट बनेंगे, स्कूल बनेंगे, कॉलेज बनेंगे, तो फिर लोगों का पलायन रुकेगा। तो उस हिसाब से हमें इसको देखना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, इससे पलायन तो रुक ही रहा है, लेकिन इसके साथ ही हम जब भी विकास की बात करते हैं तो वन्य जीव की बात भी सामने आती है और कई बार लोग बाग इस चीज़ की शिकायत भी करते हैं कि विकास तो कर रहे हैं लेकिन वन्य जीवों को कहीं ना कहीं परेशानी हो रही है, क्योंकि कई बार हमने देखा है जंगलों को काट कर विकास हुआ है। लेकिन ये जो कॉरिडोर है इसमें वन्य जीव का संरक्षण भी है, वन्य जीव का भी खासतौर पर ध्यान रखा गया है और साथ ही विकास भी। तो दोनों चीज़ों को एक साथ में बराबर लेके चलना, चुनौतियां भी कई सारी रही, लेकिन उन सभी चुनौतियों को पार करके आज ये प्रोजेक्ट पूरी तरह से तैयार है।
बिल्कुल, अभी हमने देखा पिछले कुछ वर्षों से जितने भी हाईवे बन रहे हैं, जितने रेलवे के कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं, उसमें इस बात का ध्यान रखा जा रहा है कि जहाँ जहाँ भी वन्य जीव का आवागमन होता है, जहाँ नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट हैं, जो नेशनल वाइल्ड लाइफ है, नेशनल पार्क है, उनके ऊपर से एलिवेटेड रोड जाए ताकि नीचे से वन्य जीवों का आवागमन सुचारू रूप से हो सके। अभी हमने दक्षिण में देखा था, हमने पूर्वोत्तर में भी देखा है, और ये जो अभी देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे जो आज उद्घाटन प्रधानमंत्री जी करने वाले हैं, इसका तो बहुत ही खूबसूरत एक उदाहरण है कि 12 किलोमीटर का जो एलिवेटेड बना है उसमें इस बात का ध्यान रखा गया, जैसा भी जो हमारे ये वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट के साइंटिस्ट बता रहे थे कि उसमें बिजली का भी ध्यान रखा गया, लाइट का भी ध्यान रखा गया और उसमें साउंड का भी ध्यान रखा गया। लाइट का मैं इसलिए जिक्र करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि मैं खुद पहाड़ से आता हूँ और जब हम रात को बल्ब जलाते हैं बाहर, तो सुबह तक हम देखते हैं कि कई किलो उसमें जो इंसेक्ट होते हैं वो गिरे होते हैं, तो फिर उन्हें सुबह साफ करना होता है। तो जब इंसेक्ट आता है बल्ब पर, तो उसको खाने के लिए दूसरे जीव आते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
तो इस बात का ध्यान रखा गया है कि उस बिजली का, उस लाइट का ऐसा प्रभाव न हो कि इंसेक्ट उधर आए और जो आवागमन हो गाड़ियों का वो सुचारू रूप से हो सके, ऐसा ना हो कि उस पर एक्सीडेंट हो सके। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस हिसाब से देखें तो बहुत ही आधुनिक, जो आज का मॉडर्न जो युग में एक एक्सप्रेस वे बनना चाहिए वो बना है, जिसमें सब बातों का ध्यान रखा गया है। आर्थिक कॉरिडोर का ध्यान रखा गया है कि कहाँ कहाँ अब इसमें औद्योगिक डेवलपमेंट होगा, उस बात का, वन्य जीवों का ध्यान रखा गया है। और खासकर जैसे हम पहले चर्चा कर रहे थे कि सहारनपुर का जो लकड़ी मार्केट है, जो नक्काशी के लिए दुनिया भर में फेमस है, उसकी कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ जाएगी तो उसका सामान जो लिमिटेड दायरे में था अब वो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जा सकता है।
बिल्कुल।
और ऐसे जो कागज उद्योग है, जो देहरादून के आसपास के जो स्थानीय कृषि उपज होते हैं, जो कि केवल वो देहरादून में या ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा दिल्ली तक ही आ पाते हैं, वो भी देर से आते हैं। तो जब ये कॉरिडोर बनेगा तो वहाँ की ताज़ी सब्जियां भी आ सकती है, जो 2-2.5 घंटे में ताज़ी सब्जियां आपकी दिल्ली पहुँच सकती है, जो दिल्ली के लोगों को उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ की जो
All right, so very big development. This is Prime Minister's visit in Saharanpur, and this is an expressway which will cover Dehradun, Delhi, and it is a very long expressway which will drastically reduce the commute time between the two cities. Includes Delhi, Saharanpur, and now Dehradun also. It was supposed to begin at 11:15 and begins right on time. All right, we have Hina joining us from the newsroom. Hina, if you can share more details of this expressway and Prime Minister's visit and the inauguration of the expressway. Hina, over to you.
Absolutely, Shivam, this is a landmark moment today as we have, in fact, an expressway being inaugurated today between Delhi and Dehradun. Remember, there is a wildlife corridor that has been given in this elevated expressway that is being inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is in Saharanpur today in Uttar Pradesh holding a rally, and he's also due to visit Uttarakhand. So this is a landmark moment as there is a wildlife corridor, first of its kind, where we see inside this elevated corridor economic corridor, in fact, between Delhi, the capital, and Dehradun. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also reviewing this wildlife passage by holding a roadshow. You can see the visuals on your screens of Prime Minister Modi's rally in roadshow. In fact, to inspect the wildlife corridor integrated into this elevated section of the highway between Delhi and Dehradun. Now he will also offer prayers at a temple near Dehradun, but these are the visuals that we are getting you. A lot of people there to in fact welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he is holding a rally there. You can see people holding Indian flag and a lot of people cheering him up as this wildlife corridor is there in the elevated section of the highway between Delhi and Dehradun. This is an economic corridor that we are talking about that will in fact, Shivam, slash the travel time between the two cities, and it is all set to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi today. Remember, this is being built under National Highways Authority, NHAI. The Delhi-Dehradun Expressway has several unique features, Shivam, including a wildlife corridor that we just talked about for easy movement of animals in this, in fact, economic corridor between Delhi and Dehradun. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is reviewing this wildlife passage. We are getting you the visuals from Saharanpur. Now, Shivam would also like to tell you that this corridor between Delhi, the capital, and Dehradun will in fact reduce the travel time in a massive way, and people will be able to travel between Delhi and Dehradun in just 2.5 hours. He is all set to inaugurate the mega economic corridor between Delhi and Dehradun, and it is going to drastically reduce the time between both the cities. He is holding a rally in Saharanpur right now. Now remember, the total distance between Delhi and Dehradun will come down from 235 kilometers to 212 kilometers, essentially reducing the time to just 2.5 hours. This is a big gain for the civilians and a big reduction in the travel time for everybody who is traveling from Delhi to Dehradun or vice versa. We have in fact, this expressway is located near Dehradun, Shivam, where the route cuts through the ecologically sensitive Rajaji National Park in Shivalik Hills. So essentially, because of this location of the sensitive area, Shivalik Hills, the National Park, Rajaji National Park, we have a wildlife corridor that has been cut out from this elevated expressway between Delhi and Dehradun. It will help the animals cross safely. A 12-kilometer elevated wildlife corridor is constructed between Ganeshpur and Asharodi. Now, this structure, Shivam, is going to be supported by widely placed pillars across the highway, and it is aimed at providing ample space for herds of animals that will move without obstruction. So, a very important move by the government, understanding the sensitivity of the animals as well. And this wildlife corridor designed to accommodate even the largest animals. We're talking about elephants as well. They will also be able to cross the highway with the help of this wildlife corridor. Now, this also underpasses in fact, Shivam, I would like to tell you that underpasses have also been constructed specifically to prevent animals from colliding with vehicles. So remember, this is a corridor that sees a heavy traffic during vacation season as well between Delhi and Dehradun. So essentially, during vacation season, we have a lot of traffic, and thus animal life remains in danger. But with the help of this corridor, now there will be a passage from where animals will be able to pass safely and will avoid colliding with vehicles. There are also sound barriers installed here to mitigate traffic noise. So we have pillars installed, sound barriers also to help the animals cross safely and properly, and controlled lighting is also used to minimize any disturbances to these species. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Hina, for all the latest updates in this story. Definitely important. Now let's move on to another top story. A major controversy has erupted in Nasik, where a leading IT firm is under investigation over serious allegations of harassment and forced conversion. Now, what began as workplace complaints has now escalated into a criminal probe, with multiple FIRs registered and several accused under scrutiny. A special investigation team, that is NSIT, has been formed, which is examining CCTV footage, digital records, and the movement of the accused. Now, police say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees using personal and financial distress to manipulate victims. Now, the investigation is ongoing, with authorities indicating that more victims could emerge as the probe deepens. Watch this report for more information.
Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan has termed the Nasik allegations deeply concerning. He says the company is treating the matter with utmost seriousness and has initiated action against the accused. Reiterating a zero-tolerance policy, he has assured strict action against those found guilty. The statement comes after a major controversy over corporate jihad that has erupted in Nasik. A leading IT firm now finds itself at the center of a serious criminal investigation. What began as a workplace harassment complaints has now escalated into allegations of sexual exploitation and forced religious conversion. The SIT team is now examining CCTV footage, even as all accused employees have been arrested and suspended. Movements of the accused, their bank records, and personal details are also under the scanner. Investigators say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees, identifying those dealing with financial or personal distress. According to sources, victims were first approached casually before being manipulated using sensitive personal information.
The most important development of this very matter is that a police custody of 2 more days has been granted to the operation managers named Ashwini Chenani, who didn't take the cognizance or who didn't listen to the complaints of the female employees who were exploited and who were forcefully converted, and also they were sexually assaulted. the operation manager will be presented before the Nasik court on 15th of April, when the other accused who are arrested in the matter will also be presented before the Nasik court. Now it will be important to see that what more further details will be coming up.
In some cases, promises of marriage and career growth were allegedly used to establish control over victims. So far, multiple FIRs have been registered, including cases of sexual assault and forced conversion. The company's top HR official has also been arrested. During court hearings, it emerged that despite being part of the POSH committee, the HR official allegedly supported the accused instead of acting on complaints. The investigators revealed that multiple emails and phone calls were exchanged between the HR official and other accused. A secret WhatsApp group with limited members is also under the scanner. The group allegedly functioned as a control room where targets were identified and tracked. Sources say photographs of victims were circulated within the group. Investigators believe a hunting list was used to identify vulnerable individuals. The investigation has also revealed that the alleged activities may have been ongoing for several years. As the probe deepens, more details are expected to emerge in what is now a widening investigation.
It is an auspicious occasion when we are celebrating the Tamil New Year Puthandu. So I'll say, Inya Tamil Puthandu Nal Valkullan. May God give strength and energy to do welfare, to do good for the society, and wish you all a very happy new year and a prosperous new year with good health and renewed strength. Today also it happens to be the 135th birth anniversary of Bharat Ratna Bhim Rao Ambedkar. We are celebrating 135th birth anniversary. And we all...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया ये पीस है क्या अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है जल्द से ये।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you with 2 breaking stories this afternoon and the election live updates. In Delhi NCR, we've seen protests grow out of control. Despite some of the demands being met, those protests are spreading, indicating perhaps at a toolkit at play. And the grooming gangs of Nasik, we have some inside details of the investigation that is underway. Here are the headlines on the live report. Protests hijacked in the Delhi NCR region. Fresh violence, fresh protests broke out this morning, even after the demands have been accepted by the government, hinting at a larger conspiracy. There are major questions over TCS, probing TCS, as more victims go public, share details of the grooming gang horror in Nasik, Maharashtra on TCS campus. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in coal pilferage case days before Bengal goes to polls. A new Bihar Chief Minister likely to be announced, named today at 4 p.m. after the NDA Legislative Party meeting. Trump extends deadline for Iran, again says will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks from now. Lebanon and Israel officials will hold talks in Washington over the ceasefire deal. They're hopeful of a breakthrough. And first up, we're cutting across live to Chennai, where there is a news conference. The BJP is releasing its election manifesto ahead of polls in Tamil Nadu. 23rd is when Tamil Nadu polls. This is the BJP's election manifesto.
If I talk about Jagat Raksham, the coal scam, and Velu for bitumen scam. So all these leaders are being protected by Stalin, and this is the condition. The whole bandwagon is full of corruption, that we have to understand. They even do not hesitate in swindling the money of the temple hundis. They do not hesitate. They do not hesitate in swindling the money which is meant for the welfare of the poor people. That is the situation which has come. And they have not fulfilled the promises, more than 70% of the promises, which this manifesto committee, when I say it's a manifesto committee, we are answerable. After 5 years, when you ask, we'll say, yes, these were the points, and that is why Prime Minister Modi's government is called as accountable government. Prime Minister Modi's government is called a report card government. Prime Minister Modi's government is called as a responsible and a responsive government. Prime Minister Modi's government is called as proactive government, because we act and we respond to the aspirations of the people. But more than 70% of the manifesto has not been implemented by the DMK in the past 5 years, which they had promised. They had promised for the 100% subsidy on the LPG. That was not done. If I talk about it, they said that they will be reducing 4 to 5 rupees for diesel and for petrol. That they did not do. If I talk about, they said that they will be switching to the monthly electricity billing and for every household to 6,000 rupees. That they did not do. They also talked about that they will be giving 3.5 lakh government vacancies will be filled. It was not done at all. So that is why I'm saying with full command that they have betrayed the faith of the people of Tamil Nadu. That we have to understand. And as I said, they believe in 3C, corruption, collection and commission. That is there. And they have not even they did not hesitate even to demean the Sanatanis, to demean the Hindus. And what Udayanithi said? He said that Sanatan is dengue, it is coronavirus. See, imagine what name and what shame they are giving to the people of Tamil Nadu who believe in Sanatan. This is one of the ancient, most state of historical civilization is full of Hindu temples and deities that we understand. And they gave disrespect to this. They also went to Supreme Court against the High Court order for the Deepam. And that also we have to understand. So, they have been only involved in one thing, that is family rule, full of corruption. As I said about the drugs, this has become a drug city, this has become a drug capital, this has become a situation where drug is being used and abused. So, keeping all this factor in view, you would say that I'm always talking about, throughout I'm talking about the darker side of the situation, but I'm talking also what Prime Minister Modi has given to Tamil Nadu. When I talk about the manifesto, you should understand that the party and the leaders who stand here, whatever they say, that has to be taken in the right perspective, because what we say, we mean and we do it. Prime Minister Modi has given 14 lakh crore has been allocated to Tamil Nadu for the state welfare. The same way, the railway budget has been increased to 7,611 crore rupees. 12,764 crores directly transferred to the bank accounts of the farmers of Tamil Nadu in the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. For the Tamil culture, if you talk about, we are proud to say that Singol is there in the new parliament building. That we have to understand. If we talk about the Kashi Tamil Samagam, if we talk about the Kashi Saurashtra Samagam, you can understand that nobody had given Tamil Nadu that platform which Prime Minister Modi has given as far as the culture of Tamil Nadu is concerned, which is being showcased to the nation and all states. That we have to understand. He has been quoting the Tamil poets on the international forums, in UN, in other international forums. That we have to understand. So this I would like to, first of all, in my brief introduction, today, under the DMK government, people are fed up. They want to get rid of this party. It is full of corruption. It is full of commission. It is full of crime. There is a drug mafia going on. The support is there from the state government. Crime against women has increased manifold. POXO cases are at surge, at an increase. And for all this, the time has come when we support the NDA government led by AIDMK, Edapadi Pelaswamy, and we see to it for that the highlights of the key highlights of the manifesto is that we will be providing a monthly assistance of 2,000 rupees to all women heads of the households and a one-time sum of 10,000 rupees to every household when we come to power under the AIDMK leadership. We'll be providing 3 LPG cylinders free of cost every year. To tackle crimes, we will start zero FIR reporting. We will have victim witness protection, and we will have special fast-track courts for heinous crimes including sexual offences. We will have 100% blind spot-free CCTVs in buses, schools and universities. And we will optimize the Nirbhay Fund utilization that we are going to do. We will empower the cooperative led by women. Now, when we say women empowerment, we talk about women-led empowerment. And that is why women-led cooperatives, the self-help groups, the MSMEs, with interest-free loans up to 50 lakhs will be provided. And manufacturing units will be mandating that 20% of the procurement quota will go to these cooperatives that we are going to do. The same way, we will have 25,000 eligible women to purchase, we will be giving 25,000 to the eligible women to purchase e-scooters. And for farmers, the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, where you get 6,000 rupees per year, we will be providing a top-up of 3,000 rupees. So 9,000 rupees per year will be given to every farmer. That is what we are going to do. The same way for the Cooperative Cotton Growers Federation will be set up, and within the radius of 100 kilometers, we will also support for tomato, mango, banana and chili, and eliminate the storage losses by establishing a panchayat level small steel silos for grains and pulses, cold storage for fruits, vegetables and flowers, and block level market connector hubs with transit silos, and district level strategic reserve large steel silos for keeping for the storage. The same way, we will be giving a one-time grant of 50,000 to small and marginal farmers for setting up of animal husbandry, cattle rearing, shrimp farming, beekeeping and poultry farming. For fishermen, we will be increasing the fishing ban aid, which we give to 8,000, will be increased to 12,000 rupees per year. Lean period allowance will be increased from 6,000 to 8,000, and we'll be giving 2,000 rupees pension for every person, every fisherman above the age of 60. For youth also, we'll be giving 1 lakh jobs, free coaching for toppers, district coaching centers with Tamil options, and skills census and industry-linked training, that is we are going to give. And same way, we will be dedicating weekly hour training for AI and robotics and practical labs in every block resource centers to the aspiring 12th pass students we are going to do. The same way, there are many for skill development. We'll be starting a skill development university with campuses in all zones and for imparting the new age technologies. And for culture, as I said, we'll be having the festival of Thaipusam in the state festival, honor the Murugan, and the same way, we will be re-establishing a protected throughout the year, the Kirtigai Deepam, that we are going to do, and the same way, the culture, the language and the folk of Tamil will be also encouraged, and we will be giving in all temples monthly essentials, that is camphor, ghee, oil, rice and kumkum for 25,000 rupees annual endowment for function and maintenance. So this is how we are going to take care of the religion and the culture. For drug eradication, this is a very important point. For drug eradication, we will establish a Tamil Nadu Drug Eradication Department and Anti-Narcotic Task Force to monitor and also see to it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on the live report, we're moving from one live story to the next. In Noida and Delhi NCR, it wasn't just limited to one city in the Delhi NCR region. Manesar, Noida, Ghaziabad, and across the Delhi NCR region, there have been protests seen even today when some of the demands have been met by the UP government. Now, interestingly, one minister in the Yogi government also said that there could be a Pakistan link. Let's show you the pictures of how these protests have broken out once again today. And there has been a news conference also coming in of the details of the investigation. Let's cut across live to that.
विफलता के साथ ये पूरे प्रदेश में कार्य हो रहा है। जब ये घटना हुई तो फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एक उच्च स्तरीय समिति का गठन किया, जिसमें उद्योग और लेबर डिपार्टमेंट के
In fact, 3 to 5 reporters of the Republic Media Network are on the field right now. We have Harsh and Saurabh joining us live, and the Republic Bharat team also on location. I'm cutting across live as we have proof of how this could have been perhaps an organized riot across the Delhi NCR region. Even despite the demands being met, why did people carry out protests, violent protests? There was stone pelting. There was arson, vandalism reported this morning in different parts of Delhi NCR. I'll cut across live to that report coming in right now. That's a report on Republic Bharat. We're cutting across live.
यहाँ पर आपको नजर आएगा जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो भी घायल हुए हैं, उनको भी चोटें आई हैं। ये पुलिसकर्मी देखिए घायल है। क्या हुआ था? भीड़ इकट्ठी हो गई? हाँ, भीड़ इकट्ठी हुई है। भीड़ ने मारा, पथराव करा, भीड़ ने बस घेर ली, बस तोड़ दी। इसी बस में आप लोगों का? इसी बस में थे हम, इसी बस में थे, इसी बस को घेर लिया, पत्थरों से पथराव किया अच्छी तरह से। पुलिसकर्मी इस बस के अंदर बैठे हुए थे और आप ये देखिए जो ईंट पत्थर है वो आपको यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ नजर आएगा। देखिए इतने बड़े बड़े जो पत्थर है, ईंट है, उसके जरिए पथराव किया गया और ये पूरी सड़क आप देखते चलिए। यहाँ पर आपको इसी तरीके से जो पत्थर है वो पड़े हुए साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे और यही बस बताई जा रही है। देखिए इसी बस पर जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो बैठे हुए थे, इसको पूरे तरीके से निशाना बनाया गया। अब देखिए साइड के जितने भी मिरर्स हैं इसको पूरे तरीके से तोड़ा गया और ये सेक्टर 70 के आसपास की तस्वीरें, जहाँ पर आप ये पूरी सड़क देख रहे हैं, जहाँ पर एक गैदरिंग हो जाती है और गैदरिंग इस कदर से हुई कि हंगामा जो है वो यहाँ पर हुआ और पुलिसकर्मियों के ऊपर जो पथराव है वो किया गया। चाहे वो महिला पुलिसकर्मी हो या पुरुष पुलिसकर्मी हो, वो सभी इंजर्ड हुए हैं, घायल हुए हैं और लगातार उनके हाथ में जो चोटें हैं वो आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। आप देखिए ये पुलिसकर्मी हैं, इनके हाथ में भी जो आपको चोटें हैं वो नजर आएंगी। कहीं ना कहीं पुलिसकर्मियों को निशाना बनाया गया। क्या एकाएक भीड़ आई और पत्थर मार? हाँ,
उधर से इकट्ठा भीड़ है। हमारे सारे अधिकारी लोग मौके पे थे, उन्हें समझा रहे थे, समझाने के बावजूद ही पब्लिक उग्र हो गई और पत्थरबाजी पुलिस पे करने लगी। जिस वजह बस पे भी, हाँ, इसमें हमारी महिला कांस्टेबल जो लोग थे उनके ऊपर भी अटैक हुआ है, उनके भी चोटें आई हैं।
कौन थी ये भीड़? क्या
इधर से सब इकट्ठे लेबर लोग हैं, सारे के सारे इकट्ठे होकर इसी साइड से सब इकट्ठे है। भीड़ का कोई रूप तो होता नहीं। नहीं, फेस कवर नहीं था, सब अपने ऐसी पत्थरबाजी कर रहे थे। सब
पत्थर उन्हीं के सब पड़े हुए
लोगों के। आप इधर तो कुछ है, अगर आप उधर देखेंगे उधर जाते हैं उसी से।
देखिए ये पुलिसकर्मी जो इंजर्ड हुए वो बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पथराव उनके ऊपर हुआ। ये पूरी रोड देखिए आप, इस पूरी रोड पर आपको इस तरीके से पत्थर बिखरे हुए नजर आ जाएंगे। ये पूरा सेक्शन देखिए और आप पुलिस की गाड़ियां अभी तक मैंने आपको दो दिखाई। एक गाड़ी जो सबसे पहले शुरुआत में थी, दूसरी जो बस, कैसे पुलिस को ही सिर्फ टारगेट किया जा रहा है वो सबसे बड़ा सबूत आज सुबह भी देखने को मिला, जहां पर पथराव पुलिसकर्मियों पर लगातार जो पुलिसकर्मी भी बता रहे हैं कि समझाने की उनको कोशिश की गई लेकिन वो माने नहीं, जिसके बाद एकाएक पथराव हुआ और कई पुलिसकर्मी इसमें जो है वो घायल भी हुए। विजय सीपी सिंह के साथ जतिन शर्मा, रिपब्लिक भारत, नोएडा।
Reporters Saurabh and Harsha. Harsha is joining us live. Saurabh, both of them in the Delhi NCR region, tracking the developments. Saurabh is also live. Saurabh, what's the update today? Why were protests reported despite demands being met? Where were these protests taking place?
These protests were taking place at the village Gadi Chaukhandi, which is situated near the sector 121. This is just beside the Clio County Residential Society, which was present at the Noida sector 121. And this protest started early morning, nearly 7:45 a.m. when the maids were going inside the society to work when the residents told us that several people came and from the village Chaukhandi and they stopped these maids to get inside the society for the work. And after that there is a police vehicle, police bus was going on in which more than 25 police officials were present at the spot. And as soon as the mob saw the police officials bus, they started stone pelting incident, and during this several police officials were also injured, and including 2 police officials sustained major.
फर्दर सप्लाईज के हों उनमें भी कहीं कहीं कटौती हुई है या टाइम से डिलेड हैं और उनके लिए भी ये ट्राइंग टाइम्स है, स्ट्रेसफुल टाइम्स है, तो ऐसे में उनका भी ध्यान रखा जाना चाहिए। मार्जिन उनके ऑलरेडी थिन थे और इस पे असर नहीं पड़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर वो विपरीत रूप से प्रभावित होंगे तो फिर सभी प्रभावित होंगे, सभी साथी भी प्रभावित होंगे। तो ये उनका पक्ष था। ये देखते हुए हम लोगों ने कोशिश की कि जो हमारे वेज रेट्स हैं उनमें सामंजस्य रखते हुए, दोनों पक्षों से बात करते हुए, लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से, यहाँ के सीओ साहबानों से इनपुट लेते हुए, उनकी जो उनका कहना था जैसे अपने कामगार साथियों का कि रूम रेंट बढ़ गए हैं, बाकी चीज़ों की कीमतें बढ़ गई हैं, तो उनको ध्यान में रखते हुए हम लोगों ने एक रेट कल रात में तय किया था, जो आपको भी दिया है, जो हम लोगों ने कोशिश की कि रात में दें। हालांकि रात हो गई तो बहुत साथियों को नहीं मिल पाया होगा, हम उसको बताना चाहेंगे। हम लोगों ने ये कोशिश की है कि वैसे आज तक पूरे प्रदेश के लिए एक फ्लैट रेट होता था मिनिमम वेजेस का, और आप सभी अवगत हैं और हमारे नियोक्ता साथी भी अवगत हैं, हमारे जो कामगार श्रमिक बंधु हैं वो भी अवगत हैं कि कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग अलग अलग होती है। जो दिल्ली में है वो कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग गुड़गांव में है या फरीदाबाद में है उससे अलग है, नोएडा में है, गाजियाबाद में है, कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग यहाँ की अलग है। जो बाकी हमारे प्रदेश में अन्य शहर हैं, शहरों का अलग अलग कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग है, जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्र है वहाँ कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग अलग है। तो एक अगर हम वेज रेट रखते हैं मिनिमम वेज रेट, ये तो मिनिमम की हम बात कर रहे हैं, बाकी तो नियोक्ता अपने इस तरह से अपने सामर्थ्य के अनुसार इससे ज़्यादा देते हैं, तो हम लोग मिनिमम एक फ्लो रेट की बात कर रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों ने कोशिश की है कि उसमें हम डिफरेंशिएट करें ताकि कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग के अनुसार शहरों का अलग हो, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र का अलग हो, एनसीआर रीजन का अलग हो, बाकी म्यूनिसिपल एरियाज का अलग हो। तो मैं आपके सामने ये रखना चाहूँगा कि जो 3 कैटेगरी के जो हमारे कैटेगरीज हैं श्रमिक बंधुओं के लिए, अकुशल जो अनस्किल्ड है, अर्धकुशल जो सेमी स्किल्ड है और कुशल जो स्किल्ड है, तो अभी तक जो अकुशल श्रेणी थी उसमें 11,313 का मिनिमम वेज रेट था, जिसको हम लोगों ने कमेटी ने रिकमेंड किया है कि 13,690 इसको किया जाए। ये मैं अकुशल की बात कर रहा हूँ, अनस्किल्ड की बात कर रहा हूँ। 13,690 ये गौतम बुद्ध नगर और गाजियाबाद के लिए रेट था, ये जो हम लोगों ने रिकमेंड किया है। अन्य नगर निगम वाले जनपदों के लिए हम लोगों ने उससे थोड़ा कम किया है और वो 13,006 रुपये 13,006 रुपीज़ का किया है। और अन्य जनपदों के लिए जो नगर निगम के जनपद नहीं हैं उनके लिए हम लोगों ने 12,356 का रखा है, 12,356। उसी तरह जो सेमी स्किल्ड हैं, अर्धकुशल हैं, उनके लिए पहले जो मिनिमम वेज था वो 12,445 था, उसको हम लोगों ने जो रिकमेंड किया है वो 15,059 का है, 15,059 का। और अन्य नगर निगम वाले जो जनपद हैं उनके लिए 14,306 का रिकमेंडेशन है, 14,306। और अन्य जनपदों के लिए जो रेट है सेमी स्किल्ड कैटेगरी में 13,591, 13,591 ये रिकमेंडेशन है कमेटी की। जो कुशल हैं, जो स्किल्ड लेबर हैं, उनका पहले मिनिमम वेजेस 13,940 था, उसको कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशन 16,868 की है, 16,868 जो रिकमेंडेशन अब है गौतम बुद्ध नगर और गाजियाबाद के लिए। जो अन्य नगर निगम वाले जनपद हैं उनके लिए 16,025 की है 16,025, और जो अन्य जनपदों के लिए है वो 15,224 की है 15,224। तो ये हम लोगों ने दिया है, इसको आपको व्हाट्सएप पे भी हम लोग भेज देंगे। तो ये रेट्स जो उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कंस्टिट्यूट की है उसकी रिकमेंडेशन है। उसके अलावा मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि दोनों पक्षों से हम लोगों ने बात की है, ये इंटरिम है। बाकी कार्रवाई जो है वो लेबर डिपार्टमेंट की चल रही है, हमारे साथी आपको आगे बताएंगे। मैं इंडस्ट्री से भी ACS आलोक कुमार जी हैं, वो भी आपको अपनी कुछ बात रखना चाहेंगे, वो करेंगे। सुंदरम जी हैं, मार्कंडे शाही जी हैं या निधा मैडम है, ये लोग अपनी बात रखना चाहेंगे आपके सामने। मैं पुनः इस बात को रिट्रेट करना चाहूँगा कि जो हम लोगों की समिति ने यहाँ के बात किया दोनों पक्षों से, तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि न नियोक्ता न श्रमिक बंधु कोई किसी तरह की रुकावट नहीं चाहते। सब बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि यूनिट में कोई गड़बड़ी नहीं होनी चाहिए, जैसे काम चल रहा था उस तरह से काम चलना चाहिए। और जिन उपद्रवी तत्वों ने वायलेंस किया है या गड़बड़ी की है उनको काफ़ी कुछ आइडेंटिफाइड है, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो रही है, आगे भी कार्रवाई होगी। आप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी से अवगत है। जो खुराफाती तत्व हैं, उपद्रवी तत्व हैं, उनको बहुत सख्ती से निपटा जाएगा और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। मैं पुनः आपके माध्यम से सभी लोगों से यह अपील करना चाहूँगा कि स्थिति सामान्य है। जो परिस्थितियां हैं वो सबके सामने हैं, वो चाहे गल्फ वॉर के कारण हो, महंगाई का हो, वो स्ट्रेसफुल सिचुएशन सभी के लिए है। सभी अगर हम लोग इस समय संयम से काम लेंगे तो स्थिति बदलेगी, जरूर बदलेगी, और उसमें हम और अच्छी सुविधाएं दे पाएंगे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की ये प्रतिबद्धता है कि जो श्रमिक साथी हैं उनके लिए अच्छी से अच्छी सोशल सिक्योरिटी, उनके लिए अच्छे से अच्छे वेलफेयर मेजर जो ऑलरेडी हैं उनको हम अच्छे से इम्प्लीमेंट करें। कुछ और अगर सोच सकते हैं तो उनको हम सजेशन लेकर के उनको और करें। हमारी समिति आज है यहाँ पे, मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से ये नंबर देना चाहूँगा, चाहे वो श्रमिक कामगार बंधु हो या नियोक्ता बंधु हो जो हम लोगों से मिलना चाहें, वो ग्रेटर नोएडा ऑफिस का एक नंबर मैं बता रहा हूँ 2336-004 एंड 2336-005। इस पे संपर्क करके आके हम लोगों से मिल सकते हैं, अपनी बात रख सकते हैं। और उसी तरह कंट्रोल रूम का नंबर है, अगर कोई और बात हो जो मेरा मैडम आपको बताएंगी, कंट्रोल रूम में अपनी कोई सूचना दे सकते हैं। अगर इस तरह की कोई अर्जेंसी की बात हो या कोई सजेशन हो, शॉर्ट टर्म हो, लॉन्ग टर्म हो, वो बता सकते हैं।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
BJP launches manifesto in Tamil Nadu, promises one-time sum of Rs 10,000 to all families in Tamil Nadu. Reports of conspiracy emerges if protests were hijacked in the Noida violence as fresh violence even after demands accepted by the government. Questions over TCS, probing TCS as more victims go public with details. Chairman of Tata Sons says TCS will probe the TCS grooming gang scandal. IPAC Director Vinesh Chandel arrested by Enforcement Directorate in alleged coal pilferage case. New Bihar Chief Minister to be announced today at 4 p.m. after NDA Legislative Party meeting. Trump extends deadline for Iran again, says it will not be pleasant if they do not sign a deal within 2 weeks. Lebanon and Israel officials to hold talks in Washington over ceasefire deal. All right, viewers, you see on the screen Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his visit to Saharanpur as he is set to inaugurate a highway from Dehradun, from Noida, from UP to Dehradun, there in Saharanpur. And that's Prime Minister, and looking forward and enjoying some of the presentations that was placed before him. And this is coming in as the Prime Minister is giving a big boost to the infrastructure in Saharanpur. And there's the children singing for him as well. And Prime Minister will also be holding a roadshow in Saharanpur today ahead of the Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor inauguration. This
शक्ति समन्विते भे व्यस्त्राहि नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमस्तुस्ते शिष्टायम हरिः ओम सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्ति समन्विते भे व्यस्त्राहि नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमस्तुस्ते हरि
मधु मधुरे मधु कैटभ बंधिनि कैटभ बंधिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुर मर्दिनि रम्य कपर्दिनि शैलसुते रम्य कपर्दिनि शैलसुते ऐशक खंड विखंडित रुंड वितुंडित शुंड गजाधिपते रिपु गज गंड विदारण चंड पराक्रम शुंड मृगाधिपते निज भुज दंड निपातित खंड विपातित
पुनातो पुंडरीकाक्षः पुनातो पुंडरीकाक्षः पुनातो दीपक पूजनम हरिः ओम चंद्रमा मनस बुध गुरु शुक्र शनि राहु केतु यथा यथा राशि स्थान अस्तितेषु सत्सु एवं ग्रह गुण गण विशेषण विशिष्टायम हरिः ओम सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्ति समन्विते भे व्यस्त्राहि नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमस्तुस्ते हरि
मधु मधुरे मधु कैटभ बंधिनि कैटभ बंधिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुर मर्दिनि रम्य कपर्दिनि शैलसुते रम्य कपर्दिनि
पुनातो पुंडरीकाक्षः पुनातो पुंडरीकाक्षः पुनातो दीपक पूजनम.
All right, viewers, you are seeing there Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit in Saharanpur as he set to inaugurate the Delhi-Dehradun economic corridor, a big infrastructure push in this region, and reports are saying that he is also going to be holding, well, in fact, he held a big roadshow today. That's the visuals of the roadshow as well. And the economic corridor, a key big push in the infrastructure connecting Delhi to Dehradun, and this is a 213-kilometer long 6-lane access-controlled corridor, in fact, developed at over rupees 12,000 crores. And reports are saying that the corridor will be traversing through the states of Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, and Uttarakhand. And it has also been designed with several features as well. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news at this moment. BJP has released its manifesto for Tamil Nadu elections. Among the major announcements that have been made are monthly assistance of rupees 2,000 to women of each household. This is a big statement coming up, as well as the BJP releases their manifesto in Tamil Nadu ahead of the elections. And some of the key points that they have put in the manifesto, I will list them out for you. And that also includes a one-time sum of rupees 10,000 to all families. And the third point is that they will maintain zero FIR incomplete on all crimes against women. So this is one big step where BJP is stepping up on women's safety and crimes against women. And the fourth point on the manifesto is Taipusam to be announced as state festival to honor Lord Muruga. This, in fact, is a big sentiment for the people in Tamil Nadu as well. And the fifth point being tradition of lighting the lamp on top of Tiruparakundram Hill to be resumed. And this, they're pushing into more of the cultural aspects as well in Tamil Nadu. The sixth point, viewers, is Tamil Nadu Drug Eradication Department will be under the Narcotics Intelligence Wing. And seventh point being the promise to make 10 crores from Tamil Nadu to make it to the list of top 100 cleanest cities. Again, another big push. Again, even in tourism to be one of the top 100 cleanest cities. The eighth point in the manifesto now, viewers, the Tamil Nadu to be made the desalination capital of India. This is again a big infrastructure push as well in Tamil Nadu. And the BJP also promises to increase the fund to rupees 25,000 under the Prime Minister's Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. Again, another push in the electricity as well, and the fund to be increased there and to rupees 25,000. And the 10th point in the manifesto, BJP also promises to do year-round tourism under a nationwide scheme and also to include Tamil Nadu in this. So we are seeing a big push in both development, safety of women, of tourism, and other key infrastructure programs as well. In fact, BJP has also promised free cylinders as well. And again, 2,000 rupees to women of all households. So this is a big promises as BJP is aiming to make a breakthrough and carve a significant seat in Tamil Nadu in the upcoming elections. And that's JP Nadda, Union Minister, releasing the manifesto with the BJP state BJP leaders of Tamil Nadu there. And a big promises being made, LPG cylinders, and 3 LPG cylinders was promised, in fact, and 10,000 rupees, a one-time sum of 10,000 rupees to all families. So this is being touted as a key promise as well. All right, these are some of the latest promises made by the BJP in Tamil Nadu in its election release. All right, viewers, let's move on to another story. A major controversy has erupted in Nashik, where a leading IT firm is under investigation over serious allegations of harassment and forced conversion. What began as workplace complaints has now escalated into a criminal probe with multiple FIRs registered and several accused under scrutiny. A special investigation team has been formed, which is examining CCTV footage, digital records, and the movement of the accused as well. Police say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees using personal and financial distress to manipulate them. The investigation is still ongoing, with authorities now indicating that more victims could emerge as the probe deepens. Let's take a look into this detailed report.
Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan has termed the Nasik allegations deeply concerning. He says the company is treating the matter with utmost seriousness and has initiated action against the accused. Reiterating a zero-tolerance policy, he has assured strict action against those found guilty. The statement comes after a major controversy over corporate jihad that has erupted in Nasik. A leading IT firm now finds itself at the center of a serious criminal investigation. What began as a workplace harassment complaints has now escalated into allegations of sexual exploitation and forced religious conversion. The SIT team is now examining CCTV footage, even as all accused employees have been arrested and suspended. Movements of the accused, their bank records, and personal details are also under the scanner. Investigators say the accused allegedly targeted vulnerable employees, identifying those dealing with financial or personal distress. According to sources, victims were first approached casually before being manipulated using sensitive personal information.
The most important development of this very matter is that a police custody of 2 more days has been granted to the operation managers named Ashwini Chenani, who didn't take the cognizance or who didn't listen to the complaints of the female employees who were exploited and who were forcefully converted, and also they were sexually assaulted. The operation manager will be presented before the Nashik court on 15th of April, when the other accused who are arrested in the matter will also be presented before the Nashik court. Now it will be important to see that what more further details will be coming up.
In some cases, promises of marriage and career growth were allegedly used to establish control over victims. So far, multiple FIRs have been registered, including cases of sexual assault and forced conversion. The company's top HR official has also been arrested. During court hearings, it emerged that despite being part of the POSH committee, the HR official allegedly supported the accused instead of acting on complaints. The investigators revealed that multiple emails and phone calls were exchanged between the HR official and other accused. A secret WhatsApp group with limited members is also under the scanner. The group allegedly functioned as a control room where targets were identified and tracked. Sources say photographs of victims were circulated within the group. Investigators believe a hunting list was used to identify vulnerable individuals. The investigation has also revealed that the alleged activities may have been ongoing for several years. As the probe deepens, more details are expected to emerge in what is now a widening investigation.
We have a big breaking now coming in again from the Noida protest. 2 protesters have been detained from Sector 80 in Noida. That was caught on Republic's camera. And also a big update is that the Noida district magistrate, in fact, has said and confirmed that we have recommended revised wages. These are coming from Noida District Magistrate's statements that he just gave moments ago, and they are also saying that they have recommended, in fact, revised wages after the big riot went about. And they're also on the screens. You can see rioters being caught by the police, caught on Republic's camera as well. And Noida DM also said having confirmed that external elements have been identified in the riots that took place since yesterday that broke out into a large-scale mob violence and even causing arson to police vehicles, disrupting the law and order situation in Noida in many sectors that spread out to many areas, in fact, and also a huge destruction to public properties too. All right, now we are joined by our reporters Saurav and Harsh. My first question I'll go first to Harsh. Harsh, this now Noida DM has said that there could be external elements now, and they have been identified as well. What is the link that they are saying that there could be any external elements that is identified as well? So what's the latest on that?
Well, right. In fact, this is the day 2 since these protests in Noida took a shockingly violent turn. Now, what we are fetching from the ground is that police forces, not just from Noida, but also from the neighboring districts, have been deployed to keep the situation under control. But despite the government of Uttar Pradesh forming a high-level committee in this regard, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself mentioning that labor laws must be ensured and all of these workers will get the rightful share of their pay. And despite claims that their pay scale has already been raised, at least in the Noida-Ghaziabad region, we see these protests turning violent in Noida yet again today. Now, we are currently in Noida Sector 80, where we saw protesters yet again pelting stones on authorities with heavy police deployment, not just by Noida police, but also top Uttar Pradesh cops sitting in the control rooms, taking cognizance of the matter themselves, and police forces, not just from Noida, but also from the neighboring districts, joining these forces to keep the situation in track. Now, Noida District Magistrate also mentioning that some external elements have also been identified. This comes as a coordinated attempt to disrupt peace and law and order situation here in Noida.
Yes, definitely. And now I'll just cut across to Saurav for a quick bit. Saurav, we are getting reports that the revised wages have been revised. The Noida DM have said and confirmed that wages have been revised. And is there any signs of the protest to be de-escalating at this point?
Currently not. On the ground there are protests at several areas which erupted in Noida this morning, and currently the high level committee which was formed by the UP CM Yogi Adityanath have revised the wages for the 3 groups of the labor. First is unskilled, then is semi-skilled, and the other one is fully skilled. The wages are revised now, and they have claimed that they have been in touch with the authorities and the labor union presidents of several companies, and they are on board with the revised fares. And they claimed that they have told them that they will be stopping these protests and they will be returning back to the work after this fair wage revision. And according to the initial information, the wages were revised for the unskilled labor, the wages which was earlier 11,313, now they have been raised to 13,690. This is for the unskilled labor, those who are working in the Gautam Budh Nagar and the Ghaziabad area. And apart from that, those who are semi-skilled labor, earlier the wages for the semi-skilled labor was 12,445, and now it has been risen to 15,059 rupees in Gautam Budh area. And last comes the fully skilled area, and the earlier wages for the fully skilled labor in Noida is 13,940, and now the committee has risen this fare to rupees 16,868. These wages are for the people, those who are working in the Gautam Budh Nagar area and the Ghaziabad area only. As they have also told that the cost of living is different in Noida if compared to Gurgaon and Haryana district. That is why there is a difference between both the areas' wage hike. And now the committee has also told that they can, the protest will stop, and they are in regular touch with all these labor union presidents. But currently, the situation is grim on the ground, and the protests have erupted at several places in Noida, along with the Sector 121, and as my colleague rightly pointed out, in Sector 81. And several places, several police officials were injured in the stone pelting incident which took place this morning, and several police vehicles were also vandalized, and the glasses and the vehicles were set ablaze. And this is the kind of situation which is currently present on the ground in Noida, and the security have been risen by the government, and the neighboring district police official have been called to the Noida district to maintain the law and order situation here. Back to you.
Saurav and Harsh, do stay with us, because we have another big update here coming in, where an image of a chat that took place that organized this big violence, and audio clips are also emerging. And this is a WhatsApp chat, an audio clip, and in connection with the Noida violence case, police have received this audio clip that is being investigated currently. And in the audio clip that's being investigated, a man is even reportedly asking the crowd to gather for this violence, for the mob to take place. All right, there on your screen, this is a screenshot of the WhatsApp group, a chat with audio clips as well, where a man is reportedly urging the people to gather and form a crowd. And the audio also appealed to the masses, to the crowd, to gather after the Lathi charge went viral, in fact, instigating the violence. This is a big update coming in, a huge turn into this big protest that has been going on, erupting in Noida. All right, now viewers, let us quickly shift our focus to the war in West Asia, as Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial has been resumed this week after a suspension due to Israel's conflict with Iran. The trial, now ongoing since 2020, involves 3 cases, 1,000, 2,000 and 4,000, with charges of bribery, fraud and breach of trust. Netanyahu denies all wrongdoing and is the first sitting Israeli prime minister to face such charges. Proceedings have restarted with a defense witness testimony scheduled for Sunday, April 12th. But Netanyahu has requested further delays for his own testimony, citing security and diplomatic reasons. Judges approved a short-term postponement for now. The trial has no fixed end date and potentially could extend into 2027 or beyond, with more appeals. We have more in this report. Take a look.
I don't require actually a Reuters or any, for that matter, CNN or BBC to tell us what Netanyahu is doing in his country. I take full responsibility with proof that yes, politics is a dirty game, it is a corrupt game, and above all, it can lead to anything. And when I say anything, it can lead to a war also, to cover it up. Because there is no ethics involved when you have to cover up your anything. Coming down to Netanyahu specific, there is a case number 1,000, there is a case number 2,000, and there is a case number 3,000. It's not today, it is not yesterday. It is since 2020, which is going on and on. And to everybody's, proof, I can only say, since 2023, it is all lingering. It is only getting postponed. It is rather drawing some kind of solace that yes, as a prime minister, Netanyahu is doing something good, great, fantastic for Israel. Whether it is the 7 October revenge on Hamas, he has been able to finally nearly eliminate Hamas, or at least reduce it, degrade it to a very, very large extent. He has been able to even fight it out with the Hezbollah. He has been able to fight it out with Houthis. So there comes the point whether a war is favorable to Israel and much more favorable for cases to stay below news as far as Netanyahu is concerned. I think as a politician, I cannot grant him that much of innocence that no, he is doing it just out of only sheer one thing, and that is patriotism. Patriotism he has, every Israeli has. But the bigger part of the story is that if it is able to cover him up for the cases which are nearly being told beyond any doubts, where even his wife is involved. So he finds it that if 7th October could favor him by postponing it, beyond that, all the wars / near war conditions have generally favored it, that it gets postponed. So why not now? And I would rather put it, even if tomorrow morning this war ends, will Netanyahu end? No, I don't think he will end, because his war continues under the big excuse, justified excuse, that there is an existential threat to Israel. You know, it is exactly somewhere somebody trying to tell us that what happened to Epstein file, and has Trump been able to divert the attention from Epstein file? That is the way it is to be equated, very successfully. Nobody for now is talking about that. So Israel is tending to, nearly forget that what charges were against their prime minister. The whole soul are standing with their prime minister because of the character of Israelis, that when it comes to their existence, survival, they all are together, including the opposition party. वहाँ पर इंडिया की तरह नहीं होता कि कितने गिरे. This system doesn't work there. It has not even worked in US. You would have never anywhere heard, even in US, कि कितने गिरे, because nobody believes in it that कितने गिरे. What they believe is that what my country president, even if he is wrong, is doing for the country. What Netanyahu is doing for the country is seen by the public, and that is where I think they are supporting him in a big way, including the opposition. But yes, there is a justice which is awaiting, which is being evaded successfully, because as far as Netanyahu is concerned, he has never pleaded guilty.
All right, that's the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu caught in a tanglement of corruption charges. But we have all the details. But first, let's take a short break. And coming up after the break, we have controversial chats revealed in the Noida riots case in Delhi NCR. Coming up next after this short break. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world